Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to our breaking news coverage of the war that broke out last night while we were on the air in Iran right now. We are currently getting massive news of more missile strikes. We're seeing the Strait of Hormuz being hijacked and closed by the IRGC as we speak. And also, we are getting a bombshell report from Netanyahu inside of Israel that KHAMENEI is likely deceased as of this moment. So we have not seen the visual confirmation. They've not provided that either, but they're claiming that he's dead as we speak. So massive news right now, a crazy day once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past several hours of the ongoing developments that we have seen since the last show ran about 7 hours ago. And we will also be covering significant developments inside of the region at this moment. After we have been able to hear that around the time of 11:30 local time, our time last night, the United States of America and the State of Israel conducted a joint attack against the Islamic Republic of Iran, including top government officials and key military personnel. It appeared that the attacks initially were quite successful, causing a significant amount of damage to the Iranian military and the Iranian government's control apparatus, and it does also appear that at the same time, significant military infrastructure was hit during that time. Around an hour and a half later, the Islamic Republic of Iran began to return fire, and shockingly enough, has currently attacked largely all Gulf states that are a part of the U.S. security assurance sphere within the Middle East. We have now seen that a large amount of these countries have stated that they reserve the right to respond militarily to the attacks upon their sovereign soil, as it does appear to be an unprovoked attack by the Islamic Republic of Iran on multiple countries that were largely not involved in the military operations, and we are now awaiting the further joining of Gulf allies, including the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Jordan, into the ongoing conflict after they have been hit. We have been able to see that at this moment, over the past 7 hours since our last stream, significant missile fire has permeated the region, both from U.S. and Israeli forces against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and against and from the Islamic Republic of Iran to the rest of the region in the entirety of the Middle East at large. We have also been able to hear that the United United States of America is currently conducting anti-maritime actions, attempting to destroy large parts of the Iranian Navy, although, however, it does appear that the Iranian Navy was largely able to survive the night within Bandar Abbas. Although a radar installation and most of the radomes were destroyed within Bandar Abbas, it appears that the Iranian Navy was largely able to survive intact. Currently, the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy is declaring that they are creating a complete blockade of the Strait of Hormuz and will be stopping any transit of vessels throughout the region. If any vessels attempt to enter or pass through the area, they will be fired upon. We are actually getting further breaking news out at this very moment right now. And Matthew, what do we have?
Okay, so we did see last night that internet connectivity across Iran had pretty much dropped to nothing. There was a complete blackout last night. We are seeing this morning that apparently metrics are proving that the regime has imposed a nationwide internet blackout amid the strikes. So apparently they're trying to silence their own population again. But bigger news than that, though. I've got bigger news than that. We're hearing that Iran has just attacked the U.S. consulate in Erbil, Iraq. The consulate appears to have taken a direct hit. It looks like it's currently on fire, that we can see here in our latest video.
We can see here the fire raging on the side of the U.S. consulate in Erbil, Iraq, an incredibly important location for the United States diplomatically within the semi-autonomous region of northern Iraq called Kurdistan. We've been able to see that over the course of the past several hours, the armed forces of the United States of America have acted heroically and vigilantly in their attempts to protect U.S. airspace and also the airspace of Gulf allies throughout the region. It was only hours earlier that we had seen the Patriot air defense systems of the United States Army based out of Erbil, Iraq, were already engaging and attempting to destroy a large number of Iranian missiles and drones. While these interceptions were largely successful, it does not appear that they have been able to intercept all incoming missiles that have attempted to hit U.S. targets within the area of Erbil, Iraq. We've also been able to understand that they have been attempting to use some of their Patriot air defense missiles to be able to create a larger air defense perimeter for Jordan and also Israel as well. And while we have seen that there has been some success in intercepting a larger number of the drones and missiles fired, there have still been some that have been able to slip through the air defense net and make their way to targets, impacting them both within Jordan and Israel, along with the Republic of Iraq. We can actually see footage here of the Patriot air defense systems. We believe that this is a Patriot PAC-3 MSE conducting interceptions around the area of Erbil only hours earlier. We can see right there the Patriot missiles being fired in a large salvo by one of the launchers on the ground as they were attempting to stop the Iranian missiles that were, one, attempting to hit U.S. consulates and also U.S. forces within Erbil, and secondly, also trying to stop these Iranian missiles from flying further on in and towards the area of Jordan and Israel, which had been under heavy attack over the past several hours. We have also been able to hear and report at this moment that the Islamic Republic of Iran only 1 hour ago has officially announced that they will be conducting a complete blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. This is generally considered to be a very precarious and dangerous situation which requires the immediate action of the United States air power and navy, as we do understand that a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz would lead to a significant skyrocketing in the price per barrel of oil, largely raising prices both for consumer goods and transportation, two incredibly key parts of any economy and any national economic market and system around the entirety of the world. We also understand that there is currently no workaround to the Achilles heel that the Strait of Hormuz generally poses to global oil markets. As while the Saudi Arabians do have an oil pipeline that can transfer oil to the area of the Red Sea and then load it onto oil tankers there, we understand that at the moment that oil pipeline can only handle 5.5 million barrels of crude oil per day, which is only about 30% of total Saudi production, and that does not include the totals of Iraqi, Kuwaiti, Qatari, Bahrainian, and UAE oil production as well. They currently do not have a pipeline or a greater access to the pipeline in Saudi Arabia, and the pipeline would not be able to handle the capacity, meaning that the remaining or the largely free navigation of the waters within the Strait of Hormuz for global oil tankers is incredibly important to global oil market stability. It appears that the Iranians have realized that that is the case, and the Iranian Navy did announce earlier today over a radio announcement the following. This is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy of Iran. Effective immediately, all navigation through the Strait of Hormuz is prohibited. No vessels of any type are permitted to transit the Strait of Hormuz until further notice. This is the IRGC Navy out. We'll be playing the audio recording of the significant announcement right here.
This is Sepah Navy, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. From now on, all navigating through the Strait of Hormuz is forbidden. No ship in every type is not allowed to pass from the Strait of Hormuz till next notice. This is Sepah Navy, out.
While we were hearing of this significant development, we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment. And Matthew, what do we have?
Okay, so we've been wondering if there's going to be some type of issue here domestically in the United States. We're currently getting our first signs that U.S. authorities appear to be concerned about what's taking place in Iran, possibly spilling over into the U.S. domestic soil. We're hearing that some bases are apparently removing the trusted traveler program. They're suspending it until further notice, and they're elevating their force protection conditions to Bravo. That's at some U.S. bases in the United States. We're also hearing as well, as you can see here on the screen, it looks like U.S. Secret Service has ramped up presidential protection as well. We're also hearing that apparently, according to reports, that the FBI Counterterrorism Division is in overdrive right now, trying to make sure that they're thwarting any type of threat that might be posed by any possible bad actors in the United States. So it certainly is a time, by the way, not a time to panic or freak out or something, but it is very wise to exercise caution in public spaces as of right now. We don't know exactly what the extent of this is going to be, so we'll have to see where this goes right now. But apparently, it looks like authorities are either taking an abundance of precaution or they might have received some type of actionable intelligence, perhaps. We're just not entirely sure yet. But currently, a bit of a situation starting to sort of take over in the United States.
It does appear that at the moment there is a significant concern that domestic terrorist activities may be supported and functioned by the Islamic Republic of Iran or elements of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps that may have been homegrown on U.S. soil as the conflict continues to develop within the Middle East. This, once again, will require a significant amount of diligence by the U.S. citizenry to report any suspicious persons that appear to be up to nefarious activities to local law enforcement to see that such acts may be thwarted if they are being attempted on U.S. soil currently. It does appear that largely most internal or domestic law enforcement agencies are preparing for such eventualities and circumstances to develop on U.S. soil, which once again I do have to point out that that is the duty of largely all American citizens that are concerned for the safety and well-being of the Republic to report any suspicious activities or individuals to law enforcement authorities, considering that at this moment in time the chances of possible domestic terrorist activities is fairly likely or likely high as a result of the ongoing attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Islamic Republic of Iran possibly calling upon individuals who have been radicalized here on the home front to be able to conduct attacks against the citizenry at large. We have also been able to hear that at the same time, moving us back into the Strait of Hormuz developments, which have just been happening quite recently, we were able to hear that multiple insurance companies have already started to cancel policies for oil tankers and ships within the Gulf.
What the hell kind of business model is that? Why? What's the point of insurance if you start canceling it when they need to use it? I mean, that seems a little bit sketchy, doesn't it?
It really does, and I feel like that's a violation of a policy. Like, you can't just cancel a policy unilaterally like that when someone's been making payments diligently, which all of these companies are always making diligent payments on their vessels, because this is what the insurance is for. But currently we're hearing, and we don't know who it is, but some of the larger insurers exist in foreign countries like the United Kingdom and such, that apparently they must be canceling their policies on these larger ships. So even if the United States tries to escort these vessels in and out of the Strait of Hormuz, which might be fairly difficult if the Iranians lay a minefield, it's going to be next to impossible. Even still, these ships might not volunteer to make the passage with the U.S. warships, because if they somehow do get hit, there's literally no insurance to cover the damages or the loss of the vessel if that occurs as well. Also to cover injury or death of the crew members on board, which generally the ship or the insurance policies on board these ships generally cover the employees or the crew members of the vessel as well. We have also been able to see additionally that it does appear that oil companies are already suspending shipments through the Strait of Hormuz, according to Reuters reports. And we can generally confirm that according to marine traffic. If we take a look right now at the Strait of Hormuz, the general endless flood, and it actually appears that a lot of people are trying to ask this. Okay. Well, let me go get marine traffic up on a second screen. It appears that marine traffic is not happy right now. So let me go get that again really quickly. And here we are. I don't know why marine traffic did that. That was really weird. But the endless stream and flow of oil tankers flooding in and out of the Strait of Hormuz has generally come to a slow rolling stop, and will most likely come to a complete stop over the following day, which is today right now. We actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we're hearing that sirens are sounding off again in Bahrain. We have seen Bahrain take many direct hits. In fact, the Iranians were able to somehow hit the radar sites, the sort of higher end radars that the U.S. military had installed there in Bahrain. They've destroyed some of them with their Shahed drones. We're also hearing that Bahrain's apparently under a new missile attack. We're not sure how many missiles have been launched at Bahrain, but apparently that's underway at the moment. Also, by the way, we have just seen, by the way, this is a sort of rare announcement. The U.S. has issued a rare worldwide caution to citizens for fear of Iranian retaliation. That's a worldwide caution, by the way. That's not limited to one country. That's issued to any country anywhere in the world where U.S. citizens are currently occupying. So that is very interesting there. It's a rare alert that we're hearing about. We're also seeing as well that we've gotten some imagery showing the damage at the naval base at Chabahar port in southeast Iran, and it looks like the damage is pretty significant with these opening rounds of strikes. So, Enforcer, what can you tell us?
It does appear that at the moment there were some significant strikes that did occur around the Chabahar port area. I'm currently trying to find y'all the exact location of the docks or moorings that we were seeing at the moment in the satellite photography. This appears to be some sort of an inlet around the port area. I'm looking for the specific buildings and facilities that would give us an idea of exactly where this is. It has a fairly distinct sort of a port layout, but for some odd reason, it does not appear that this satellite picture may have come out of Chabahar. It may have come out of somewhere else instead, because if we're looking at this right here, this is the port of Chabahar in its entirety, and this profile of a port layout doesn't really seem to line up with about anything that we would know. So let me go see if I can find the Chabahar port. Or let's see here. Maybe it's inside of the Chabahar Bay area. Let me take a quick look around here and see if I can get you all some further details on this, because oddly enough, it doesn't really appear to be within the direct area of Chabahar itself. And actually, it is over here. It is on the... It's actually at the Gulf of Oman, actually. It's not within the Chabahar Bay. It's right here. And it does appear that there were some Iranian surface vessels here, including what would appear to be a smaller corvette, and possibly a couple of coastal patrol vessels. All of these could be used for mine-laying activities, and we can also see some fast patrol boats, including the bottle rocket launchers, and a couple of anti-ship carrying boats right there as well. It appears that several of these have been damaged. We can confirm that the largest vessel, we would assume the flagship of this flotilla, the Corvette, has been directly hit and appears to be on fire and possibly sinking at its moorings, but it appears that other vessels so far have not suffered absolutely significant or irreparable damage at this moment, meaning that the larger portion of the Chabahar flotilla may be operational at this time. We do understand that the fleet at Bandar Abbas has also come under direct attack. As far as we are concerned on the channel for analysis, that is the most important fleet, or more so naval grouping, to be targeted and destroyed, as the Islamic Republic of Iran would use this naval grouping, which is the largest within the entire nation, to sally forth out of the port and attempt to mine the Strait of Hormuz, which will create a permanent blockade until the minefield is cleared. Much like our analysis assumed, the Islamic Republic of Iran is going to have a little bit of zeal within it for a while to be able to try and resist the U.S. attacks. We assumed that this would most likely take weeks or a couple of months to conclude, and it appears that based off of the veracity of the Iranian counterattack right now, we would assume that that analysis is largely dead on point. And that also means that the Islamic Republic of Iran, if that fleet is not destroyed or interdicted in its operations, will most likely attempt a mining of the Strait of Hormuz. We also understand that the two drone carriers, which are the cargo ships that were converted into carrying and launching drones, the Shahed Bagheri, and also, I believe, the other Bagheri, they're both Bagheris, but those are both currently around the area of Bandar Abbas. We don't know if they've weighed anchor and set sail into either the Persian Gulf or somewhere within the Strait of Hormuz, but we do understand that the largest portions of the Iranian Navy are currently within Bandar Abbas. However, there is a little bit of an issue with striking more so Iranian naval forces within Bandar Abbas, because somewhere within the port, we are assuming at this mooring right here, as this is where we last saw it on satellite photography and also video published by the Russian Ministry of Defense, the Russian corvette, the Stoiki, is currently based out of this port and was involved in military exercises right before the strikes, which means that if the United States tries to hit Iranian naval vessels within this area, there is the possibility of Russian collateral, i.e. the Russian vessel being damaged or Russian sailors being killed in the process, which could create a significant diplomatic spat with the Russians, which we probably are trying to avoid. It does appear that we actually have more news coming out of this moment. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so it is actually very remarkable what's been happening right now inside of Dubai and the UAE. Dubai has been getting hit time and time again. In fact, we've seen strikes literally right next to the Burj Khalifa, which is the largest building or one of the largest buildings in the world. It's a mega tall skyscraper. Apparently, there was a drone that hit like right next to it. And we also are seeing that the Palm Hotel and Resort, which is apparently pretty famous, apparently got hit as well, that we're seeing here on video on Twitter. So it's really insane how the UAE has been hit, and it seems like the targets are civilian targets. The Iranians are not just hitting military; they are striking into civilian populated areas that are very, very popular. So this is quite interesting to see. But Enforcer, what do you have for us?
It does appear that we do have video footage here. Sadly, we did have a clip earlier, and I do have to say, folks, that unfortunately, I hope that many people have their thoughts generally towards the direction of our Gulf state allies, as we have heard that many innocent civilians inside of Qatar, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates at a minimum, and possibly some civilians within Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, have already been killed ruthlessly by the Islamic Republic of Iran's government in its counterattacks against civilian populations throughout the entirety of the region. So it does appear that at the moment, the Islamic Republic of Iran has not only extended its reign of terror towards the United States and Israel, which opened the attacks, but it's also extended its reign of terror against innocent civilians and passerbys, which are currently within the areas of all of our Gulf state allies at the moment. We can confirm that several Emirati civilians have been killed so far in the strikes on both Abu Dhabi and Dubai, which makes this a rather unfortunate occurrence, to say the least, and is incensing Gulf state allies to join us in our military operations against the Islamic Republic's regime and its reign of tyranny throughout the region. We can see in this video clip the incoming impact near to the area of the Burj Khalifa and the smoke that was rising not long after. You can actually see the explosion right there, and soon the smoke will rise from the area around the Burj Khalifa. From what we understand, this impact was near to the base of the Burj Khalifa on one of the supporting buildings on the Burj Khalifa campus, which gives us an indication that either the Iranians are attempting to conduct an attack on the Burj Khalifa and it fell a little short, or that they're trying to generally see that the Burj Khalifa is unusable at the moment, considering that is a high point of pride and prestige for the United Arab Emirates, considering that it is currently the tallest building in the world. We can actually see the smoke rising from that explosion right here, and civilians largely starting to clear out the area after the explosion rocked the surrounding areas of the city. We have also been able to hear of significant strikes that have occurred just south in Abu Dhabi. We do not have any new footage of that at the moment, but the strikes were significant, and due to the sensitivity of the fact that several Emirati civilians were confirmed dead in the explosions that we did see on film that have happened after we were live last night, we will not be showing those clips here on air, as they do involve the deaths of civilians on the ground inside the United Arab Emirates. We have also...
okay, wait, we have breaking news. We have breaking news right this second. So we've been mentioning the strikes that the U.S. and Israel has been conducting on the ports of Iran, and of course at the ports are the naval forces of Iran, for whatever that's worth. They're apparently still there. So we are getting new imagery showing the U.S. struck and destroyed an Iranian Bayandor class corvette in the port of Konarek this morning. Apparently it has been hit, and it's a very bad hit. That vessel is out of action, I can assure you that. The vessel is completely engulfed in smoke. There are two other vessels to the rear of this one. Also, by the way, Enforcer, if you can get this pulled up so that way when I describe it, people can see what I'm talking about here. The vessel is on fire. It's completely engulfed in smoke, and it looks like a complete disaster site here. So this is a very interesting scene here. It looks like one of the first confirmed casualties we've seen of the Iranian Navy that we're seeing right here in this photo. But Enforcer, what say you?
This is actually a second satellite picture from a different angle, actually, of the same corvette that we saw hit just prior a few moments ago. We actually can confirm that. I tried to make sure that I could find the exact location. It appears that some people are calling this the Chabahar Naval Base, and some people are calling this the Konarak, which is the village closer nearby, Naval Base. Nevertheless, it is the same vessel, and we can actually confirm that it is this corvette that y'all can see right here. Let me see if I can get y'all some additional information at the moment on the specific class of vessel, which is the Bayandor class corvette. And let me go get that here really quickly. The Bayandor class corvette is this one seen here, which while it looks like an absolute piece of junk, y'all would be surprised to know that this is actually one of the most heavily armed vessels within the Iranian Navy, save for a couple of other vessels that are slightly larger. The largest Iranian service vessels are generally that of the corvette class, meaning that they're fairly light in tonnage and fairly light in firepower. But we can understand that this vessel would have been crewed by a crew of, let's see here, 140 men, has a range of about 25 to 100 nautical miles, has a top top speed of about 20 knots. And also, it does appear to have fairly limited armaments in terms of what it can carry. It can carry 4 C-802 anti-ship missiles provided or generally purchased by the People's Republic of China. But it also has one main gun, the 76mm or 62mm Fajr 27 dual-purpose naval gun. That would be the main gun at the turret case on the bow of the vessel. We understand that we can also see that it has one twin 40 or 56mm anti-aircraft gun, 2 Orlikons, and also 2 50 cals and 2 triple light torpedo launchers. In general, this thing is wildly unarmed, but this is about the best the Iranians have to pose, at least in terms of naval strength. And this is one of the few vessels that has a large enough displacement to be able to carry mine-laying devices and also mines to be able to drop in the Strait of Hormuz. So it does appear that the United States is trying to generally remove Iran's mine-laying capabilities at the moment with these strikes. We are hearing further information coming out at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we have gotten confirmation from CENTCOM sources directly, so you can take this one to the bank. The CENTCOM, for the first ever time in history, has used one-way attack drones in combat during this Operation Epic Fury, which is the name of this operation. It's currently taking place on Iranian soil by U.S. and Israeli forces. These are low-cost, one-way drones, very similar to the Shahed drones that Iran has been using against Israel for years, and apparently they're now being delivered some American-made retribution through these one-way drones. So in the midst of the airstrikes, apparently, and I would assume that these are most likely Lucas drones, I'd imagine, that appears to be one of the main touted weapons the U.S. is currently in their possession of for one-way attack drones. It sounds like that's probably what they're talking about. So that is interesting. First time ever, by the way. This is historic for U.S. military doctrine. We've never done this before, and it seems like it's actually working quite well for the most part. But Enforcer, what can you tell us?
It does appear that according to U.S. Central Command, they had put out the following statement only 3 minutes ago. CENTCOM's Task Force Scorpion Strike, for the first time in history, is using one-way attack drones in combat during Operation Epic Fury. These low-cost drones, modeled after Iran's Shahed drones, are now delivering American-made retribution. This is an open statement by U.S. Central Command showing that the United States is using one-way attack drones against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Sadly, we have not been able to get any video evidence of these being used so far. The statement by Central Command does verify that we are currently using these right now against the Iranians, but we do not have any video or picture evidence to show you all at this moment confirming these U.S. drones to be used. We actually do have additional pictures and footage from Central Command as well, actually showing some of the actions by U.S. surface vessels here in the operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Let's take a quick look at this footage, as it appears to be showing a missile that was fired by a vertical launch cell on board an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. I'm about to turn Irish here for some reason, but here's the clip. Actually, folks, I'm sorry. That is actually the launch of a Tomahawk cruise missile off of an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer from its vertical launch cell. That actually means that this footage is most likely from around 10:30 local time, about several hours ago when the strikes first began. And this also does confirm that the United States Navy was the one to largely open up the attacks with its Tomahawk cruise missiles against the capital of the Islamic Republic of Iran inside of Tehran. But let's take a little bit of an additional look at this footage. We can also see aircraft being launched off the Abraham Lincoln and the Ford. And we can also see the United States striking and destroying Iranian assets during the midst of the ongoing or opening of the airstrikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We can see that radar facilities, drones, and also other military installations were directly targeted, including what this appears to be as an air defense system, which does not appear to have been operational at the time, but will no longer have the chance to try and be operational. Also, one thing that's
massive, we have breaking news for certain right now. Israel is claiming that Khamenei's body has been found in the rubble. They are saying that they have found the body of the Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. Allegedly, they have found his body. So it could be, it sounds to me like he is dead. I think the Ayatollah is actually dead as of right now. So he apparently did not escape these strikes, if this is indeed a true report here. Of course, this this is something crazy. So we're waiting for more confirmation of it. But Israeli sources, like at least two major Israeli sources, are saying that Khamenei's body has been found. So this is historic if this is true. Waiting for some more backup information on this, by the way. But that is crazy right there. If the Ayatollah is dead, that means they no longer have their head of government. And also we have heard as well that apparently members of his family are also deceased as well in these strikes. That apparently they got wiped out in a large swath. So this is crazy right here. Enforcer, what can you say about that?
It does appear that, at least according to Israeli claims at the moment, which I do want to make incredibly clear are only Israeli media claims, they are stating that Israel has claimed to have found the body of the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei within the debris fields of one of the initial strikes started by U.S. and Israeli forces at 10:30 local time several hours ago. We are not entirely sure if these claims can be verified at the moment. We are waiting for pictures of the bodily remains of the Supreme Leader to see if we can confirm the death of the Ayatollah Khamenei. If that is the case, then that actually appears to show that our original preliminary reports that Khamenei was on the run wasn't necessarily true, and if he was running from anything, it was more so his corporeal form. But we will be waiting to see if we can get any further details.
More details as well. The Israeli media are also claiming that Israeli agents have retrieved the body of the Ayatollah. So not only have they allegedly visually identified that it's Khamenei, they've allegedly retrieved the body as well. So that is interesting. That means generally nobody knew where Khamenei's body was even at when it comes to the Iranian sources knowing where he was at. If this is true, this is massive. In fact, it could be that he just he died scared and alone, basically, in the rubble underneath a building or something of that nature. We're not really sure yet, but we're waiting on more confirmation. This could be the biggest story possibly of the year or possibly the decade, actually, that we're hearing about right now. So also we're hearing from another source in Israel is saying the exact same thing. They're saying they've recovered the body as of right now. So this is pretty compelling. Netanyahu's also saying that Khamenei is likely no longer alive. He said that about an hour ago. So this seems to line up with it. So this is unbelievable. I'm kind of at a loss for words right now. I'm not really sure what to say about that.
This will be a significant loss for the Islamic Republic of Iran, and while they will be able to generally lay out Ali Khamenei's death as a martyrdom in the name of the Islamic regime, it's highly unlikely that this is going to really stir up any sort of patriotic sentiments or any sort of sentiments for revenge within the Iranian military or the Iranian armed forces at large. Considering that a lot of the members of the Iranian military itself and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps are generally diehards to the Islamic regime, while martyrdom is generally fairly significant, at least ideologically, it may not pose any sort of a significant boost or rallying within their morale to try and avenge Khamenei. It may actually show that the situation is truly hopeless, because they have claimed that over about the past several hours, really about the past 14 hours or so, that Khamenei has been alive this entire time, and this would actually be a major shock to many, as he would now have been announced dead, and was, as a matter of fact, dead about the entire time since the strikes began. We're going to be waiting to get any additional evidence and information on this. I do want to make this clear, folks, that these are preliminary reports, and Israeli media sometimes does have a tendency of kind of just making stuff up, so we're going to just work off of this with a grain of salt at the moment. We are waiting for pictures and confirmation of the corpse, and sadly we won't be able to show those on air to all of y'all, but once we are able to get proof of that and see it for ourselves off air, we will give y'all official confirmation if he is dead. Matthew, what do we got at the moment?
Okay, so jumping off of that huge story right there, we're currently waiting on more confirmation of that story about Khamenei. I'm not really sure where that's going to lead. We'll have to see if that's actually true or not, but it sounds true. We'll have to wait and see. Currently, we're getting some news about the U.S. attack plans, because many people are asking, what is the U.S. planning to do from this point forward? Because we've seen shock and awe being used last night. That was the opening moments of the attack, was a shock and awe strategy. Largely, it did put Iran on the back foot, by the way, but we're seeing Iran has regained their footing, and they are putting some pretty bad damage on partner states in the region. And apparently the air defense is getting overwhelmed already this early into the war. We are hearing from the U.S. president that, according to an Israeli source, the U.S. president says he can make this long, he can finish it in days. Either way, it'll take Iran years to recover. We're also hearing from other top U.S. officials that they're saying that this will not be lasting merely days, it will be lasting at least weeks. So we are looking at a prolonged conflict here. I think that's very clear at this point. Also, by the way, if the U.S. had any hope that the shock and awe campaign might bring this to an end in just maybe a couple of days, that hope, I believe, has been dashed on the rocks at this point. It looks like we will be in for at least a multi-week campaign, if not a multi-month campaign, right now as of this moment. So this has turned into a little bit more than I think the U.S. was bargaining for, but generally it's still going the way of the United States and Israel, but it's not going as smoothly as I'm sure that some had hoped that it was going to go. So basically what we're saying here is brace, because it's going to be a multi-week thing.
And also, we will be making sure to cover this as much as we can and as frequently as we can while this is going to be ongoing. This is, of course, going to be a significant operation that we could be sure of. And it also does appear that at the moment we are still getting significant news, or at least rumors of the reports, that Ali Khamenei has been killed. I once again want to make this quite clear, folks, that we can never confirm these sorts of claims unless if the Israeli government makes that claim, the United States government makes that claim, the Iranian government makes that claim, or if we get picture or video evidence of the remains of Ali Khamenei where he has been found dead or has been recovered from. We're just not entirely sure what's going on with that right now, and I'm going to move us on from that news in the meantime until we can get actual picture or video confirmation or an official government statement in the meantime, as here on our channel, we always look for absolutely verifiable proof of a large or important statement like that. So while we are getting a significant rumor right now that it does appear that he's dead and the Israelis have retrieved the body, we're going to need an official government statement, or picture, or a video to confirm the death of Ali Khamenei. It's going to have to be one of those three, and we just don't have them right now.
So, in addition to the Israeli sources that have already reported the death of the Ayatollah Khamenei, we're hearing Israel's ambassador to the United States has allegedly told U.S. officials that Khamenei is in fact dead, and also we're hearing that other possible U.S. mainstream outlets are reporting his death. We're also hearing from several more Israeli sources that the Ayatollah is indeed dead. So, I would say at this point, in my personal assessment, there's a 95% chance the Ayatollah is actually dead, and there's also a pretty decent chance they've recovered the body. So, it sounds to me like you can pretty much take it to the bank. We, of course, want that official statement from the government. But to me, I think at this point, with so many different credible outlets reporting it, it seems more likely than not that he's actually deceased.
And it does appear that we are starting to see higher likelihood at the moment that the story is in fact confirmed correct and Ali Khamenei has been killed. Apparently at the very opening of the strikes, meaning that for the last 14 hours, Iran and the entirety of the world has been operating under the assumption that he's alive, when in fact he's been dead the entire time and was apparently killed in the opening minutes of the strikes. We are waiting to see even further confirmation. It does appear that we're seeing that official confirmation may be coming out here incredibly soon, either from the United States or Israel, of his death. And if that is the case, we are definitely going to be seeing that the Iranians will take either a significant morale blow as a result of that information, or the Iranian armed forces will actually be rallied to be able to try and fight even harder, which would be generally unexpected at the moment. But a lot of people are talking about the current situation with the war in general, and what y'all's assessment of the ongoing operations are with the war against Iran. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so this is a big ongoing question. We've so far seen the first day of war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. And what is your assessment of how well this is going so far for U.S. and Israeli forces? 49% said it's going very well and Iran will fall, while 24% are a little bit unsure. 15% said it's going as well as it can, and 12% said it's going very badly and there's not much progress. So right now, here's the situation. There's two major issues here. Number one, the U.S. air defense situation. How well is that going? And number two, how well is the airspace control over Iran going as well? Right now, we can confirm that the U.S. nor Israel have air supremacy over Iran. That's a little bit disappointing because the last time we saw air supremacy very quickly during the 12-day war, we are not seeing that this time. So that appears to be falling a little bit short. On the other hand, though, it does appear that air defense is generally holding in pretty well, but it's not holding in as well as it did during the 12-day war. So we are seeing hits in partner states. We're also seeing hits inside of Israel as well. But at the same time, the offensive actions on Iran have been widespread and extensive. They have been hit in a shock and awe campaign. They've had a lot of damage. They've had naval losses. They've had air defense losses of a massive nature. They've lost a ton of early warning radar systems. They've lost a lot, including possibly their supreme leader of Iran. So it's going as well as expected, as I think. I'm with the 15%. It's not going extremely well, but it's going well enough to say it's a success. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I would generally be within the 49%. I have to say, folks, that my general analysis of the situation is fairly pragmatic. And while I have stated a large amount of confidence in the U.S. armed forces and the armed forces of our allies of the coalition within the Middle East, these sorts of military operations are never conducted in 3 days. That is a very dubious sort of a claim. Many people will know that from the Russian Federation's war in Ukraine that's still ongoing 4 years later, that making any sort of a claim about a 3-day military operation would always be quite dubious. And I can say that while the Iranians have had a significant counter-response, at least from my analysis and its concerns, I generally expected that that would be the case, at least initially. And we actually talked about that in the literal hours preceding the strikes just yesterday. And so I would say that, in my opinion, this is going about as well as we could have expected. The Bahrain Naval Station was evacuated, and so far we've only been able to confirm heavy direct hits and damage on U.S. bases that were pre-evacuated, like the naval station in Bahrain and others, meaning that that damage was generally already forecast and expected, as we didn't have any defensive forces within that area, and we also didn't have any staff within the area, which would result in heavy casualties if those facilities were hit. So for that reason, that damage really is more so forecast and expected damage, and isn't something that the Iranians have truly been able to deliver a heavy blow on us, at least for at the moment. We have seen that while the United States hasn't been able to achieve air supremacy within the first 14 hours, they have largely achieved air superiority over the Islamic Republic of Iran, as strikes are generally landing and hitting their marks throughout the entirety of the country, and very few, if any, missiles or other information at this time generally shows that the Iranians are able to intercept or stop U.S. or Israeli strikes, meaning that we do have air superiority, but not supremacy yet. We also have been able to hear that we actually have some major breaking news coming out at the moment, and it does appear that at this time, it does seem that we are getting visual evidence of the remains of Ali Khamenei and his death. Do we actually have that, Matthew, really quickly, where we can see that and look at that off air without showing everyone, so we can make sure to doubly confirm this?
The Israelis are not publishing the images, by the way, but I take this one to the bank at this point. I think it's safe to say this. There are visual confirmation that Khamenei is dead. That's being reported right now by major U.S. media outlets. It's also being apparently reported by the Israeli ambassador to the United States, who has sent, apparently, according to a mainstream outlet, they've sent an official letter to Washington informing them that Khamenei has been killed. And right now, Netanyahu is viewing the images, the visual evidence of Khamenei's death. So he is dead as of this moment. Khamenei is no longer alive, as far as we can tell. Unless all these different plethora of media outlets are all wrong, he is dead as of right this second. So yeah, I would say I'm personally assessing that he is dead. But Enforcer, what's your take?
It does appear that from what we can tell, at least according to preliminary information at the moment, and I do have to say that we are still waiting for an official government statement that is made to the public, either by the Israelis or the United States. Currently, this appears to be traveling around the back channels at the moment. Khamenei largely has been confirmed to have been killed. Apparently, his bodily remains, also called the corpse, has been recovered by the Israelis on the ground, possibly by Mossad operatives, and it appears that, crazily enough, he actually died in the very first minutes of the strikes that we covered last night, right when the war started. So it does not seem that he lived at all, and it also seems that the Iranian media, which has been claiming for 14 straight hours that he is in fact alive in a safe location and coordinating the attacks, or apparently saying that he was alive, I guess in Valhalla or something like that, and he was coordinating the attacks from another dimension or another realm of being, I would suppose. But it does appear that Ali Khamenei has been killed, which is a fairly interesting ending to such a dubious and horrendous leader of a country that literally just 1 month ago had killed 30 to 40,000 people in the streets like dogs. It now appears that he died like a dog at the hands of the U.S. Armed Forces and has successfully been eliminated, along with several other top officials, such as the leader of the IRGC and also his right-hand man, Shamkhani.
Yeah, and also, by the way, we have seen that there are intelligence assessments out of the United States. They were expecting that if they were able to somehow take out Khamenei, which appears to be the case, he is indeed deceased as of this moment, that someone else was going to immediately take his place, most likely from the IRGC forces. They were going to take his place and basically conduct a martyrdom campaign against the West. So we have not gotten any official word. In fact, the Iranians are claiming that Khamenei is still alive and well. They're also saying that he might be even making a speech at some point in the future. So they're completely ignoring the fact that he is deceased. So I would assume they're trying to decide who's going to take his place. That's probably what they're deciding right now. We do know that apparently some of Khamenei's family members have been killed as well, apparently in these strikes. So I would doubt that his sons are going to be taking charge. It sounds like some of his sons might be deceased, actually, of this guy. So we'll have to see how that goes. But we're expecting that maybe there might be some type of military leadership that's taking charge, perhaps, or maybe possibly an unknown mullah, maybe possibly, in the Islamic regime's cadre, I guess you could say. So we'll have to wait and see. But this is a historic moment here. The devil of Iran is deceased. The one who ordered the deaths of tens of thousands of his own people just weeks ago has now paid the price.
And it also does appear, just to add a little bit of further information, that his son-in-law and his daughter were also killed in the preliminary or initial strikes that were conducted yesterday, 14 hours ago at this point, which we were largely able to confirm as well. So it does appear that Ali Khamenei, his daughter, and his son-in-law may have all been killed in the exact same strike. We're unsure if that is the case at the moment, but we can confirm that a large swath of his family, as well as himself, largely does appear to be dead at this moment from the strikes that occurred within Tehran at the very opening of the conflict several hours ago. We can also tell you all some further information and news about the ongoing situation within the region right now, as we are also seeing that the United States of America did hit and destroy significant radomes within the area of Bandar Abbas, and we also believe that this followed along with significant hits that were conducted on the Iranian Navy that was based in Bandar Abbas, but we're still waiting to get actual confirmation of that at the moment. We see smoke rising from the radome facilities, and we can also see visible damage to some of the radomes. You can kind of see it a little bit. This largely does confirm that the surface search radars at Bandar Abbas largely appear to have been knocked out, which may be greatly decreasing the Iranian military's competence and also foresight capabilities once they start to operate within the Strait of Hormuz, which already began about 2 or 3 hours ago. We've also been able to see that as a result, the United States of America has stated that ships, U.S. vessels, should avoid the area. According to 2026-001A, Strait of Hormuz, Persian Gulf, Gulf of Oman, and the Arabian Sea, military operations of potential retaliatory strikes by Iranian forces report, we were able to hear the following statement by the U.S. Department of Transportation. On February 28th, significant military activity commenced in the geographic areas listed above. It is recommended that vessels keep clear of this area if possible. Any U.S. flagged, owned, or crewed commercial vessels that are operating in these areas should maintain a standoff of 30 nautical miles from U.S. military vessels to reduce the risk of being mistaken as a threat, and are strongly encouraged to maintain close contact with Naval Forces Central Command, or NAVCEM, Naval Coordination and Guidance for Shipping (NCAGS), and review the latest UKMTO and Joint Maritime Information Advisories at the following hyperlinks. The risk mitigation measures addressed in U.S. Maritime Advisory 2026-001, Iranian illegal boarding, detention, seizure, Strait of Hormuz, and Gulf of Oman, should also be reviewed and implemented well in advance of entering this region. Further updates will be provided when available, and that alert will automatically expire on the 7th of March 2026 and may be renewed if the conflict is still continuing at that point. We have also been able to see that a large amount of tankers which were attempting to transit into the Strait of Hormuz have made it into the area and are now generally in a holding pattern near to the area of the Gulf of Oman and are awaiting a safer situation to be able to move on and into the area of the Strait of Hormuz. We are, of course, going to probably be seeing that will take some time, and these vessels may be loitering and in waiting for a while as the United States Navy largely clears a path through the Strait of Hormuz, if that is currently a high priority, which it should be, because if anyone knows anything, the Islamic Republic of Iran attempting to mine the Strait of Hormuz would be a fairly tough one. Actually, if the Iranians mine the Strait of Hormuz, it would be a fairly tough one for us to get any tankers through, because then we would have to go and start conducting demining operations under fire. And as you can all tell, being under fire at point-blank range wouldn't really be a great idea, especially considering that the Iranians are landing hits inside of the United Arab Emirates and also on U.S. facilities nearby to Iran. Putting a U.S. warship at point-blank range on the Iranian coast would be an absolutely abysmal sort of a situation, and it probably would result in a fairly disastrous outcome, at least for now, meaning that preparatory actions would have to be made to even allow a U.S. warship to get into the Strait of Hormuz at the moment.
Massive news right now. Go check Wikipedia for Ali Khamenei's profile page. He is being listed by Wikipedia as dead as of February the 28th, 2026. Khamenei is dead, and that's now listed on Wikipedia as well on his page. Usually, by the way, folks, when Wikipedia ends up listing something, funnily enough, you can kind of take that to the bank to a certain degree. So it looks like it is now apparently official on his Wikipedia. The guy is dead, and he is taken out. Also, by the way, we are hearing from Israeli sources that he was taken out at least according to reports, in the initial missile salvo that was launched at the top Iranian officials. So when they said that he was fleeing the scene, and we reported that last night as well, he was not fleeing the scene. He was currently dying in the rubble, basically. That seems to be the sounds of it. But we're waiting on more exact details about how he did die in this attack. But that appears to be the case. He went out.
And also, really quickly, Matthew, I'm actually having to try and change the title here because now that we know that Ali Khamenei is dead, this is absolutely significant news, and it does appear that this is now being echoed and repeated across the entirety of the world. We'll mostly be getting an official statement from the office of the president here in a little bit about this information and news as it is coming out right now live at this moment. But I'm going to be making sure to try and make sure that we can get the news out there to everyone. So now our title is currently going to be, Matthew, just for your information, Khamenei dead, semicolon, massive war across Middle East, comma, Iran blockades Hormuz. That's going to be our title at the moment because it does appear that we have been able to confirm on this moment, live on air, that Ali Khamenei, the second supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the butcher of 30 to 40,000 Iranian civilians in the month of January of 2026, and also the continuing leader of a terrorist state who has conducted terrorist actions throughout the Middle East and around the entirety of the world, has been killed at the hands of the armed forces of the United States of America, most likely during the daylight hours of that day inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran on the 28th of February of 2026. So it does appear that Ali Khamenei has largely been confirmed dead at this moment, and while many Iranian citizens died at the hands of the IRGC and the besieged under his command like dogs, the United States has been able to see that those innocent Iranian civilians have been avenged at the hands of our armed forces. So moving on from that major news at the moment, which is absolutely significant, and this is probably one of the largest deaths that we've seen in the Middle East, or really around the world, to be entirely honest with y'all, since the death of Osama bin Laden in the SEAL Team 6 raid, which was conducted over a decade and a half ago. It does also appear that we are seeing that the Islamic Republic of Iran, at least at the moment right now, seems to be losing a little bit of speed. We're actually not hearing missile attacks being as frequently conducted as they have been over a pretty much a endless period over the past 14 hours, which may be showing that this may be some sort of a propaganda hit, and this message may be spreading around inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're waiting to see if that's going to be the case. That might be true, but we're still going to be waiting to see if we can get further information on that at the moment. We've also been able to see, moving us back down and into the area around the Strait of Hormuz, that Qatar has seen that when they did shoot down a missile yesterday, or actually, correction, just several hours ago, it actually appears that unfortunately there was a situation where the missile turned into a large piece of falling debris and then landed onto an occupied street below, which we can see in this clip right here. Some of the solid propellant did catch on fire. Citizens were generally trying to flee the area, and we hope that no one was wounded or killed in the result of that impact of that missile, which appears to have been successfully shot down by Qatari air defense, but still posed a significant threat to the citizens on the ground.
So we are getting a new video, by the way, as we've been mentioning that the partner states in the region that are partnered with the United States, they've been taking massive hits. We've gotten a brand new video showing one of the Iranian drone strikes in central Dubai. And like I mentioned, this is not a military target. The Iranians are targeting literally in the dead center of a population zone, as we can see here. So let's take a look at this small clip.
When you see the drone coming in and slamming directly into central Dubai. That's
crazy right there. I wonder how those crypto bros are feeling about moving to Dubai now. I'm not sure if I'd want to be there.
You know, I don't really know if I would want to be there either. I also wonder how in the world the Iranian shills are feeling, considering that they always stated that the Iranians are this noble nation, and the fact that they're going out of their way to attack countries that didn't even have any involvement in the actual strikes, and they're also not even targeting the U.S. military in these countries. They're just killing random people in the streets. Now, I mean, you know, that's a pretty hard one to justify right there. People have been going around, folks, saying that the U.S., what they're doing to Iran is wrong. Iran is a good and noble country, and wiping out the Iranian government is just completely unjustified, although they killed 30,000 people last month. And we're watching the Iranians literally go out of their way to just kill random people in random countries in the Middle East right now, which clearly shows the kind of country that they are. They are a terrorist state. They operate like one. They are one. That's what they are, and that's why we're currently at war with the Islamic Republic, is to see that they eventually cease to exist and these reigns of terror throughout the region finally come to hopefully a conclusive end as a result. But we've also been able to see, speaking of which, that Patriot air defense systems of the Army of Kuwait were also engaging and attempting to shoot down Iranian missiles and drones over the skies of Kuwait near the Kuwait city in this clip right here. You see the firing of a Patriot right there. And a direct impact. That was almost a point-blank range attack on an Iranian drone that was almost right over the air defense system itself inside of the area of Kuwait City. Quite an impressive hit, like that guy said, kaboom. Moving on from that, we've also been able to hear the list of U.S. bases that have been attacked so far. We have been, well, at least bases that the United States Armed Forces are currently operating out of inside the Middle East. Within Bahrain, the Al Jafar base and the U.S. 5th Fleet Command Center have both been directly hit by Iranian strikes. The Al Udeid Air Base was also attempted to be attacked within Qatar. We have not been able to confirm, at least at the moment, the exact attack or damage that was caused to Al Udeid. We've also been able to hear that within Kuwait, the Arafajan camp has been hit, along with the Ahmad al-Jabir Air Base, and the Mubarak Air Base has also been targeted as well. The United Arab Emirates, the Al Dhafra Air Base, the Jebel Ali Port, and the Fujairah Air Base have also been targeted. We don't believe that there's a large amount of U.S. forces in the UAE, meaning that these are most likely targeting UAE forces instead. Within Saudi Arabia, the Prince Sultan Air Base, a significant U.S. basing, has been targeted, along with the Tabuk Base, the Khamis Mushait Base, and a western base near to Jeddah. We've also been able to hear that the Muwafaq Salti Air Base, which is just to the east of the capital of Oman, which you can see right here, also appears to have been attempted to be targeted. We're not sure if there has been a direct hit, and we also understand that the U.S. consulate in Erbil and some U.S. bases around the area of Erbil has also been targeted and attempted to be hit. The U.S. consulate has suffered a direct hit. We are not sure as to the safety or the function of the facilities near to the area of Erbil, at least at this moment. But we do have some further analysis and information coming out of this moment. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so real quick, I do want to break from our live attack situations we're seeing happening in the Middle East. I want to mention something real quick. Right now, the reaction out of the United States, because of course we're still in the very early hours of this war, so we're waiting to see how Americans are going to react to this situation. It looks like there currently are emergency protests being apparently started in New York City to stop the war on Iran. That's apparently the protest happening there. We're also hearing as well that apparently Congress is going to be convening at the very start of the upcoming week on Monday to vote on a resolution on the war powers for the Iran war situation for the president. So there is a little bit of pushback. Generally speaking, though, it appears to be across the board that most people are supporting the overthrowing of the Khamenei regime, and that is the stated goal of the United States at this point, by the way. I want to emphasize that. They're currently going for regime change, and also Israel is also in lock and step with that. They want regime change as well. So that's the goal. They're going all the way. If they are intending to actually follow through with that, they're going to go all the way. So I'm not sure if there's going to be any type of actual real substantive removal of forces from the Mideast until Iran is actually toppled. We just don't know yet. But there is a little bit of pushback that we're seeing as of right now. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that it sounds like it's most likely minimal pushback. We always see pushback like this going on everything. We saw this with the Gulf War of 1991, the invasion of Iraq in 2003. Usually it's a fairly small crowd, basically nobody, because we know that majority leaders in both parties of the Democrats and the Republicans within the House and the Senate generally were in support of this. We even heard, I believe it's the House minority leader, actually it would be the Senate minority leader, Chuck Schumer, stating that the President of the United States needed to tell the U.S. public exactly what was at stake and why U.S. military operations were needed, as it appeared to be of crucial national security importance, even to the head Democratic minority leader within the Senate. So for that reason, we do understand that this will probably face minimal resistance by some outlying members of the Republican and Democratic parties as some sort of a smaller bipartisan effort, but will most likely not see a large amount of support, because the reality of it is, folks, is that anyone who has been privy to the classified briefings within the Congress on the current situation with Iran are generally in support of the strikes, because the intelligence and information that they have been getting out of Iran is far more damning than the intelligence and information that we are getting out of Iran, which we were having to source publicly. So the reality of this is that this isn't anything that represents any party at all to any degree. This is more so a small outlying group of people who are miffed by the actions, but generally do not understand the larger strategic play that's currently at stake with this operation. We do have more breaking news coming out at this moment, however. Matthew, what do we have?
So we have some details about how Khamenei died. We have some details about that right now. Apparently, according to reports, the Iranian leader's body was riddled with holes. So I'm not sure if maybe that was from shrapnel from the missile, or maybe there was some type of on-the-ground, possibly raid. I'm not really sure exactly what that's caused by. I would assume by the missile. But they say he was found in the rubble of his bunker after a massive Israeli strike. So that corroborates generally what I was saying a moment ago, that it seems like the initial strike took him out, and the entire story about him being sheltered or scurried away from his bunker to a secure location was total bunk. It was completely fake, if this report is accurate. This is coming from an Israeli source, by the way, so we're waiting on more corroborating details on it, but it sounds like he was deceased in the very 30-second opening of the attacks. He was gone right at the very beginning, if this is indeed the case.
Also, I saw someone ask, is he breathing? No, with that many holes in him, he's currently ventilating at the moment. They're just not breathing anymore. So it does appear that apparently, I would say, Matthew, the truth is that if he has a large amount of holes in him, and he was hit by about 30 bombs, very Israeli. Very Israeli, by the way, dropping 30 bombs on a location.
Yeah, 30 bombs. That's what they're saying they dropped. 30 bombs. And this was on a bunker, by the way. So these were not small bombs. These were very large to hit bunkers and actually destroy a bunker. This was a very large amount of munitions that they spent on just Khamenei alone during the opening salvo.
Also, by the way, speaking of which, if he's riddled with holes, folks, the high likelihood is that either debris from the explosions was hitting him at a high velocity, and that's what's created the holes inside of his remains, or it was shrapnel that was passing right through him. It could have been either one. Now, if he was close enough to the bomb explosions, there wouldn't be anything left. He would almost have been atomized in an explosion of that degree with 30 bombs, and knowing the Israelis, they were probably about 2,000 pounds a pop, so, you know, probably leaving enough of a crater that he would have been vaporized if he was hit directly. So we would assume that at the moment it was bombs that were hitting nearby to the area. He may have been in some sort of a protected shelter in the building, and even with the protected shelter, the sheer magnitude of the explosive force put against him ensured that either debris or shrapnel passed through him in dozens of locations and have led him to ventilate at this moment on the floor of wherever he's been found. So it does appear, we've also heard that apparently the photo evidence that the Israelis have, apparently from Mossad operatives on the ground, has actually confirmed that Khamenei is dead, and that has been shown to the President of the United States. So we will probably be hearing an announcement on this incredibly soon. I also hope, folks, that at least for our confirmation's sake here on the channel, that we were able to find some photographs of the corpse. We will not be able to show that to you all on air for generally guideline reasons on YouTube, and also generally that sort of stuff is graphic. But if we can find it and we can see it, we will make sure to tell y'all that we have personally been able to visually confirm the death of Khamenei. But it largely has been all but completely visually confirmed at this point that Ali Khamenei has in fact been dead, and he's been dead this entire time. So I guess this is a weekend at Bernie's situation, but inside of Iran, because the entire Iranian government and the media has been pretending like he's been alive for 14 hours, and either they didn't know that he was dead the whole time, because he's that secretive when this stuff happens, and so nobody really even knows where he is, even the Iranian government, or the guy has been known to be dead the entire time by the Iranian government, and they just pretended like he's not, because they know that the whole martyrdom shtick isn't really going to work too well when the top guy in Iran, who's supposed to be invincible and untouchable for the large part, at least to how the Iranians put it, literally died in the first 3 minutes probably of the strikes.
So we have some more breaking news right now, by the way. We're being told that the images of the Khamenei's body has apparently been shown to the U.S. president. I believe the U.S. president is currently still at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. He's currently out of monitoring those from the makeshift setup that they set up during the last time that we saw attacks on Venezuela. He's probably monitoring it from that situation, and also the Secretary of War is probably fiercely typing on Twitter like he was the last time. But also, we are seeing that the news of Khamenei's death is spreading across Tehran. We are seeing that people are out in the streets cheering. They're clapping, some are crying and breaking down, apparently in the streets of Tehran after the news of Khamenei's death is reaching the streets as of right now.
We can actually hear the cheers at this moment. And we can also see an additional clip of the cheers that are now permeating through the city now that the word is spreading that Khamenei is dead.
Also, by the way, we are being told that Netanyahu has announced that he's telling the Iranian people to rise up as quickly as they possibly can while these attacks are ongoing, and that Israel is trying to create the conditions for the Iranian people to retake their own government with their own people. So that appears to be the situation. It's regime change by proxy, essentially. The U.S. and Israel is airstriking the hell out of the IRGC with the hopes that the ground forces will be the Iranian people themselves to take over the government. So that appears to be the plan. And right now, we are not hearing of massive mobilization to the streets inside of Iran, but that could change as the Iranian regime gets weakened over time throughout these strikes.
And it certainly does appear that at the moment this has been quite an eventful short period of time with Iran. Their resistance will probably continue even after Khamenei has been confirmed dead by every single channel and level that we can see. But however, that will clearly show us that there will be a significant morale hit, highly likely coming inside of Iran, and this will probably also be seeing generally at large that the Iranian resistance might start to crumble as time passes, due to the fact that their top leader and basically their rallying cry, who was Khamenei, has largely been killed already at this moment and has been dead the entire time. So quite a interesting development right here, to say the least, and one that I'd have to say is a really interesting start to our show today, considering that this just came out about in the first hour or so while we were live on air.
Yeah. Also, pull this up, by the way, for sure. We have here a tree showing the deaths of the top officials right now. Go pull this up real quick. I want to quickly go over this to show you apparently who's been killed and deceased in these strikes right now in the Iranian country. Of course, we are seeing that Khamenei, the supreme leader, is dead, according to the reports. Also, Ali Shamkhani, who's the head of the Defense Council, is also dead. He was a top advisor to Khamenei and also a close confidant of the supreme leader. We're seeing that much top Khamenei, who's apparently one of the sons, is alleged to be deceased, but we're waiting on confirmation of him. And we're also seeing the Supreme National Security Council member here, the secretary that is apparently deceased as well. On the military level, Amir Hatami, we've heard about him last night. He is apparently deceased in the initial missile salvo. We're also seeing as well that Musavi, who's the chief of the staff of the army and the IRGC, is apparently deceased, along with one other individual as well, who's a commander in the military. We're also seeing that Ismail Khani, who is the commander of the Quds Force. I think he was dead before, I think, actually. He's not a recent casualty. I think he's been gone. And also we're seeing a couple more security commanders getting taken out as well. So a lot of deceased. These are top guys, obviously Khamenei being the top, and the rest of these guys are pretty top as well when it comes to the Iranian government. So very big losses right now. Pretty much a completely fractured command structure inside of Iran for the most part.
And it certainly does appear so. And I see some people talking about this current situation as far as the decapitation strikes are concerned. And I would have to say, folks, that as far as decapitation strikes go, seeing this many top government officials killed, and most of them, from what we know, were actually killed on the first opening strikes, this is a highly effective decapitation strike that we've seen. About half of the actual military command apparatus of Iran, its highest echelon, was wiped out basically in the first minutes, meaning that it has been heavily confused and disoriented. And while it is giving, I would have to say, a fairly significant response even still, this was quite one hell of a decapitation strike. This could be considered an absolute success, at least in that regard, because around 50% of the command staff being killed in an opening strike. I mean, hell, the Russians could never even have dreamed for that in the first hours of the war in Ukraine. As a matter of fact, they didn't even take out a singular top Ukrainian official in their attempted decapitation strike. Yet, at the same time, the U.S. was able to wipe out half of the Iranian leadership, even including the supreme leader, within the first minutes. I also see some people saying in the chat, very interesting one here, some people are saying that this is absolutely shameful that the U.S. has killed Khamenei. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize on the behalf of the United States that we just killed Middle Eastern Hitler. I'm so sorry about that. I mean, clearly we should have let the guy go around and wipe out another 40,000 people and act like it's shameful to wipe the guy out because he's a criminal against mankind itself.
Yeah, he was certainly a bastard. But we're currently seeing right now in the Strait of Hormuz, there's currently an interesting situation happening here. And of course, the Strait is currently seeing reduced traffic right now because, of course, of the Iranian threats that are still ongoing at the moment. We're seeing that apparently a Turkish vessel appears to have changed its AIS signal, which is its basically a ship version of a transponder. They've put it as Muslims VSL Turkish. Which seems to be signaling to the Iranian military that it's a Muslim Turkish vessel, and we're your friends and don't fire. That's the only thing we can really deduce from this right here. But that is interesting. They put the religious name in the destination apparently, which is kind of interesting there. So I guess there's some people still trying to get through the strait. They're trying to, I guess, signal that they're friendly, possibly. I'm not sure if it's going to stop the Iranians from doing something to them, because we're seeing, of course, they're carrying out attacks on everybody in the region right now. So we'll have to see, but that's quite interesting.
It certainly is quite interesting, I'd have to say. It looks like the Turks are trying to guarantee themselves safe passage by telling them, one, the Turks, and two, that they're Muslims. I guess this is an extension, Matthew, in a small way, of Turkey doing Turkey things, because even with the IRGC closing the strait, they're just going to go through anyways, and they don't really care. And they're just going to put it out, we're Muslims and Turkish, so don't shoot us. And maybe that'll work. So, I mean, if that works, every single U.S. vessel should just put Muslims VSL Canadian on it and see how that goes. So they sound like a neutral country and also are similarly aligned with their religious aims.
Yeah, it could be. Also, by the way, I want to point something out, by the way. I see some people mentioning a couple of what I would call not very credible people that want to claim they're reporters out there saying stuff that are generally propagandists for the Iranian regime that are claiming that these strikes are unsuccessful, by the way. I want to point out those same individuals have generally stated that the aircraft carriers were going to be destroyed. That's the U.S. aircraft carriers by the Iranians with hypersonic missiles. They said in the opening salvo that they were going to get destroyed by the hypersonics from Iran. That turned out to be bullshit. Do you see the aircraft carriers getting destroyed? No, it's not happening. So complete BS like that. You got to be careful who you listen to, by the way, because there's people out there that have an agenda to like promote the enemy for some reason. Not sure why they do that, but there are definitely people out there with that agenda on their table. So no aircraft carriers hit whatsoever. We have not heard of anything happening with the aircraft carriers. It may come later, but we're not seeing it now.
Oh, it certainly won't be coming against the Ford. The Ford's just too far away. And also, it won't be happening against the Lincoln either, because the Lincoln's too far away. The Iranians can only fire anti-ship missiles at those vessels, or drones. And they have to kind of know where those aircraft carriers are, but at least to fire drones at them, which then means that they would have to send out a reconnaissance drone to go find the carrier. And considering that we're in a state of war right now with Iran, that reconnaissance drone is going to get shot down about 400 miles before it even makes it to the carrier group, meaning they're never going to have an idea of where the hell the Lincoln actually is at the moment right now. And even if they tried to send a drone swarm, we do have enough VLS cells and air defense missiles on board the Lincoln and its carrier strike group, along with its aircraft, that it would be able to shoot down all of those threats and generally leave the area if it looked like it was going to be overwhelmed by an attack. I also have to say that the whole thing about the Iranians have hypersonic anti-ship missiles is an absolute load of malarkey. They do not have any hypersonic missiles. Nobody has a hypersonic missile in the whole world that can track and target a moving vessel or a vehicle. That's literally unheard of. All of hypersonic missiles can only attack stationary targets that are not moving, meaning that since the carrier is moving, because it has to produce a headwind for the launches of its aircraft off of the deck, they're not going to be able to hit that thing at all with a hypersonic missile. That's just a complete farce, meaning that they're still back to conventional anti-ship missiles, and that aircraft carrier is at least 400 miles away from the coast of Iran. Iranian anti-ship missiles only have a range of about 300 miles or less. So there's no way in hell they could even threaten the carrier really at this point, and even if they try to, the carrier can just move out of the area and get itself a little bit farther away from the danger zone, and once again make it incredibly hard to be hit again. So nothing's happening with the carriers. I can promise you all that. But
Indeed. Also, by the way, we are getting a little bit more breaking news right now that apparently we're getting some information here that apparently at Jebel Ali port in the UAE, there's a key port that's currently that hosted U.S. military ships that has been hit very badly by what appears to be Iranian missiles or drones, one or the other. So a pretty bad hit there. Also, by the way, some more details about the death of Khamenei. The Israeli media are now adding some more details. They're saying that Khamenei was in this underground fortified location. We're not told where that is, but he was killed along with dozens of his closest aides. So whoever was a close advisor of Khamenei apparently was collateral damage in the strike against the supreme leader. They all apparently got buried in the rubble after the missile struck. They were likely taken out with the initial blast from the missile, and then the rubble fell on top of them from the actual bunker itself. So they are definitely deceased. That's probably why it took them a long time to actually get a photo of the bodies, because they're probably under a lot of rubble, that I would imagine. So that's apparently the situation. But Enforcer, what can you tell us about that port that apparently has gotten a big hit?
Jebel Ali is actually a major container or intermodal port, at least as far as the global logistics structure is concerned. This is actually something of a distribution hub for containers that are traveling to different and various places around the world. And it's actually one of the most heavily trafficked and operated, at least in terms of container volume that is moved per month in the entirety of the world. It's up there with other ports like Singapore and Hong Kong, which are some of the largest volume container or intermodal ports on the entirety of the globe. So it generally appears that there isn't really any naval facilities that I know of within the area of this port. Generally, all we can see is intermodal traffic, bulk aggregates, and other sorts of vessels along those types. So it appears that it may have been that the Iranians just attacked this port to try and cause damage to global logistics and supply chains, possibly. That's what I'm generally assuming at this point, and we would really know that if we could get a further geolocation on this clip, which I believe appears to be to the near to the gantries of some of these container loading cranes. And if that was the case, they are definitely trying to slow down global logistics inputs and outputs from the Jebel Ali port, which is a very large and significant one globally.
Yeah, it seems like it. I will admit, folks, I'm a little bit disappointed with the air defense in our partner states. The U.S. spent literally well over a month doing nonstop airlifts from the United States and also other bases around other areas of responsibility around the world, bringing in Patriot air defense, all kinds of air defense systems to the Middle East, and also providing them to partner states. For whatever reason, Iran is having more success this time overwhelming the U.S. air defense. Not really sure why that is. Maybe they're possibly overwhelming it with drones and missiles, possibly. But we've seen at Al Udeid, apparently the Patriot air defense system has failed on 2 or 3 different occasions throughout the last few hours. We have seen a confirmed hit, apparently, at Al Udeid. There was a massive plume of smoke rising from there a short while ago. So not sure what's up with that. But I guess the Iranians are I guess, enacting the doomsday order they were talking about. They're trying to overwhelm pretty much anybody that they can go after. So it's a little bit interesting that's failing like that. And also, Israel's air defense has not held up as well as it did last time either, which is kind of interesting. So, Enforcer, what do you make of that? Why do you think that's the case in your assessment?
It appears that the U.S. focused on a more so Israeli-centric air defense perimeter, which prioritized point defense around Israel, more so than a wider and broader air defense net, which would generally cover most of our allies within the Middle East. And that appears to be the reason why a lot of these strikes are landing. Because if you notice, we could see that strikes are landing inside of Jordan. That would generally be expected under normal circumstances. But we're also seeing that there is a high frequency of strikes that are landing and hitting in Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, and the southern part of Saudi Arabia. And if you notice, most of, if not all, U.S. air defense assets are basically, if I would show y'all right here, basically most, if not all, of our air defense assets are generally in this like semicircular shape, somewhere up here, where it generally is trying to primarily defend Israel's airspace. So at this point, that appears to be the reason why we're seeing that there's a lot of hits, I would say in frequency, a far higher number of hits down towards the Persian Gulf, is because most U.S. air defense forces were based around Israel, which is an absolute mistake. We were talking about that beforehand, actually, and why in the world that doesn't really make a lot of sense, because the United States actually has a significant and a wide number of allies in the Middle East that isn't Israel, meaning that we kind of have to prioritize everyone in the region for defense, more so than just the Israelis. On top of that, a lot of these countries are actually a part of the U.S. security assurance sphere. The security assurance sphere stands largely for this reason. We claim that we will protect Middle Eastern countries from acts of aggression from outside powers, including Iran. In return, they generally listen to us when we tell them where we want their oil to go. So if we don't want it to go to China, it doesn't go to China, it goes to us instead, or at least Europe or our allies. That's generally how it kind of works in the Middle East, and that's our ongoing arrangement. That also gives us a significant amount of leverage over most of the OPEC members. But outside of that whole side of things, that's more of a in-depth sort of analysis. It appears that while they are a part of the security assurance sphere, the current war plan generally prioritized just protecting Israel instead of the rest of our Gulf state allies, and that's why we're seeing a lot of hits landing in those Gulf states near the Persian Gulf and elsewhere that's farther away from our larger air defense groupings.
Yeah, it's very interesting how they are getting away with hitting several spots, by the way. I'm currently trying to track something else that's currently happening. We're still seeing that Bahrain is still under a massive Iranian Shahed drone attack. One thing that we're trying to get on the ball with right now, by the way, during the 12-day war, we were able to generally track literally the volleys going back and forth. There are so many volleys happening right now between Iran and Israel that it's hard to keep track of the tit for tat. So we're getting like like piecemeal videos and pictures of the situation, but we're not getting like a play-by-play volley situation, if that makes sense. So we are seeing Bahrain here apparently getting hit. So unfortunately, if you want to take a look at that, it looks like we're still seeing those hits taking place.
And we're going to take a look at this clip. This is actually showing the situation currently ongoing in Bahrain. We hear further Shahed drones coming in. This appears to be at a military facility that this is being filmed. We can hear the drone in a steep dive, flying over and slamming down the street.
Holy shit. Wait, back that up. I gotta see that again. That thing literally flew over this guy's head.
That is crazy. And there it goes right overhead and into the target in the distance.
God. That is crazy footage on that. I've never really seen an angle like that of one coming in. That's horrifying.
That is absolutely wild, folks. That drone flew right over the heads of whoever that was at this Bahrainian military facility and slammed into some sort of a building further on down the way. That might actually be at Al Adid, actually, because Al Adid is a joint Qatari-U.S. base for the larger part. So we'll be waiting to see what further developments we can get on that situation in the moment, but quite interesting to say the least.
Also, real quick, we have gotten our first images from the White House. There are two different operations centers right now. The vice president is currently in the Situation Room at the White House in D.C. The president's currently at Mar-a-Lago at the makeshift operations center in his house. So as you can see here, there's the president. There's Marco in the background. That's the chief of staff right there. I believe that's Susie Wiles. I think she's chief of staff. I'm pretty sure. There's Raising Cane right there in his Patagonia little vest.
Why is he in
looks like they
uniform?
set up. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. He's in a casual wear here. I guess he's in Florida. He's in Mar-a-Lago. I guess he's playing it casual, I guess. But it looks like they've set up some projectors here with what appears to be, that appears to be on the right over there. That appears to be the AI battle management system. They've kind of blurred it out a little bit, but I do recognize it. That's the new AI battle management system over there on the right screen that you're looking at that generally tracks. They needed to blur that a little bit better, actually, because I can still make out what that is for the most part. But you're right. And also on the left over here, that's another view apparently showing vessels in the area, like commercial vessels and things like that. I'm not sure if that's marine tracker. I don't think that would be, but it appears to be on an unclassed system, though. But moving on from to our next photo here, you can see the vice president has a much skimpier situation when it comes to like who he's gotten here. In fact, it looks like he just showed up for the photo op. There's barely anything on the table. Also, by the way, jumping into our next photo here.
Actually, really quickly, Matthew, this wouldn't be the Situation Room, correction, here in the White House. This is apparently some sort of a Situation Room at the Vice President's mansion at the Naval Observatory, because the seal in the background actually says Vice President of the United States, which you would generally find at the Naval Observatory's mansion.
Interesting. So yeah, it looked like the Situation Room for a second, but I guess you're right, because it actually is not the Situation Room. So yeah, you're correct.
And we also have this last picture here, which once again shows the operations center within Mar-a-Lago. Let's see here. Any interesting sort of details that we can get? We can see the Secretary of State. Also, who was this lady again, Matthew, really quickly?
That's Susie Wiles. I think she's the chief of staff. Let me double check that. I'm always a little bit unclear about her position. She's chief of staff. She was a political strategist for a while, but she's chief of staff.
And we can also see this guy right here at the front of the table. He looks like Emperor Snoke from like the sequel Star Wars, at least recently. And then this guy right here, which apparently is showing the U.S. force dispositions, which I got to say, this is truly like a masterclass at force dispositions. I mean, there's the tankers at Tel Aviv. There's the F-22s off the...
Wait a minute. Is that Ian Ellis's map right there they're using? I mean, It looks like the way Ian Ellis generally classifies the ship movements, like the same, like it looks like similar symbols and everything. It looks like they took a screenshot of it or something.
It kind of does look like that. And I mean, I'm not going to lie, man. I mean, this is worse than what we do and what Ian Ellis does. I mean, Ian Ellis has like a way better version of this. I mean, they could just use his stuff. It would be better. I mean, this honestly, folks, that is really cheap looking for that to be a quote-unquote Situation Room map, one of them at least. I mean, like, look at this, folks. So there is at least a Jordanian part of the Yat Tanf garrison. That's Muafak. That's the tankers at Tel Aviv. That's the F-22s at Avda. That's the carrier strike group, and then it's carrier escorts. There's the carrier strike group, and then an auxiliary, a couple of more destroyers. We know about all of these, by the way. And then there's the U.S. consulate and small amount of forces in Erbil and Baghdad, which we just moved there temporarily. And then there's probably more that are hidden behind his head at like Prince Sultan and stuff. So it literally is just showing like the general locations that, you know, we kind of all know they're at. You know, it's like it's not any sort of a significant breakdown, and of course they wouldn't show that if they had it. But I mean, for this to be the situation room, I mean, this is a simpler rundown than what we even have.
Yeah, pretty much for the most part. But even with this, though, you know, with the PowerPoints, with the cardboard cutouts and stuff like that, Khamenei is dead. So it works. It's not the most modern thing in the world, but it does work. It could just be that appeared to be the CIA director sitting there in front of that cardboard cutout. He might have a preference maybe for physical presentations like that. It looks like Kane's over there using all the PowerPoints and projectors and stuff. Because obviously they have to have it updating in real world, like real time environment, because it's an AI system, so they have to have it projected. They can't print that out, or it wouldn't. That would be like living in the Stone Age. But it is interesting though. This is an interesting site, and also it's interesting to me that the president seems to prefer going to Mar-a-Lago and setting up this makeshift command center instead of actually being in the Situation Room. Historically, most presidents, when things like this break out, they're always in the Situation Room, pretty much every single time. I can't remember a president that launched a war and was not in the Situation Room. He is very unique in that aspect. Also, by the way, I can only imagine the amount of logistics it took to set up all these secure comm systems in Mar-a-Lago like that, and also make sure everything's secure and also effective to be able to use it as a command center. That probably took a lot of work in itself.
Yeah, it probably did. And we can also see all of the elementary school style phones that they always have. I mean, these are, you know, the ones I'm talking about, man. You know, the ones that they have in like every
IP
public
phone.
school. Yeah, it's those. They have those everywhere. Those are always in the Situation Room and everywhere else wherever there's significant operations ongoing and they need to call up folks. They always have that same very phone system in every single room. So that does appear to be the situation, at least at this moment. And it also does appear that they are continuing to observe the operations from Mar-a-Lago down in West Palm Beach in Florida instead of the White House in Washington, D.C., which is fairly interesting to say. You would think that this would be done in the White House. But it is also quite interesting, folks. I actually have to tell you all that y'all are getting better than a Situation Room briefing at this point, because these maps are actually less detailed and less elaborate, and I would say probably less summarized and analyzed than our maps are right here on stream, because this map appears to have, like this one does, at a minimum, maybe about 24 markers on it. We have about 400 already.
Where was the Secretary of War?
You know, that's a great question.
I don't see him, unless maybe he's just out of frame or something. I don't see him in any of these photos.
No, I don't either. There's Gabbard. There's Besson. I forgot who he is. And I also forgot who he is. So they're all... I don't understand what's up with this whole split of the executive. Like, half of them are with the vice president, half of them are with the president. The vice president, by the way, folks, doesn't make any actual decisions as far as the military is concerned in military operations like this. So I don't know what they're all hanging out doing, having Dunkin' Donuts and coffee in the executive, the vice president's mansion at the Naval Observatory. But I feel like they all ought to be in one centralized location, because that would be a lot more beneficial, at least for information and analysis on the spot for the president. You would think that it'd be better just to have everyone at the White House right now in the Situation Room. But yeah, oddly enough, the Secretary of Defense is not seen anywhere in these pictures, either in Washington or down in West Palm Beach.
Yeah, that's true as well. Also, by the way, in honor of the late bastard Khamenei, we do have a slight video here in his remembrance. This is what he'll forever be remembered for, right here. Is this one? So give us the first 10 seconds of it. Just the first 10 seconds,
folks. These are the most important words ever spoken this century by the late and not so great Ali Khamenei.
And then I'm like, this baby motherfucker better not.
Oh, I think. Well, well, I mean, we already did it, so we might as well play the rest of it. But rest in piss to the horrific dictator Ali Khamenei.
Man, I tell you what, this guy right here. It turns out that not only are they going to hit his nuclear stuff again, they also hit him. They hit his top guys. They hit his family. They hit everything. So it's literally, I mean, it's just starting. This thing's not over. We got weeks possibly on it as well. So what a situation and a half, by the way. Crazy stuff.
Quite an interesting situation to say the least. Right now, folks, we're kind of seeing like a little bit, and I mean like a slightly decreased tempo of operations right now. So it's kind of coming out a little bit slower. So it's giving us a little bit more time to breathe at the moment. But it's been one hell of an operation since the opening. I have been able to hear, folks, and I have to say, like I generally have to criticize things that I hear that are not so good, because we've heard that apparently right now, according to at least one senior U.S. official, they've stated that the U.S. government has planned an escalating series of strikes with built-in off-ramps, with each round of strike lasting about 1 to 2 days, followed by pauses to assess damage and recalibrate. That is a pretty poor strategy, to be entirely honest, and I think that it's one that we need to see changed largely on the spot, because pauses don't do anything rather than buy the enemy time to be able to regroup themselves and try and figure out where their weak points are and try and fix them on the fly. And that's not ever a smart idea, to give an enemy a pausing moment, basically a ceasefire every 2 days for a little period of time. We need to see that military strikes and military actions are conducted at a high pace, high speed tempo. Otherwise, we're basically allowing the Iranians to try and reorganize their defenses every day or two until we start attacking them again. This is a terrible idea. If you look at anyone who was involved in conducting or operating military operations, like, for example, Colin Powell in the U.S.'s invasion of Iraq in 2003, or General Schwarzkopf's Gulf War of 1991, you would see that the top commanders of the United States would never give breathing room to a country they were at war with, because at this point, if we're looking for regime change, we're not trying to give them an off-ramp. We are trying to work to see the complete destruction of the Iranian government, meaning that allowing them any time to breathe is a horrific idea, at least in terms of the grander strategy. So we should see that there is an endless air campaign that does not stop until the Iranian government has been completely neutralized along with their military. So I would say that that's a pretty rough idea. Honestly, man, that'd be an interesting idea to put up as a poll. Do y'all think it's a good idea to give Iran breathing room every 2 days in these attacks, or just keep up a constant pace of attacks? That'd be an interesting poll to see what people think about that, because me personally, I think that a constant pace is far more preferable.
So right now, by the way, we have just heard that Iran's launched a new massive wave of missiles. These are missiles, not drones. So we're not sure what the targets are. We are hearing that explosions are being reported in Dubai just moments ago. Air defense is active over Dubai once again. It seems to be the Iranians are really honing in on Dubai. I'm not sure really what they're trying to do there, because so far we've seen civilian attacks in Dubai, and that's pretty much been the extent of it. We're also hearing explosions being reported in Qatar. A major Iranian attack is ongoing there as well. So it is possible that maybe Iran is honing in on the partner states in the region. We're not hearing of the missiles heading toward Israel. They could be, but we're not hearing of that directly. So right now, Dubai, for whatever reason, is taking a lot of the hits. Is there some personal reason that Iran would want to do that, like to get even with them or something? Like, do they feel betrayed by Dubai? I mean, why are they targeting the center of population? That seems a little bit strange.
That's a great question. I actually have no clue why. Maybe it's because they think that the UAE is a bunch of sellouts. Maybe like because of their heavy push on tourism and glamour. Maybe, but they don't really support U.S. military operations a whole lot.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. Also, by the way, I had to reverse course on one little thing here. Iran, some of those missiles are heading toward Israel, by the way, that Iran's launched. The IDF is asking citizens do not film the areas targeted by the missiles. I'm not really sure why that is, because, you know, if the missiles are hitting, they're hitting. So maybe they're trying to keep that on the low, what kind of damage they're taking. But Iran apparently has launched missiles at Israel. It appears to be most likely the northern part of Israel again. It appears to be possibly Tel Aviv, in that area is apparently going to get hit again, or at least they're going to try to hit it. So that is happening right now. So this is a full-scale missile attack on partner states, Israel, and U.S. forces in the region. So this is a pretty big one. It's being launched right now.
Man, I gotta say, the Iranian crash out has been unreal. I mean, it's even crazier, to be entirely honest with you, all that out of the two countries that could be hit, or the three of them that could be hit by the Iranians, it's the UAE, Qatar, and Bahrain. Because y'all know how much the UAE plays middleman with the Iranians and tries to treat them kind of nicely. It's a lot. I mean, they've done that a load. And then in return for that, the Iranians thank them by bombing their civilians. I mean, that is something ridiculous right there. And then Qatar, like, what's even crazier, folks, is that Qatar actually was the middleman for the Iranian terrorists in the Gaza Strip, Hamas. And they actually agreed in a trilateral talk that the U.S., Israel, and Qatar had that they would take on the Hamas leaders and let them live in exile in Qatar, just so that way the fighting could stop inside of Hamas, well, inside the Gaza Strip. So then the Qataris went out of their way to do something absolutely insane like that to try and level out the situation between Iran and Israel, which is taking on a whole bunch of nut jobs in exile. And then in return, they get bombed by the Iranians. And then the Bahrainians, who have even stated in prior times leading up to this war that they generally didn't want the U.S. to use any of their facilities in Bahrain on an attack against Iran, then they get bombed as well. I mean, like, the Iranians are going around and basically showing everyone what you kind of get for trying to even appease a terrorist nation, which is getting bombed in return whenever things go south and they basically just crash out at this point. Because we can only describe this sort of an attack at this point as a national crash out, because they're not even trying to attack U.S. military targets in most of these countries. They're attacking and killing innocent people, inside of all of these different countries, which really kind of goes to show you why the hell the Iranians need to be dealt with, because if this is the way that they respond is just by attacking innocent people and killing them in a whole bunch of countries that weren't even involved in the strikes, that kind of tells you where their mindset would have been if they ever were able to possess a nuclear weapon. I mean, imagine that. I mean, we're watching them right now, folks, with conventional weapons going out of their way to kill Emirati civilians just because they're angry. The Emiratis didn't even do anything to them. Imagine a country like that with a nuclear weapon. Now, imagine what they would do in a situation like that. They would just start nuking random people just for the hell of it at that point. So with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well, at least from what we can tell right now. And also, Matthew, do we have any further news coming out at this moment from the region?
So we are hearing that apparently the air raid sirens are starting to go off inside of Israel. It appears to be just south of Tel Aviv, actually, that the missiles are apparently targeting right now. Some people are claiming that Tel Aviv just took a hit. I am seeing some preliminary information which indicates that is the case. It appears to be that the Israeli air defense is not doing good for whatever reason. It's usually much more formidable than this. For some reason, it's struggling really badly this time around. And we're just in the opening hours of the war. So not sure what's going on with that. But Tel Aviv apparently just took a hit. I'm trying to get some more details about that and also some footage to show that here on the stream. But Tel Aviv has taken multiple hits throughout the opening hours of this war. So waiting on more details about that. The Israelis are telling people not to film it. I think the Israelis know that their systems aren't working that well, and they're trying to cover it up to a certain degree. So we'll have to wait and see if we get that footage quick or not.
And also, folks, here's a current overview of the situation in the Middle East by Flight Radar 24. We can actually see that Saudi Arabia and its airspace is generally starting to clear out a little bit more. The UAE's airspace is largely completely devoid of any air traffic. It appears that the Qatari military is the only one up in the air in Qatar right now. And it also seems that Jordan is seeing some minimal flights still, which is actually kind of shocking. But we believe that that's most likely going to be reduced to a non-existent flight capacity here in the near future. We can also see that apparently 58,000 people are watching this UFO, which is apparently flying around the entirety of the globe right now at about Mach 90. So
it says bad data unknown. So whatever that thing is right there. Also, by the way, I've seen due to popular demand, tons of people are asking, can we tell them any more about the orb of judgment, the strange glowing orb aircraft that was spotted over an Iranian city right before missiles struck Iranian territory? We have no details about that, by the way. We cannot confirm or deny what that object is. So we have no details about it. That aircraft has been spotted before over other war zones directly preceding U.S. attacks. So it's believed to be connected in some way or another with U.S. Military forces, specifically Air Forces, that is. But we have no idea what to tell you about that. It could be a classified capability. It could be a recon satellite of some sort. We're just not entirely sure. But it appears to be generally in connection with the U.S. For the most part.
And it does appear that the Orb of Judgment for now has disappeared. And I see many people talking about, what the hell are y'all talking about? I guess a lot of people weren't present in the middle of the night last night at like 3 in the morning to get the news on the Orb of Judgment. So we'll tell y'all a little bit about it, because it is an interesting sort of a thing. So every time the U.S. strikes someone somewhere, this happened in Tehran, Venezuela, and then in Tehran again the second time around. So the first time was during the 12-day war. The second time, according to eyewitnesses, we never were able to visually confirm it. Apparently happened in Caracas as well when we were taking Maduro. And then it happened, I believe, an hour or two before U.S. missiles started to hit Tehran. But this large glowing orb appeared over the city of Tehran. It was not the moon or the sun. It was an individual object over the city. It was glowing brighter white. We heard that the one in Venezuela also glowed white. But the one that appeared during the 12-day war, which actually appeared days before the U.S. attacked Tehran, that one was generally the same size, shape, but it was glowing red instead. That's where it got the Orb of Judgment, generally the name from, and then we've been calling this thing that ever since. We don't know what the Orb of Judgment is, but it was spotted over Tehran last night, right about an hour before the U.S. started to attack the Iranians. And we don't know what the thing is. I mean, like, anyone could speculate, UFOs, whatnot. It's probably something a lot more mundane, truth be told. But it does always show up a little bit before the U.S. attacks someone. So it's kind of a little interesting in that regard. And we just call it the Orb of Judgment because, that thing is definitely judging someone. I mean, they get bombed like right after the thing shows up. So apparently it's quite judgmental. But beyond that, we have no details on what that thing is, what its capabilities are, how it's used, where it came from, where it heads to after it disappears. We have no clue on that stuff.
Indeed.
So we got more news coming out, though, however.
So we have some more news coming out. I've gotten the videos here showing the missile engagements over Tel Aviv. We're seeing that Tel Aviv has taken a hit. We can see that here apparently in one of our posts that we have. And from OSINT Technical, it appears to be a hit has occurred in Tel Aviv. We're also seeing mid-air interceptions over the skies of Tel Aviv as well. So these missiles arrived very quickly from Iran to Israel. Also, by the way, according to reports that we're hearing, Iran is starting off this war by launching generally their middle-tier ballistic missiles. They are not launching their hypersonics off the bat, which indicates that Iran is conserving their more devastating missiles for later attacks. So we can only assess that what Iran's trying to do right now is they're trying to overwhelm and deplete the interceptor stocks of Israel and the U.S. Partners in the region, so that way they can then slam them with hypersonics after that is depleted for the most part. So we'll have to see if that actually works out. They may not survive long enough to actually pull that off, but we'll have to see.
And we'll actually get to that here in a minute about their sustainment capabilities, because we do have some information on that. But here's the clips of the missile impacts and air defenses over Tel Aviv. We can actually see one of these missiles possibly breaking up, it appears. It does appear that that one is breaking up over the skies of Tel Aviv, while we're able to see other air defense interceptors attempting to hit and destroy what appears to be another missile that was coming in. It appears to have actually made it through the air defense and slammed directly below into the city. The camera doesn't appear to be able to pan down there exactly, but we did see the bright flash in the explosion within Tel Aviv, which does confirm a direct impact on the ground inside of the city. Meaning that the air defense interceptor actually did successfully make impact with the target. We can actually see that right there in that explosion, but it appears that this time somehow the missile's timing was a little bit off and the explosion happened right behind the missile, so it actually didn't damage it enough to stop it, and it just trucked on in and hit its target inside of Tel Aviv. However, the Iranians might not be able to keep up this tempo for that much longer, because we have been able to confirm by a decent amount of videos provided by the IDF that the IDF has already gone out of its way to generally destroy as many transport-erector launchers within western Iran as they possibly can. We actually got to see some of that footage right here provided by the IDF, actually showing them directly targeting and destroying what appears to be here some air defense, and we also understand that some of these are also ballistic missile launchers, or TELs, as well. This one is a TEL, which was directly destroyed, and then right afterwards we can see all of the Iranian crew members making a run for the hills, with the Israeli Air Force also conducting a secondary strike on the personnel. We can also see some other clips as well showing more transport-erector launchers that were targeted and hit, but in the meantime we have seen that a larger amount of them have been able to survive and are continuing to fire at this moment, and have been firing for hours at this point. But moving us on from this clip, which is just generally showing the streaks of the missiles that have been fired, we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment.
Okay, so during this ongoing missile attack, we're being told that not only is Israel being targeted, we did see that impact in Tel Aviv. We're also hearing that Bahrain, the UAE, Kuwait, and Qatar are being targeted yet again. We're currently seeing live shots here from Doha inside of Qatar of a Patriot SAM battery fighting off an incoming ballistic missile raid over Doha moments ago. So let's take a look.
And let's take a look at this.
Excuse me, I was trying to mute. Damn it, I was trying to mute.
Dang, bro, that was so loud that actually made me jump there, bro. I just said, let's take a look at that. Bro, I was like, oh my god. But anyways, here's the clip. You see the U.S.-made Patriot air defense system firing off its interceptors and attempting to shoot down and knock out most of the Iranian missiles that are entering the Qatari airspace perimeter.
It looks like the Patriot's working pretty good this time around.
It does certainly appear that the Patriot is doing good work, but then again, the Qataris also have a lot of them. And I would assume that because of that, they have a higher budget to be able to get fresh and modern air defense missiles, ones that have solid propellant and good working avionics and control systems. But it does appear that this Patriot has been doing some impressive work. We haven't been able to hear of any explosions on the ground in Doha. We have been able to hear of multiple explosions in the air from the air defense actions, but we haven't heard of any explosions on the ground. So hopefully the folks in Doha are staying safe out there. I hope that everyone has also found shelter within Doha, because being outside in the midst of an air raid is quite hazardous and can result in injury and death for really anyone. So, always be careful. And if you're watching from the Middle East right now, always make sure, at least at the moment, to stay very close to shelter. A room without any windows, or possibly even a bomb shelter if that's available. Otherwise, you could find yourself outside the midst of an air raid without anywhere to go, and you might end up becoming a casualty. But moving on from that, we've also been able to see that because of the Israelis targeting the Iranian transport-erector launchers, this current tempo and rate of fire by the Iranians may not be sustained for an incredibly long period of time. In case of some people don't know, missiles cannot be fired independently on their own. They actually require a specialized vehicle which is called a TEL, which is short for Transport Erector Launcher. The reason why it's called a Transport Erector Launcher is because that is the specific three, I guess you could say, services that the vehicle provides to be able to launch a missile. It can transport the missile to a launch site, it then erects the launching system that fires off the missile, and then it launches the missile, hence the launcher part of TEL. The Iranians require these to be able to fire their missiles. It's basically like the rifle, and the rockets are the bullets that you load into the rifle. These rifles, as far as TELs are concerned, are single shots, meaning that after every single shot from a TEL, they have to go reload it and then fire it again. The problem is, though, is that Iran's rate of fire is actually limited by these transport erector launchers, which we assume that they have in far smaller numbers than the amount of missiles that they have. So while they have thousands of missiles, we believe that they only have over 100 transport erector launchers or so, meaning that they can only fire off so many of those missiles at a time. And with more and more of them being destroyed in continued airstrikes within Western Iran and also elsewhere, it is highly likely that they're going to start seeing a greatly decreased tempo. And not only that, sustainment of fire is something that we've seen the Iranians have a significant issue with historically, as it does appear that a large amount of the Iranian rocket units do suffer fatigue from the incredibly laborious process of reloading the TELs and also moving them back into position and firing. We always see that the rate of fire that the Iranians are able to pose against Western forces sharply decreases, usually over a week span, from the very first strikes, where we usually see the largest amount of missiles fired at a singular time, and then it decreases on down into the dozens per day, which is a fairly easy number to handle and deal with, especially over such a wide and saturated area that we're currently seeing them firing in right now, which is the whole of the entirety of the sub-region of the Middle East. So we'll probably be seeing that their competency and abilities are sharply decreasing over the next several days. We actually have another update coming out right now.
Okay, so I have eyes on Tel Aviv, and I have eyes on the major cities inside of Israel right now. It appears to be that it's generally calmed down for the most part. I'm not seeing any active interceptions over Tel Aviv. It appears that Jerusalem might be having some, maybe possibly reeling from an impact, maybe. I'm trying to get more details about that. But we are seeing, though, some footage coming out showing that initial impact on Tel Aviv. It does appear to be a direct hit. Not sure why that was not intercepted, but it does appear to be a hit that we're currently seeing. So trying to get some more footage that we can actually show you all here on the air instead of the live cam footage here. These missiles that are being used, by the way, they're not hypersonic. I can tell you that. I just watched the video clip of it. It's from a mainstream outlet. Sadly, we can't show that clip because it is copyrighted, but it does not appear to be hypersonic. These missiles are moving too slow to be that. So Also, by the way, we're hearing from the U.S. president. Allegedly, he's told NBC that we feel that reports of Khamenei's death are correct, according to what we're hearing. So the president seems to confirm that as well, which also sort of lines up with the other reports we've heard. But so far, that's what we know.
They feel he's dead. That's a funny way of putting
There's a
it.
disturbance in the force of evil.
I have felt a disturbance. It's like a bastard has died somewhere in the world. Really terrible. But beyond that, moving on from that, Matthew, it just hit me. What are the Turks doing right now? Because, they said they were going to create that sanitary zone if a war started, and it looked like the Iranian government was going to collapse. So with Khamenei dead, do we have any indication that the Turks are doing anything a little bit interesting near to their border with the Iranians?
So Turkey has not been hitting the top of the headlines, though. But we have heard the U.S. has spoken with the leaders of Turkey about the situation right here. So I'm not sure if maybe they're advising them not to do that sanitary zone that they're talking about inside of Iranian territory. But we are seeing that over southern Turkey, there's currently NATO aircraft helping to monitor the airspace right on the edge of Turkey. We are seeing that. But generally speaking, Turkey's not made any actual moves against Iran right now. We have heard that Turkey's president has said that Iranian drone and missile attacks against Gulf countries are unacceptable. Erdogan's apparently unhappy with Iran attacking his friends in the Middle East. So, generally speaking, nothing actually really changing as of right now. Turkey appears to be sort of sitting back and watching, and they're not really acting.
Man, I gotta tell you, Iran's putting Turkey in a rock and a hard place, man. Because Turkey, if y'all don't know, Turkey is a very interesting sort of a country because they basically play wild card every day because they prioritize their own interest over everything else. So they're not even really a NATO ally, and they're not really an ally of Iran or Russia's. They try and play everyone. So Turkey usually is somewhat friendly to Iran and every other Middle Eastern country because it's trying to present a good foot forward and make itself look like a great friend so that way everyone will have significant economic ties to Turkey, which in turn they make money off of from the trade and the economic relations that they have. But now with the Iranians attacking everyone else in the Middle East, now that whole Turkey's friends with everybody trick that they've been trying to pull is basically going out the window because they have to choose either everyone else in the Middle East or Iran, which I'm going to be honest with y'all, they're going to pick everyone else in the Middle East. That's a safer option to go with, and that's why they're already condemning these actions. But if the Turks were smart, I mean, like, to be entirely frank with y'all, if the Turks were really smart, they get involved in bombing Iran a little bit, so that way they could really show everyone in the Middle East that they're there to protect them, because that's the big image that they've been trying to present to everyone down there, is that they're there to protect them, and that they understand their religious perspective and differences within the region, and they're willing to take care and tolerate all of them, which the Iranians are generally running in the face of the wind of at the moment right now.
Also, by the way, we are seeing that apparently, according to one of my sources, I'm being told that we should stand by and get ready to watch. Apparently, the U.S. and Israel is about to put a whooping on Iran here in just a second for this volley they just launched at the Gulf states. Apparently, the U.S. forces are preparing to put a real big retaliation on the Iranians for this. So we're waiting to see what the U.S. is planning to do here. So we are watching closely. We're expecting that to happen probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes, I would assume. So we'll probably be getting some announcements on that here in a minute. But we're not seeing any more details about any more hits inside of Israel. We're not seeing that either. We're currently seeing a bunch of people talking about the hits in Tel Aviv. There's just one hit so far inside of Tel Aviv. So largely speaking, it has gone generally sort of quiet for the moment. Most of the missiles were intercepted that were launched at Israel. Only one impact in Tel Aviv, like I mentioned. So we're currently watching for more information.
And we are currently awaiting further information. I also just saw someone say Iranian defense is now up. Well, if it took them 14 hours, I don't really think that's going to be counting for much of anything. And also, where the hell's the air defense at in Iran? I haven't seen it yet. I have not seen one. You know what we saw last night? We saw Gush guns. Again. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. I think that the missile-based air defense systems that they have in Iran are only for show. Because I don't even think they know how to operate them. Because they work. Like, we know that they don't work. I mean, like, they kind of work. I mean, they work as designed, which is quite poorly. But I don't think the Iranians actually know how to use them, even with those air defense systems working quite poorly like they normally do. So, yeah, I don't really think the Iranians are going to be posing much of a chance, at least in terms of air defense. We haven't seen them shoot anything down yet. Not a single U.S. plane, not an Israeli plane, not even a single missile has been shot down yet. We have seen the only ones that have gone down are duds that went down in Kirkuk, Iraq, on their way to Iran. The Iranians didn't didn't even shoot those down. They just went down because they failed. So, yeah, I don't like. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. Right now, the air situation over Iran is that we have air superiority, but that is a step away from air supremacy. There's a slight difference between the two. Air superiority is where you generally have the upper hand in someone else's skies. Air supremacy is where you completely control their airspace and they can't even pose a real threat to you at all. Right now, we know that some parts of the Iranian Air Force are up in the air right now, but it's generally going to be a losing fight against the U.S. Air Force and the Israelis if they try and engage them. And we also know that there is some limited air defense in Iran. We just don't know how much and how effective it is because we've hardly seen it operate. So generally, we are well within the realm of air superiority over Iran, but we do not have complete air supremacy at the moment. That's still a little step away and probably be a couple of days away at this point, because we'll have to clear it out and then be very thorough and definitely make sure that that is the case. And then once that happens, then we'll say that we have air supremacy. So we're waiting for that. And Matthew, do we have any further news?
So one thing I want to point out real quick is you might notice that we keep hearing reports. I'm getting more reports as well that Lucas drones are apparently inbound to Iran, and they've also been hitting Iran for the past couple of hours as well. Those are basically the U.S. version of a Shahed drone that Iran uses. We're using that same drone against Iran this time, so we're flipping the tables on them a bit. We're not able to get many videos of those drones making impact inside of Iran because mainly of the internet blackout that's currently taking place inside of Iranian territory. So the only way that people in Iran have an ability to upload those clips and videos is through Starlink, as far as we're aware, and I believe Starlink is working inside of Iran right now. So we haven't seen anybody upload those. We're currently waiting on it. Obviously, the United States has really good OPSEC when it comes to stuff like that, so they're not going to be like having soldiers upload videos of that. That's not going to happen in the U.S. military. We don't operate like that. Russia may do it. We don't. But we are hearing about that right now. The Lucas drones are apparently inbound to Iran. We are also seeing as well. Oh, we're seeing a little OPSEC leak out of the Mar-a-Lago Makeshift Operations Center. They really ought to vet these photos before they put them out. Shout out to Fightex Network, by the way. They're being watched by the president. Also, someone on the side screen, go check this out in Force. I just reposted it, by the way. They caught a reflection. They caught a reflection right here. They did not blur out. It's in the IP phone reflection. That appears to be the logo of Fightex Network right there. They're definitely looking at Twitter. You can tell that from the reflection. Is that coming from the president's screen or is that coming from a different screen off to the side? I can't tell.
That looks to be behind Ratcliffe, kind of like behind the photographer. But if it's in the Situation Room, it's being looked at by him. So big shout out to Fightex Network. We also talk to the folks over at Fightex Network a lot. We can confirm that they're actually being looked at in the Situation Room down in Mar-a-Lago.
That is crazy, by the way. They missed the reflection. I can't believe that. They missed the reflection showing their screen. They look at how many tabs of Twitter they have open. They have open probably about, I would say, 10 or 15 tabs of Twitter on this browser they're looking at right there on that screen. So I'm not sure who that is. Maybe that's where Hegseth's at, off to the side, because, Hegseth was furiously typing on his computer last time. We're not sure if he was on Twitter, but we would assume he was, because I think we'd seen him on Twitter, or at least a projector was showing Twitter on the background. So that's interesting. They use Twitter, which would tell you something, folks. They're using Twitter to, I would presume, monitor the OPSEC situation for the forces. That's probably why they're monitoring Twitter. But we're bringing that information faster than they're probably even looking at it. Because you got to remember, we grew up on computers. We grew up on the internet. So we're a lot quicker with it than these folks are. They're a little bit up there in the age a little bit. So they know what they're doing with technology, but they're not as fast as we are. So you're probably hearing developments as fast, if not faster, than the president's hearing about them in his Situation Room right now in Mar-a-Lago, which is kind of crazy.
Also, I see some people saying they're probably watching us. They might. I mean, in a corner somewhere. We're not the main show though. We're probably on some side tab. They probably might be looking at our Twitter, maybe, and they might be looking at the live show because our live show is fairly up to date. And it's kind of funny for people to say we know far less than the president does. I mean, the president and all of them use Twitter to look around, and on top of that, we're usually fairly fast. I mean, we're probably quicker than the people in the Situation Room because they're not that experienced with modern open source intelligence gathering, and this isn't really their strong suit. Like, this is what we do for a living. So y'all are actually probably getting about as in-depth and about as fleshed out an analysis and coverage here on this show right now as everyone's getting, even the president's getting in the Situation Room at the moment. So that's pretty neat. Also, I got to give to give the folks over at FlyTux Network a massive shout out. We talk to them a great deal behind the scenes. They're one of our great and incredible sources that we use to help us out with our own news coverage on air. And I got to say that if y'all are over there on Twitter, please go make sure to give our folks and friends over at FlyTux Network follow on Twitter, because they do absolutely incredible work, and we always thank them massively for the support and help that they give us in the background to be able to cover this sort of news right here. So humongous thanks to them, and really cool to see that they actually got kind of photobombed a little bit of the Situation Room pictures that are going on up there. Pretty neat to see. But with that in mind, we are going to be seeing if we have further news and developments coming out of the Middle East, at least at this moment. And I hope that we do. I'm sure that we will be having some further information. We do know that there is an ongoing U.S. strike, at least at this minute right now, and we'll probably be seeing if there is further information or developments coming out of that area at the moment. So, Matthew, do we have any other information going on about the U.S. strikes or the ongoing Iranian strikes, which appear to be happening simultaneously?
We appear to have some more video coming out of Doha, Qatar right now. We're apparently seeing a different angle of the Patriot air defense system taking out incoming Iranian missiles right now. So we are seeing that. It appears to be a lot of interceptions being taking place over Qatar right now. So we will have to be seeing that. Go take a look at that, by the way, since we have a chance to take a look at it.
And let's go take a look at that really quickly. Oh, and here's the air defense situation over Doha, Qatar currently. Dang. I got to say, those Patriots work hard.
Yeah, they're working hard, actually. That's Qatar right there. The UAE's not faring as well. Like the UAE is definitely not. Dubai is reporting more explosions in central Dubai. They're reporting more right now. They're not having as good of a time as Qatar. You would think with all the money that the UAE has, that's a very wealthy state in the Middle East. You think they would have spent more money on air defense, considering that they are in a very dangerous region. But I guess they were putting a lot of faith in maybe having a friendship with these countries like Iran that are very hostile. I guess they were expecting to have some preference or deference to their defense, but I don't think they're having that from what we can see.
Yeah, I don't think so. The Qataris, I guess, knew that they were in a dangerous spot with the U.S. basing in their country, and they knew that that could put a target on them, so they did get a lot of air defense. You would think that Bahrain would have thought that way, because considering that they have the 5th Fleet's headquarters in Bahrain, you would have thought that they would be like, maybe we get bombed at some point in the future, so we need to build up some air defense. I mean, Qatar is basically like sipping on a pina colada on the beach. Meanwhile, Bahrain is that meme of that guy saying, "I'm fighting for my effing life," and they're literally like 5 miles apart from each other. It's really wild, honestly. You would also think that at this point, the Qataris might offer to extend their air defense umbrella to Bahrain, considering that it is at the shortest distance, only about 20 miles away from Qatar. So, I mean, it is well within the range of a Patriot if they put one in the western area of the peninsula of Qatar. But oddly enough, they haven't offered that. So the Bahrainians are kind of out there just struggling on their own and hoping that they can shoot down most everything that's coming in. And sadly, they're really not. So we'll have to see if that continues to develop in that form. And we'll have to see if the U.S. even tries to defend them at some point, because the Qataris are truly getting just schwacked down there. The Bahrainians are getting schwacked. The Qataris are actually doing fairly fine. But we also got this clip right here that Matthew just reposted of a fire that has broken out in the streets of Tel Aviv from one of the impacts from the Iranian missiles. We can see that right here. This is confirming that the Iranian missile that we were speaking about just moments ago did in fact impact the area and does appear to have caused some damage to civilian structures. We'll be waiting to get further information on that as the minutes pass by. We'll probably get even closer footage on the ground of what the actual damage was down there on that street. But in the meantime, though, I've got to say, folks, that today has been another crazy day of news so far. While we're still waiting for more developments to come out, I have to thank all 53,000 of y'all who are here at the moment. We actually had about 60,000 people live a little while earlier for about an entire hour straight, and we're incredibly honored and wildly appreciative to know that so many of y'all are considering this channel to be a primary source of news. If y'all have been enjoying our coverage so far and have found it to be of higher quality, please make sure to subscribe. We would love to have y'all here. We cover this news as much as we can, as often as we can. Our usual stream news schedule is 6 days a week, every night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, every day but Monday. But currently, with the situation going on in Iran, our streaming schedule is going to be as often as we can, as quick as we can, and for as long as we can. So we are just going to be going live probably over the next several days whenever a major event happens and covering it. For all of y'all who subscribe beforehand, the people that we were telling to subscribe because it would pay off dividends in the future, it's paying off the dividends right now. And if you would like to make sure to follow any other major events that happen around the world, like the cartel wars in Mexico, the Pakistan-Afghan war, which is also going on right alongside the war with Iran, the Ukraine war against the Russian Federation, and also the developments and significant diplomatic standoffs going on in East Asia, make sure to subscribe. We cover every single foreign policy and major conflict development around the entirety of the globe, and we generally can cover it either in real time or over a 24-hour synopsis, giving you a complete view of what's going on day to day, with the stories developing each and every passing day in real time. So please do make sure to subscribe. You certainly will not regret it. But in the meantime, while we are sitting here having what appears to be a small little lull at the moment as we're waiting for U.S. and Israeli missiles, U.S., Israeli, and Iranian missiles to eventually make their marks or generally get shot down, at least for the Iranian missiles here soon. Most of them probably will be. We're going to be taking a little bit of a moment to kind of get to talk to all of y'all and get to speak to y'all for a second. A lot of y'all have been around diligently here for really about the past 2 hours exactly watching the show. We thank y'all for that. And I want to make sure to get to talk to a couple of y'all, considering that a lot of y'all have really interesting and good questions. And also we have so much going on over there that maybe we can shed a little bit of light on it with some possibly accurate analysis. We would hope that it'd be accurate. Most of it has been so far. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So with that, folks, I'm currently doing a scan for breaking news right this second to see if we have anything else. We are hearing that Baghdad, Iraq's reporting another explosion, presumably near the airport. I'm getting a preliminary source saying that information. So it appears that Iraq could be getting hit as well. And I'm currently trying to get some more details about that situation. But let's see here. Okay, that's an old piece of footage here that we're looking at. So yeah, I don't have any footage out of Iraq, but apparently there's an ongoing attack. We did see earlier the consulate, the U.S. consulate in Iraq had been hit, and it took apparently a pretty direct hit in Iraq. So pretty bad hits there. Like I said, kind of surprising how many hits are actually taking place right now. But nonetheless, though, while we wait for more breaking news to come out, which we're right now, we're just waiting for more posts to be made, basically showing us what's happening. But jumping into our first super chat, though, in the meantime, to sort of stall for time, this one goes to Music Uploader, who puts in a $100 support. Hey. And thank you very much, by the way, for that generous support. They said, great day in trucking today. I let my lady know that this particular nefarious clapping has been more exciting. Great job on the coverage, boys.
Thank you so much for that incredible support and the kind words. Folks like you and your support helps this channel to keep running and helps us to be able to keep these ad-free, sponsor-free live streams on air. And I gotta thank you massively for making this channel a reality today. And I gotta say that hopefully this will end up being an incredibly good outcome within the Middle East, which we're generally expecting at the moment. A lot of Iranian people are elated at what's going on. We're elated at what's going on. And sadly, though, at this point, there has already been the cost of many innocent lives in Middle Eastern allied states. But hopefully we'll be able to see that we can not only avenge them, but see that their deaths were not in vain and are bringing forward a more peaceful era within the Middle East. Humongous thanks to you for the support. I hope that it addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than, let's see here. This one goes to T. Diddy in the City. Very interesting. Who put in a $100 support. We do appreciate that very much. He said, do you think that this campaign will finally stabilize the region and reduce the probability of future... Excuse me, by the way. And let me reread that question. T. Diddy said, do you think that this campaign will finally stabilize the region and reduce the probability of future bursts of terrorist regimes, or do you think it will have entered a vicious cycle that will continue to create more hate toward America?
That's an interesting question, and it really depends on how everything pans out. Right now, with what we're doing, we're eventually seeing that the Iranian government will collapse, but it really matters what happens when the Iranian government actually collapses. That really will more so set the pace for what happens in the Middle East from here on, probably for the next several decades. If we see that the United States absolutely mismanages the interim government situation with Iran, or that situation is entirely bungled, we could see that we basically just return back to what we're seeing right now, which is a reign of instability and terror throughout the region. possibly even sponsored or operated directly out of Iran. If the interim government situation is handled properly and we see that the Iranian people get a heavy say in how their government is formed and then operates, they will definitely become an allied state of the United States, and this will start to see that a lot of the Chinese and Russian influence will have been completely removed from the region. Then at this point, our only issue will be ISIS, which is still currently on a slow rise right now inside of Syria because of a whole bunch of internal developments there. But outside of that, though, with the Iranian situation, if we're speaking about that only, this will generally bring another era of stability to the Middle East, a lot like we saw in the middle of the last century, because there will be no country that is actively supporting significant terrorist activities and funding them throughout the region, because without the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' funding, al-Nusra, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis will generally start to shrivel into non-existence because they won't have the weaponry or the funding to keep operating. So I would say an era of peace may be coming around, but it really depends on how we handle this thing, and it depends on us doing everything incredibly well on the day-to-day until we conclude this thing. So I can't say that with certainty for now that we're entering a era of peace, but if we manage things properly, we may be, at least for a time in the Middle East. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and it actually appears that we have breaking news coming out of the Dubai International Airport. Matthew, can you get us any developments on that at the moment right now?
So right now, there's a very significant situation happening right now at the Dubai International Airport. A drone has been confirmed to have struck the Dubai International Airport. It has sustained big damage. They're currently evacuating the airport as we speak, and this is pretty bad. Of course, we're seeing a pretty large evacuation taking place out of that airport. So we're not sure if there's casualties right now at the moment. It does appear that there were people in the area as this drone came in and struck the airport. So let's take a look at the video and see what we can spot with the evacuation.
We hear fire alarms going off, which does indicate that there is now an ongoing fire somewhere within the airport, and we can see civilians in a fairly orderly fashion, which is good to see, evacuating from the airport. It does appear that smoke is starting to fill an area of, it appears to be the B terminal, or at least the entrance to the A and B terminals at the moment, which would put this somewhere around this area right here, or possibly near to the area over here that then leads to the walkways for Concourse Alpha and Bravo, which you can see right here. So that appears to be the case at the moment. This appears to be a confirmation once again that the Iranians are not attacking military targets. To make this incredibly clear, the Dubai International Airport does not operate military aircraft. This is a civilian airport only and does not have tarmacs or supporting infrastructure for military aircraft, meaning that the Islamic Republic of Iran has deliberately gone out of its way to attack a civilian airport and to attempt to wound and kill as many innocent civilians as they possibly can.
Yeah, I would say so. It's really disturbing to see this, by the way. I think it's obvious at this point. The Iranians feel that Dubai and the UAE, really more so the UAE, has somehow betrayed them in some way or another. That's clear at this point. There's something personal that the Iranians are carrying out right now in Dubai. I'm not sure if maybe it's the connection with the United States, perhaps. Maybe they feel that the UAE was a little bit too friendly with U.S. officials. I'm not sure what it is, but I would say, in my assessment, they're clearly taking out some type of personal vengeance on the UAE right now. And Dubai, being a very popular spot, there's a lot of people there. Also a very wealthy spot as well. It is interesting they're choosing to hit that, because I would presume that eventually the UAE is going to counterattack. I would presume eventually, because surely they're not going to sit there and take this pounding from Iran and not do something in response. So we'll have to see. Also, some people are saying Dubai has zero defenses. That's not true, actually. They have defenses, but it does not appear they're operating at full efficiency, to put it lightly. So, Enforcer, what do you make of this, by the way? I'm trying to do some research in the background as quick as I can to find out why the Iranians might be feeling so personally, I guess, betrayed by the UAE to attack them like this. Because they're going after the people in Dubai. That's what they're going after.
I would say, one, that the UAE has significant air defenses. The UAE actually has quite a large and prominent armed force, both for the Emirati Air Force and also the Army as well in Dubai. Well, not Dubai, but the United Arab Emirates as a whole, or the United Arab Emirates as a whole. I do not know why they are attacking Dubai. I have no clue. I actually don't have a clue why they're attacking the UAE at all. They generally haven't really done much of anything. And I've seen some people saying, well, actually, the UAE supports Israel. No, like, the UAE is indifferent to Israel. They're not friendly with Israel. And also, the UAE, much like Iran, does have somewhat significant and strict Sharia law. Like, that is a thing that does exist within the UAE. And while they've relaxed that a little bit for tourist purposes, it's not been relaxed a great deal. You can actually get criminal charges within the UAE for kissing your spouse in public. Still, that's how stringent the laws are. So it's not like this is some sort of religious difference that they're having. They are both of the same religious group. Well, actually, technically, the UAE is actually Sunni, and I believe the Iranians are Shiite, and that generally puts the Iranians against everyone else in the region, from what we would know. But outside of that, it shouldn't be any sort of a major ideological difference. I believe that they're just striking the UAE because they're generally the ritziest and make a great deal of money off of tourism and the oil trade, which I guess makes them a sellout to the West in Iran's mind, and so they're hitting them for that reason, maybe. I mean, honestly, at this point, it almost seems like they're just hating on the UAE because they're wealthy and successful.
Yeah, the only real strategic reason that I could even come up with, like, and this is really stretching for a reason, is maybe they think that the U.S. will eventually move their assets closer to Iran and move them to, like, for example, the UAE International Airport. But there is no evidence whatsoever that that's in the works. There is no evidence of that, and also I'm not even sure if the UAE would allow that. I'm not sure if they would. So that's the only remote reason I can come up with strategically why the Iranians might be striking. Outside of that, it's got to be something personal, which I think is the more likely answer. They're doing something for some reason. Somebody is taking a personal vendetta out on the UAE.
And also, I have to show you all this right here because this is incredibly important to point out. They have 343 MIM-23 Hawks. I believe that's more than the Ukrainians even have at any point at the peak. They have 12 full pack batteries. That's 818 available missiles in 9 pack 3 batteries and 3 pack 2 batteries. They also have 50 Pantsir S-1s that they bought from the Russian Federation, and they also even have 2 THAAD terminal high-altitude air defense systems as well, which are even more competent than the Patriot systems. So it's not like they're lacking in air defense firepower. I mean, truly, the UAE, at least for the size of its land, actually has some of the most competent air defenses in the area because they have 2 THAAD batteries that they already control and operate. So I'd have to say I don't really know why they're having such a hard time with air defense in the UAE, because Abu Dhabi and Dubai have taken a large amount of hits, and there have been Emirati civilians killed on the ground in somewhat larger numbers, but they do have a decent amount of air defense. Not only that, I mean, they're not even lacking in terms of armor. They have 354 Leclercs. I believe that right now that's about the same number the French army has in service, and the French are the ones who build these. The Emiratis have about 360 of them. I mean, that's a country that is able to buy Leclercs and that sort of a number. They're not running out of military equipment anytime soon. They have 650 BMP-3s. That's 2 times the amount that Russia had in the Russian army when the war in Ukraine started. So the Emiratis bought more BMP-3s than the actual home country of Russia was able to build and field and financially afford in their own army. This country is not poor. They have wildly good air defense. They have a wildly good military. And not only that, they have a pretty decent air force. And let me go pull that up here really quickly as well and show you all that, because it's kind of shocking to hear how poorly they're doing with the amount of equipment and the quality of it. They have 44 Mirage 2000s. Here's an Emirati Mirage 2000 right there. And they also have 55 F-16 Fighting Falcons. This is a wildly competent armed force. It's really just wild to see that they're doing so poorly, though. I guess they were caught completely off guard, but you would think that by now they would be on full alert and operational, and even still, it seems that they're really missing the mark a lot, and a lot of these missiles are making it through along with the drones.
Yeah, it seems like it to me. I wonder what the U.S. is doing about this. I'm seeing that Qatar has just summoned the Iranian ambassador. I have a feeling the Iranian ambassador is going to probably ignore that request because they're kind of in the middle of a survival situation right now. So I doubt they're going to be responding to that summons that they've issued from Qatar. But they are getting angry. So I would imagine the U.S. Military and also the government's likely in contact with our partner states in the region right now. I'm sure the partner states are probably requesting help. I'm not really sure what that help's going to look like. Maybe possibly a deployment of U.S. fighter jets to help defend the airspace, possibly. Right now, the UAE is in desperate need of help. That country specifically is currently taking a bit of a pounding right now. The rest of them are kind of hanging in. Bahrain's kind of hanging in. Qatar's kind of hanging in. The UAE is not. Bahrain's also taking a few hits, but not as many as the UAE, and specifically Dubai, which is unique in that regard, because the only country we've seen civilians getting attacked in is Israel and the UAE. That's the only two countries we've seen that so far. The rest have been largely military targets. So I wonder how the U.S. is going to respond to this.
I wonder. And also, I saw someone say, well, they would need air defense guns, not what you're currently showing to be able to defend their airspace. Well, I do have to point out, I mean, like, you know, they have Pantsirs. They have 50 of them. And a Pantsir has a quad 30mm autocannon on it. So they do have air defense guns. And I mean, like, a Pantsir probably can't pick up the drones. If we're being honest, we've never seen them pick up the drones in Ukraine. So its radar doesn't appear to be fine-tuned or well-made enough to be able to pick up more smaller and sensitive targets like Shahed 136s. So that could be a problem. But in reality, they do have self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, and they do have 50 of them. So the UAE, the UAE honestly has an even better air defense system than Israel if we're talking about theoretically on paper, because the Israelis only use missile-based air defense systems like the Iron Dome, David Sling, and so on, and they're able to shoot down the incoming drones. But for some reason, the UAE, with self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, which is the preferred weapon of choice against slower-moving drones, we have never seen these in operation yet, and they aren't shooting down anything. It's really odd, honestly. It's a big question as to what's going on in the UAE's armed forces right now, and why are they so slow to respond to a significant threat to their national sovereignty and the safety of the citizens inside of their nation. Quite odd, I would say. But anyways.
Indeed. Also, by the way, I have no idea who listens to our stream, by the way. I don't know if people possibly in a situation room are listening or whatever, but if anybody out there is listening that has any type of pull or influence, we would love to see some videos from CENTCOM or from the U.S. military showing the first usage in combat of the Lucas drone. I'm really chomping at the bits to get my hand on some video of the Lucas being fired at Iran, and also seeing what kind of damage those drones are actually able to pull off, because that's, like I mentioned before, that is the first historic usage of the Western forces, the United States, using low-cost Shahed-style drones against an adversary. So I'm very curious to see what that is going to look like on a battlefield situation. So I'm sure CENTCOM is probably working on releasing it, but I would love to see that video, just putting that out there.
And we would love to see that. That would be nice to see. We wonder, folks. We wonder. We're one day we'll get a confirmation. Do they look at our Twitter or do they look at this show? One day we'll find out. The answer is probably no. But if they do watch, while I would say that I don't agree with all the foreign policy decisions, we're always honored to be a reliable source of news for everyone in the country. And so, also, by the way, if y'all are wondering why in the world we would even think that happens, I mean, we have former CIA directors and stuff who watched the show. We've actually been cited in a book called Conflict, which was written by the former CIA director David Petraeus as a reliable news source on the war in Ukraine. So after that happened, we really don't know who in the world watches the show, and there's a lot of people who follow us on Twitter that you wouldn't believe. I mean, we literally got everyone in the world who follows us on Twitter to get the news from our Twitter or from our show, so we have no clue if they're watching or not, legitimately. So we're always curious about that. One day we'll find out, maybe through getting photobombed in a situation room thing that our Twitter is up or something, but we would love to see those videos. That would be very neat to see. However, in the meantime, Matthew, do we have any information right now on the U.S. strikes that are ongoing at this moment against the Iranians? Because we did hear about that strike apparently outbound, either with drones or missiles against the Iranians, and I don't believe we've gotten any updates on that in the past 20 minutes.
So it has not happened on the time frame that I was expecting. It looks like the U.S. is holding off on its retaliation strike as of the moment. So we have not seen the U.S. launch a retaliation yet. I would assume that we'll be expecting that here shortly, but it has not happened as of the moment, which seems to be a little bit delayed compared to what I was expecting. So also, by the way, I do see a couple of people asking a question, by the way. Specifically, I saw several people asking about, I saw Ms. Disa asking most recently. She said, what are they doing to retaliate? Meaning, what is Iran doing to retaliate rather than than simply defend. Largely speaking, we have heard that apparently there are maybe some cyber operations underway in the background, maybe offensive cyber operations by both Iran and the United States. We don't have any confirmation of that, but that's rumor on the street. We're obviously seeing Iran launch their missile attacks. We're being told that they're using their mid-tier missiles. They're not currently using hypersonics against the partner states in Israel. And we're also seeing drones being used as well. Mainly the drones are targeting what appears to be Bahrain for the most part. We've seen the drones, of course, in that wild piece of footage we just got a minute ago, seeming to target former U.S. bases or inactive bases that are currently in Bahrain. So that's what's going on right now. Largely, I would say Iran is currently on autopilot at the moment. It seems like to me they're really not taking any crazy actions. They're just kind of on autopilot, launching attacks on pretty much everybody on a routine interval at this point. So we haven't seen a big escalation yet. We're waiting to see if it's going to break out at any point, because it definitely could, but we'll have to wait and see.
And we'll definitely have to wait and see, that is for sure. We're still waiting for further information on the U.S. strikes that are apparently about to be ongoing on the Iranians. We did hear about it being launched a little bit ago, and we are still waiting for further information on that. In the meantime, I suppose that we could get to talk to the audience just a little bit more while we wait for further news to be coming out at the moment. So what do we got, Matthew?
Also, by the way, before we get our first super chat here of this segment, we have not heard any statements out of North Korea, China, Russia, none of the allied states to Iran. We have not heard any official statements out of any of those countries. Turkey generally made a statement for a second and said that they didn't feel very good about the attacks that the U.S. was conducting on Iran. But other than that, I mean, that's just symbolic. That's not really anything of note. So we have not heard about the fate of the Stoiki, or whatever the vessel is called, the Russian vessel is currently in Bandar Abbas. Yeah, we haven't heard about the fate of that vessel yet. That's currently a Russian collateral that could be going on here. We haven't heard about that vessel. And the Chinese have not said a word. So generally, they're kind of sitting back and hiding. They're kind of looking over the couch a little bit to see what's happening with Iran. But we don't know what they're about to do. So we'll have to wait and get a statement from them. But moving into our first super chat here while we're waiting on more breaking news, this one goes to Turbo X-Ray. And Turbo puts in a $100 support. And thank you very much, Turbo, for supporting the channel. He said, keep up the fantastic work.
And thank you so much for the incredible support, and we are trying our best to keep up the fantastic work. I don't know about Matthew, but I tried to stay up as late as I could last night to keep reposting for everyone who was paying attention on Twitter. So I got about 5 hours of sleep or so. I think Matthew probably got the same amount, because I'm sure he was also up as well in his own part of the HQ working on keeping everyone informed. So we've only gotten about 5 hours of sleep. We ran about 7.5 hours of news yesterday. I think it was almost close to 8, and that was including about 2 hours of prep beforehand for the first show. So for me personally, that was about a 10-hour day, just doing shows on our own. And then we got up today and we're immediately back to it again because of the major developments going on right now. We have to thank folks like you massively for your support. You help us to be able to pour our heart and soul into making sure that we can get this news coverage as reliably sourced and as well researched and analyzed as we possibly can on air. And if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to run these ad-free and sponsor-free streams for all of the folks in the United States and around the world who are looking for some good quality news on what's going on around the world. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, to answer a follow-up question from some in the chat, I've seen several people ask this one as well. They said, has anyone other than the U.S. forces and Israeli forces taken action against Iran yet? And the answer to that is no. The Gulf states have not retaliated to any of these attacks on their territory, which is notably weak. Also, we have not seen any other states get involved with this. We have seen, however, that the U.S. is enlisting the help of coalition forces. It appears to be the U.K. is currently involved. I just got word about that a minute ago. The UK is apparently, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I believe they're lending some Air Force assets to the situation, but I'm still trying to get some more details about how many they've dedicated to the situation and how they're participating. I don't know if they're participating in a defensive role or an offensive role as of right now, but the UK is apparently involved in one way or another. But outside of that, though, we do not know what these other countries are going to do. We simply don't know. The Gulf states, you would think they would retaliate, but we're not seeing them retaliate. We're not hearing any indication that they're going to retaliate right now. Also, by the way, I'm hearing that Israel is under attack once again. Tel Aviv has sirens sounding. I'm trying to check my live cameras on that right now to see what we have going on. And it appears to be that Tel Aviv is experiencing some type of situation where they're sounding sirens right now. So Let me try to get some details on that real quick. Let's see what's happening in Tel Aviv right this second. I'm not sure where these missiles came from. I didn't hear about these being launched. So not seeing anything on Tel Aviv right now. Currently waiting on details about that. I'm seeing the IRGC did announce a new wave of attacks, but that'd be pretty damn quick. They just announced it. So how the hell the missiles already getting there? They usually take like 20 to 30 minutes to arrive. So waiting on footage, by the way, Enforcer. I'm going to stall here for just a second so we can try to get this footage out to show people what's happening in Tel Aviv. But
also,
in the
I
meantime,
have some
though,
unfortunate news coming out from the travel department of the United States government. They have confirmed that high-rise buildings in Bahrain have been struck by Iranian-armed drones. The U.S. government has determined the broader Jafar area and the high-rise buildings in Bahrain are not safe for U.S. personnel or citizenry, and they encourage everyone to practice personal security awareness, be aware of their surroundings, and avoid large groups and demonstrations. It does appear that at the moment, based over that announcement, we can confirm that the Iranians have apparently hit several high-rise apartment buildings within Bahrain. We have not been able to get footage of that at the moment, but that is once again showing that they are broadening their attacks against the larger citizenry of the countries, the third-party countries that were within the Middle East were not even involved in attacks against Iran, yet nevertheless, citizens in all of these countries are being killed and wounded by Iranian attacks at the moment right now.
Interesting. So I currently have eyes on Tel Aviv right now from several different camera angles. It appears to be that there is attention to the skies right now, so they're apparently expecting things to happen right this second. So we're not seeing any interceptions right this second. We're not seeing any impacts. I'm seeing some people report interceptions over Haifa. I don't have eyes on Haifa right this second, so I can't confirm or deny that. But we are hearing that apparently the Iron Dome is prepped and ready to start intercepting these missiles that are coming in.
Also, additionally, folks, we have been able to see that celebrations in the streets of Iran are continuing. It does appear that these videos are apparently coming out from Kaiserun and Isfahan, showing people in the streets apparently celebrating as they've now heard the word that Ali Khamenei appears to have been confirmed dead several minutes ago. Man, they got the music going and everything. I feel like they're literally running a block party over it.
Indeed, they really are.
We can also see other clips of this as well from other cities. And sadly, we won't be able to show those clips, but it does appear that there are wider celebrations that are now beginning to sweep the country as the news has spread that Ali Khamenei was found dead along with top advisors and family members in one of the first strikes that were conducted by the United States several hours ago. So we actually do... Go ahead.
So I am currently hearing sirens going off in Haifa, Israel. I'm hearing what appears to be emergency responders responding to a scene. I've not seen the actual impact itself. I'm seeing people claim there was an impact in Haifa. I'm not able to confirm that right now, but it seems to be that there is some type of emergency response taking place inside of Haifa right now. So waiting on more details, by the way. Also, let's see if we do have some information here. We do see that a new bombing has taken place on an American base in Bahrain. We do have a footage of that just came out. Also, we are getting footage of Jerusalem apparently fighting off some missiles from the last barrage that we saw during these attacks. We're also hearing about more missiles are confirmed incoming to Tel Aviv. At least 16 were injured in the previous salvo that Iran launched at Tel Aviv. And we are seeing here that the sirens are going off once again. Let me go ahead and grab a couple of these posts right here. But unfortunately, you should have some posts at the top of the Twitter page to go ahead and show people what's happening.
Got you, and we're going to be getting through these clips as soon as we possibly can. We were able to hear that apparently the Islamic Resistance in Iraq, a collection of nearly all Iranian-backed proxy groups in Iraq, has announced that they launched 16 separate drone attacks today against American bases in the country and across the Middle East, with reports of an attack earlier on the Victory Base complex near to the Baghdad International Airport. This is the original post made by the group. This is the English-translated post that was made. We also have been able to see further proof of the damage that was caused at the Dubai International Airport in this clip seen right here. We can see them looking around, the smoke filling the area, and we can also hear the fire alarms going off as people appear to be evacuating. Additionally, we also were able to see footage that the Al Dhafra base, the Al Dhafra Air Force base of the United Arab Emirates, appears to have taken a direct hit by Iranian fire near to the area of the southeastern side of Abu Dhabi. We can see here them looking out to the distance and seeing the smoke rising from that fire and that explosion that did appear to unfortunately occur directly on the base. We have also been able to see the... Go ahead.
Real quick, before you move on to your next one here, we are hearing. Let me mute my live cameras for a second here. We are hearing the IRGC's announced that this new wave of attacks, which is currently en route to Tel Aviv and en route to many targets within the region, they're using advanced missiles that have not previously been deployed. So we do not know what that means. We don't know if this is hypersonics. We simply do not know yet. But they're apparently using more advanced missiles. They're moving on from using their mid-tier missiles and they're moving on to something else. We're not sure if maybe it's propaganda speak possibly, but they're saying that they're advanced. They're not previously deployed. And they're currently en route to targets as we speak.
And we'll have to see what type of missiles they fired. One of the few missiles that we know of that has not been used against the Israelis so far or anyone else has been the Fata 2. They did use the Fata 1 on the Israelis the last time. We didn't see the Fata 2 get used. And the Karam Shaher 4. Those are the only two missile types that we know of here on the channel off the top of our heads that have never been used before in action against any country within the region. So either one of those two missiles could be used at the moment. But moving us on from that, we did get to see ballistic missiles flying over Jerusalem in this footage here, which is from the last night of strikes that was conducted. Here's the clip. When you see the missiles flying over, air raid alerts. Also sounds like people are panicking in the streets as they are watching the missiles coming in, most likely towards Tel Aviv, which is off in the distance, and we can see some attempted interceptions being made as this footage plays. We can also see some missiles that appear to be possibly breaking up after being hit, but most of them appear to be making it on into the Tel Aviv air defense perimeter.
Also, by the way, we have just gotten an image being posted from the account of KHAMENEI. KHAMENEI has returned from the grave. They are posting pictures of him as a ghost, holding a sword that appears to be glowing. And so they have not confirmed that he's dead. Like Iran has refused to accept the fact that he's deceased. If that report is accurate, which I believe it is, they have not stated that he's deceased. But this is a ghostly looking picture here with apparently KHAMENEI holding a golden sword of some sort. So that's being posted from his account. But as we know, though, that does not confirm that KHAMENEI's alive. There are multiple people that run KHAMENEI's account. He's usually not the one posting on it. So it could be one of his aides. We heard that most of his aides got taken out, by the way. So maybe they finally got access to his account again, possibly. But they're posting propaganda as we speak.
It appears that they have deployed the KHAMENEI ghoul now to fight the Israelis, and also the wicked imperialists of the United States of America. Oh, good goodness. It looks like the ghost of Jacob Marley from the Christmas Carol is now going to be attacking us as well. I mean, truly, this is shaking my knees here, folks. I think he's dead. I think this is largely confirming that he's dead, honestly, man, because that looks like a ghost.
So, yeah, and also, by the way, what the post actually says, and it's up there in Persian, by the way, it translates to, in the name of the exalted hider, peace be upon him. So I'm not sure if maybe that's somehow like indirectly confirming that KHAMENEI's dead. They're saying peace be upon him. That's usually what you say when someone's deceased, like, rest in peace or something like that. What the hell is hider? Am I missing something there? What's that referencing?
I think that's referencing the fact that this blood was hiding in bunkers until the very last minute.
Oh, the exalted hider. He was, man, he was a supreme hider. He hid away very damn good. Like he hid better than the rest of them. I'll tell you what. Apparently not good enough. They found him.
Man, bro, dude, like if he had a medieval name, it would be KHAMENEI the Hiding.
Man, I tell you what, been hiding.
Man, bro, they had Bin Laden, and then they had Bin Haydn. Like, bro, they've had the whole slew down here now. But beyond that, I think this is largely confirming that he has moved on from his corporeal form and has now moved on to that of some ghastly apparition waving around some sort of a golden glowing sword. And strange swords distributed by women living in ponds is no form of a system of government, as we all know in the Monty Python reference. But outside of that, one interesting post by the Iranian account for KHAMENEI. We'll see what comes out of that here in a little bit. But anyways, getting us back into the larger area of the region, we have also been able to see over the course of the day that there were some interceptions that were conducted over Iraq earlier on, which we can show you all a little bit of, at least right here really quickly.
Oh, actually, don't show those. Don't show this one at all, actually.
I was just showing the frame of the exo-atmospheric interception. That's all. That's all I was doing. That's all. It's nothing big. But there was the exo-atmospheric interception that was conducted. Additionally, we also were able to see that the British were moving in additional air defense earlier in the day to the Middle East to be able to try and help defend their diplomatic interests within the region, which includes the UAE, Qatar, and also Jordan. The British have very significant diplomatic relations with those three countries, and so we believe that they're moving forces into the area to try and help and protect those nations in particular. We also understand that earlier in the day, we also saw that within the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital, satellite photography did emerge from an Airbus satellite showing that the presidential complex within the central area of the city, not the presidential mansion to the north, actually was hit by apparently the 30 bombs that we had heard about. Apparently, the most of the compound was destroyed. And it does appear that this may be Khamenei's final resting place under the rubble of this building. So he told everyone that everyone else would be 6 feet under, and then they put him 6 feet under rubble. What a odd change of events, a real turn. We also saw that there were explosions happening within Tehran earlier in the morning, which we were able to see in these clips and videos right here. We see the fire raging in the distance.
Cow. And where was this again?
This was within southeastern Tehran earlier this morning.
Jeez, man, that's a hell of a fire. Speaking of that, by the way, the retaliation I was talking about has finally arrived. The U.S. and allied fighter jets have started their retaliation attacks right now, so it came a little bit late. Also, that's a fantastic poster right there, by the way. I hope he has a good acting career in the future. But we are seeing that apparently the retaliation has started by the United States forces. We are hearing that they're carrying out heavy strikes, as heavy as the one you're seeing right there in that video, actually, if not heavier than that, on sites near Qaz Rasha in the Tabriz region of northwest Iran. They're hitting a facility linked to Iranian ballistic missile launches. Apparently, they're hitting the launchers. They're hitting the manufacturing sites for the missiles. They're currently conducting a massive attack. Also, by the way, that is not the only location in which they're attacking. That's the only one I can tell you about right now, is the one happening in the Tabriz region. But there are definitely other attacks happening across the region of Iran that we're hearing about right now. So the retaliation has begun as of right now.
And it certainly does appear that the United States is now conducting another wave of strikes on the Islamic Republic of Iran. And I suppose that this time, Khamenei's essence, or more so his soul, I suppose is the best way to put it, will be carried along in Tabriz, trying to encourage the Iranian people, or at least the Iranian government. The Iranian people don't really like the Iranian government, or at least the Iranian government, to continue their resistance against the wicked American imperialists, which you continue to try and see this horrendous and tyrannical regime finally is brought to its knees and eventually brought to its end. So we are going to be waiting to see what else the U.S. is striking, and it appears we're getting more.
So we have finally gotten, the U.S. president's confirmed this himself. Let me get this to you. He issued a statement. Let me copy this link and send it to you, by the way. He has issued a statement on Truth Social. Has not made its rounds on Twitter yet. Here's what the president's saying. He said, Khamenei, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. That's been confirmed by the U.S. president. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khamenei and the gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, and working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country, and we are hearing that many of the IRGC, military, and other security and police forces no longer want to fight, and they're looking for immunity from the United States. As he said last night, now they can have immunity, later they get only death. Hopefully the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. And also, that process should be starting in that not only the death of Khamenei, but the country has been in only one day very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week, or as long as necessary to achieve the objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. So that is what the president said. He has confirmed that the Khamenei, the Ayatollah, is dead as of this post.
And that does officially confirm at this moment, because now we have the statement from a government official, the President of the United States, that Ali Khamenei has been confirmed killed by U.S. forces in the opening of the strikes that were conducted, and now apparently Mossad agents on the ground have been able to find and locate and show proof of death of Ali Khamenei, meaning that the heinous dictator of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the second one after Khomeini, who is a completely different person, has now been killed at the hands of the United States Armed Forces. This is a fairly significant success and Iran is also showing that we may be getting proof of death of other top officials that were supposed to have been wiped out in the decapitation strikes that were conducted at the beginning of the hits just about several hours ago, about 14 hours ago or 15 hours ago at this point.
Also, by the way, got some news here. Apparently, that post that the KHAMENEI account put out, that was apparently confirming his death. That was their way of basically soft launching the announcement of his death. We are hearing the IRGC is now pushing to appoint a successor to KHAMENEI. We're hearing of a possible military coup inside of Iran right now. Apparently, the IRGC is pushing to appoint a successor to KHAMENEI, violating the Iranian constitution in the coming hours. So we could be seeing here the first rumblings or rumors of a possible military coup in Iran. It sounds like they're trying to violate the Constitution by appointing a successor. That's the military is appointing a successor. But here's the problem, though. I'm not sure if they have a choice but to violate the Constitution, because right now there's no top officials hardly left in the Iranian government. So the military is pretty much the only apparatus which generally is somewhat intact and has still somewhat of a command structure. That's generally the only organization that currently has any type of structure. So we're looking here in the coming hours of something potentially happening internally inside of Iran, perhaps some political unrest also breaking out as well.
And it certainly does appear that we're now hearing that the Islamic Republic of Iran's government may be tearing itself apart, as now they are not only in the midst of a war, it appears that they're going to be in the midst of a constitutional crisis soon, as the military is now demanding that a new leader be selected to lead the country in the midst of the ongoing war, considering that the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Ali Khamenei, has been confirmed dead. We can also see that right here by the fact that he appears to be a ghoul in this painting, and it seems as though he has already moved on from this plane of existence and on to another. One that might be worse than the one he was in his last moments. We'll have to find out one day. But nevertheless, we are hearing that this will now be creating an even larger situation inside of Iran, and this may also create the results of a military coup to overthrow the government. The Islamic Republic of Iran is an incredibly interesting government in how it is formed and function, as due to being a theologically driven government, it actually is one that generally allows for the religious institution of the state to generally operate all functions, meaning that the mullahs generally are the ones who would pick a new leader. Also, by the way, Matthew, can you hear me? Oh, and he can't. So we'll have to see if I can restart Discord somehow, some way, without restarting the stream, folks, because it appears that Discord has had some sort of a malfunction or an issue. This is a fairly common issue these days. Very sorry about that, folks. But hopefully we'll be able to see that it fixes itself. And so let me see if it does. And, oh, it is not. Here's the issue, folks. I kind of have to throw this thing off screen because I have to bring up my task manager, and there's sensitive stuff about the computer on it. So generally that's the only way that works, because otherwise I can't restart the thing, because we could get hacked and then the whole thing ends. So that's kind of the issue, is I'm hearing some complaints in the background, specifically that I can't just throw up an intro card, but if I don't do that, then that means the stream will get hacked, because everyone's going to see the task manager and a whole bunch of key stuff about, IP and whatnot that's shown on the task manager up front. So I sadly will have to quickly throw up the intro card for just a moment. Otherwise, we're going to get hacked and our show is going to be ending pretty quickly, entirely permanently. So give me just a minute, folks. We're going to have to throw up the intro card. I'm going to have to restart this really quickly. So give me just a second and we'll be right back.
Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини та трохи поплавився їх інвентар.
All right, everyone. So hopefully we'll be able to see that this fixes the general issue. And hello there.
I'm back now.
Yeah, and also, by the way, Matthew, I can't not throw up the intro card and do that, because if I throw up the task manager on air with everyone able to see it, there's going to be some huge issues, like the end of our business, because someone's probably going to be able to hack my stuff, because my task manager shows key things like the IP address and everything, so I can't really not do that.
Also, by the way, I wouldn't brand the task manager, but it doesn't show the IP address. But anyways, jumping into some breaking news right now, by the way, we don't want to let that mess up the whole stream. We're currently seeing right now that there are Iranian people pouring into the streets, it appears like. We are seeing that right this second. And we're also hearing reports that Iraq's military shot down 2 Iranian drones heading toward Nazarah base inside of Iraq right now. So that is interesting. We're seeing people pouring into the streets. So let's take a look.
And let's take a look at this really quickly.
Oh, music.
I don't think it's legible to where that would get a copyright. We're just hearing thumping.
Just don't play it.
All right. Well, we can see them cheering in the streets right there. And that's the clip. So it does appear that people are still celebrating the death of Khamenei at the moment. We were able to confirm that earlier within Tehran and Isfahan, and we also are now hearing that the Iraqi military stated that it's now shot down 2 Iranian drones that were heading to the Nasiriyah base within Iraq. So we are hearing about some air defense activities that are actually happening in Iraq at the moment right now. And so we are still waiting to see further information at the moment. It appears that the Iranian government may actually be in the process of enveloping itself or possibly even collapsing at the moment after the death of Khamenei has now been confirmed. It now appears that there's a race to the top for someone to be able to try and become the next leader of Iran as quickly as possible, which may even destabilize the government to the point of a total collapse, meaning that Iranian resistance might actually start to collapse here soon, especially if the words that we're getting out of Tehran appear to be accurate. And so, Matthew, do we have any more developments or information on that, at least at the moment?
Okay, so in addition to the Iranian people pouring into the streets, it looks like people are finally leaving their houses now. They are getting out in the streets, but it will be seen over time whether or not they actually take up arms against the Iranian government. And also, it'll be interesting to see if the IRGC and the remaining Ayatollah regime starts getting into a power struggle with each other. That will be fascinating. We're also seeing that the U.S. retaliation on Iran is continuing. We're hearing of U.S. airstrikes hitting areas around Bandar Abbas in southern Iran. Of course, Bandar Abbas being a priority target right now. That is one of the top naval locations of the Iranian Navy, and also possibly the location of a Russian vessel as well, unless it's already left the area. We don't know if it has or not. So we're seeing a continuation of the airstrikes. That's the big deal right now. And also we are hearing about that power struggle that's still going on right now, or at least it's imminent inside of Iran. So that is the news. I'm currently doing another scan for breaking news right now, and we are seeing that the Iranians still aren't giving a direct statement about the... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Actually, hold on. Let me break away from that. We have breaking news right now that the Prince Sultan Air Base in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, is under a massive Iranian ballistic missile attack. So, Enforcer, can you tell us more about the Prince Sultan Air Base in Riyadh and how important that is to Western interest?
The Prince Sultan Air Base in Riyadh is incredibly important, as this serves as a major staging and operational point for the United States Air Force within a centralized location. However, it is generally a lot safer than the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, because there's a lot more distance between Iran and the Prince Sultan Air Base, which gives a larger air defense perimeter and more reaction time. So we should see that either aircraft have already scrambled from the base to get airborne so that way they cannot be hit if the strikes actually land, and there's probably a high chance that most of these missiles will be shot down before they hit the base. But the Prince Sultan Air Base, just to once again remind everyone, is one of the more important bases that we have functioned out of at this point, and is also one of the largest basing points for U.S. forces currently within the region right now. So it is a fairly significant target for the Iranians to try and hit, and I would hope that we see here incredibly soon that the United States is able to intercept and shoot down most, if not all, missiles that are currently heading to the area of the base at the moment.
Interesting. Also, by the way, I am seeing in Haifa, there appears to be smoke rising from a spot in Haifa. I think they might have suffered an impact there, possibly. I don't have the video of that on Twitter, by the way. It's for the live cameras right now. And I am hearing that apparently there's still ongoing retaliation, trying to keep up with this post right here. When it comes to trying to get the individual videos, it starts getting a little bit complicated because there's so many different spots being attacked right now. But the big one is I'm trying to get footage out of Prince Sultan Air Base right now, because apparently we're hearing of explosions being confirmed on the ground at that air base. So Saudi Arabia is being attacked for at least the second time since the start of the war last night. So Saudi Arabia, generally, I think they want to stay out of this whole situation. They're getting dragged right back into it. So we do know that Saudi Arabia, I believe, had been attacking the Yemeni Houthis, or the Yemeni forces, in the past couple of months inside of Yemen, I believe. Am I getting it mixed up, or I had that right?
I believe that you have that correct.
Okay, so yeah, I believe they've been attacking down there, the Houthis, or at least in Yemen they have. So they could be possibly that Saudi Arabia is getting fed up with Iran, possibly, and this could be maybe the tipping point. But I'm waiting for somebody. I mean, is everybody that's a Gulf state, are they cowardly? I mean, they're getting attacked by Iran. Are they going to sit by and let Iran attack them and not do anything about it? Shouldn't they respond to this? We're not seeing any response at all from the states launching attacks on Iran. It seems like it would be about time to respond, but they're kind of just sitting there and just taking it for the most part, which might indicate where they really stand on the Iran situation. It seems a little bit strange not to respond.
It is kind of odd. I also have to add into our news coverage here, folks, a fairly large story where you're now hearing from eyewitnesses on the ground that protests have broken out in Karaj, Tehran, Shiraz, and Mashhad, which are some of the largest cities within Iran. Security forces are firing upon the protesters in Mashhad, according to Manoto, but it does appear that at the moment, none of these protests are generally losing any momentum from being fired upon. They're actually gaining momentum as the moments are passing. So it appears that at the moment, due to the announcement of the death of Khamenei, it appears that the Iranian people are actually trying to make a major attempt to seize control of the situation and to overthrow the remnants that's left of the Iranian government, while they're generally in the midst of confusion and trying to decide who will become the next leader of Iran, and also enter a constitutional crisis and a possible military coup as well. So it does appear that we're now hearing that there are uprisings happening over a larger area of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So we'll be covering that development now, as that's also going on in the midst of the U.S. and Iranian fires and counterfires that are currently going on across the whole of the region.
Interesting. So that is fascinating right there. We are seeing as well that apparently there are continuous explosions being reported in Bandar Abbas even right now. They're still getting hit in Bandar Abbas. Also, Hormozgan is also getting hit as well in that province as a whole. Also, I believe Bandar Abbas is in that province as well. But we're also seeing that apparently there's more explosions happening across that province right now. So, Enforcer, what are we looking at here? If Bandar Abbas is getting hit this heavily, we've already seen the radar installation at Bandar get taken out. That was taken out during a previous strike by U.S. forces. What could they possibly be taking out during the second or third round that we're currently looking at?
It's highly likely that they could be hitting the Iranian Navy's port facilities within the area just west of Bandar Abbas. This is a highly likely target, as this would be the larger part of the Iranian Navy that would be sent forth into the Strait of Hormuz to lay a minefield and to be able to ensure a effective or complete blockade of the Strait of Hormuz over a longer term period of time. So that's probably what's being targeted at the moment, if we had to take an assumption. But there are a couple of other strategic targets around the area, including this larger metallurgical plant and refinery that is also seen west of Bandar Abbas near to Rajai Port, and there's also Rajai Port as well, which may house some significant equipment and components that the Iranians have imported to be able to help them to produce their missiles and other sorts of weapon systems to be able to try and sustain some sort of volume of fire.
Interesting. So also, by the way, I was doing a quick scan on Flight Radar 24, by the way. We are seeing that the Royal Air Force of the United Kingdom is confirmed to be operating in the area. They currently have a tanker, or excuse me, an Airbus KC-2 Voyager currently off the coast of Lebanon right now, or off the coast of Cyprus, more like it. We are seeing them in the region. We're also seeing over Saudi Arabia in the midst of these attacks. We're seeing Saab aircraft in the sky. We're also seeing the Qatar Air Force is currently operating a flight over Saudi Arabia. Wait a minute, are they trying to land at Prince Sultan? I think this aircraft might be trying to land in Prince Sultan.
It's actually the C-17 that you're talking about, LHOB 247.
Yeah.
This is actually a Qatari C-17, so it's highly likely flying back to Qatar.
Interesting. So they're flying right through an area right now where they're currently probably witnessing an attack just to the west, or excuse me, to the south of them right now. So that's quite interesting as well. We're seeing as well pretty much no other aircraft operating in the area, at least on transponder. We do know that, of course, U.S. drones are currently active in the Gulf of Oman right now, but they're not transponding. They have that all for obvious reasons. So that is interesting on the flight radar.
The Saab, by the way, just to get you a little bit of info about this, the Saab 2000 AEW&C is actually an AWACS aircraft operated by the Saudi Air Force, so it appears that some elements of the Saudi Air Force are currently airborne and possibly trying to conduct air interdiction operations against the incoming Iranian attacks right now. That would be fairly indicative of that. Also, the fact that this KC-2 Voyager, which is a refitted Airbus A330 that is now an aerial tanker, is currently also airborne as well around RAF Akrotiri, which is inside of Cyprus. That is also suggesting, also given the fact that it's conducting racetracks right now, that they are currently refueling Eurofighter Typhoons, which have been scrambled from RAF Akrotiri on Cyprus, and maybe conducting air defense at this moment in support of the Kingdom of Jordan. We can also see that there is a couple of Greek aircraft that are up in the air right now, along with the P-8 Poseidon, which is conducting a maritime patrol right now in the Eastern Mediterranean, possibly to look around for subs and other sorts of things that may be getting close to the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group. We can also see that NATO does have an E-3 23 Century AWACS up, which is gathering further information and conducting air control over this area of the eastern region of the Anatolian Peninsula. There's also a Turkish Bayraktar up at the moment near Batman. No, I'm not even kidding. There's a city in Turkey called Batman, but it's currently up around that city right now, and it is conducting some form of patrol. And we can also see, additionally, that another U.S. actually scratched that a large number. Oh my God! We have 6 KC-135 Stratotankers flying into the Middle East at this moment from EUCOM's area of responsibility, and they are currently inbound to the Middle East right now, along with an additional 2 C-17, actually, correction, yes, 2 C-17 Globemasters, one of the Kuwaiti Air Force and one of the Royal Canadian Air Force, which are also currently inbound in the same direction, both the RAF Prestwick at the moment. So we actually have more breaking news coming out right now. What do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so I'm hearing from a pretty good, reliable source right now that you can see here on the screen that we are expecting, or at least the speculation is, that B-2 bombers are likely to show up tonight inside of Iran. And also, let me get the time in Tehran. Let's see here, time in Tehran. I need like a world clock on the wall. I need like that CIA vibe going on in here. Yeah. But it's 11:31 a.m. right now in Tehran. So we're being told tonight. So I'm not sure if that means in the next 24 hours possibly, or maybe that means they're going to do this before the sun rises possibly. Not totally sure, but we're hearing that there could be some B-2 showing up here with the MOPS. The reason why they would deploy the B-2 is because it can drop the massive bunker busters that are needed to strike the nuclear sites. So that's the only aircraft that can carry those, by the way. The GBU-57, the huge ones, that's the only aircraft that can carry it and drop it. So what we might be seeing B-2s get launched. We'll be keeping an eye out to see if maybe there's some type of feint or some type of activity coming out of Whiteman, which is where I believe the B-2 is based out of, Whiteman Air Force Base in the United States. So we're waiting to see on that. Also, we do have some more breaking news as well. In addition to that, we are seeing as well that apparently reports are emerging of an Iranian drone strike targeting the iconic Burj Al Arab in Dubai. Apparently, it's a hotel, a very, very nice-looking hotel, actually, appears to have been hit by a drone as of right now.
The Burj Al Arab was actually one of the first 5-star, actually I believe it is a 6-star hotel that was built within the area of Dubai back in, I believe it was the late 90s. It has actually been famous around the world. It's designed after the sail of a ship, and it appears that the rear end of the Burj Al Arab has actually been hit by some form of a drone attack and is currently on fire at the moment, as we can see in this clip. But you can see right there the fire burning on the back of the building. Once again, you can see the flames lapping up the side of the building right there, which does confirm that the Burj Al Arab has been directly hit. Interestingly enough, the Iranians have targeted the Burj Al Arab and the Burj Khalifa, which are two of the most famous and prominent buildings within the UAE, which once again shows that they are targeting civilians, and it also shows that they're trying to now target significant landmarks that the United Arab Emirates is famously known for. So this does not appear to be an attack against any military targets in the UAE. This is clearly an attack against the UAE's people and also key landmarks as well in an attempt to try and destroy them or damage them.
Yeah, that is fascinating right there. Also, really bad too. Not really fascinating. It's actually kind of horrific, actually, that they're hitting these civilian targets like that. In fact, I've seen travel YouTubers doing reviews from inside that hotel because, of course, it's like a tourist attraction. So that's interesting to see it literally on fire, getting hit with a drone. So that's a bad situation indeed. Imagine, by the way, like just to put this in perspective, imagine if that drone hit like a higher floor or something and caused a fire. I mean, we've seen the result of that before. We've seen that a long time ago. That could be very bad. It could trap people on the higher floors. They could not possibly be able to get past the fire. It could lead to a lot of bad outcomes. So this is terroristic actions that Iran's taking. Of course, a terrorist state taking terroristic actions, that's no surprise. And they're currently carrying it out, surprisingly, on the UAE, which I thought they were kind of like somewhat neutral with, but it appears to be they have a bone to pick with them at this point. So we are seeing that as well. We're also hearing, actually scratch that, we're not hearing that yet. I got to confirm that. So unfortunately, I'm going to toss it back to you. I'm currently doing some research on one other major topic. I might have some more breaking news in a second.
I also see some people talking about the situation with Dubai, and everyone's like, oh, that's not good that they're attacking the Burj Al Arab. Who in the world could ever have seen that one coming? Well, I mean, it's kind of hard. They're a terrorist state. They fund terrorists. they act like terrorists. I mean, it's kind of hard to think that they would bomb the Burj Al Arab and the Burj Al Khalifa and attack innocent civilians in random countries. It's not like we've known that they do that for decades, because they're quite literally a terrorist state that operates terrorist groups throughout the whole region. So I think that it's fairly obvious why they're doing this. They're a terrorist state, and this is also why they should be dealt with. And that's why we're dealing with them actually right now, which is a very good thing, not only for us, but for the region. And so with that in mind, we are waiting for further news to come out at this moment. We are hearing about an ongoing U.S. attack against the Iranians. There appears to be a third wave ongoing right now. We're trying to get more information about it. We're also hearing that there's an ongoing uprising on the ground once again within Iran, and while the Iranian government is firing into the crowds, it doesn't appear to be stopping them this time around, because they're getting emboldened by the fact that Khamenei has been outright killed in the U.S. attacks. We have also been able to confirm, speaking of which, that the Iranian government has now also confirmed with their cryptic Twitter post on Khamenei's account that Khamenei has in fact been killed. They put him out as a ghoul holding a golden sword, which we can see that right here. So that does confirm that Ali Khamenei was killed last night in the opening of the attack, along with several other top government officials, including the head and commander of the IRGC, the commander-in-chief of the Iranian Armed Forces, and also Shamkhani, who is the right-hand advisor of Khamenei. We also understand that Khamenei's son-in-law and his daughter were also killed, apparently in the same attack as Khamenei was killed in. And we're also now hearing that the Iranians are still firing another attack at the UAE and also the Prince Sultan Air Base south of Riyadh. And we're still trying to get some more video and picture evidence of what's going on around the Prince Sultan Air Base and also throughout the larger airspace of central Saudi Arabia at the moment. We did hear about some Israeli attacks that have targeted Israel within the past few minutes. There appears to have been a hit in Haifa and another hit in Tel Aviv, but generally not a lot of missiles are making it through. There's a fairly smaller number of missiles that are making it through the air defense perimeter within Israel at the moment, so we'll be waiting to see if we can get a larger, broader picture of the ongoing situation, but that's going to take a little bit of time because this is currently happening while we're live on air, and we're trying to piece this together as best as we can as we are live. So I believe that we may be getting a little bit of additional news at the moment, or at least footage, I'm sure. And Matthew, what do we have?
Okay, so also, by the way, just a side note here, I'm currently waiting on one other piece of footage to come out. We've heard from 56 Network that apparently that was them on the reflection in the IP phone that we saw at the little operations center that they set up in Mar-a-Lago. That was 56 News. So apparently, I would assume that was either the president, the secretary of war, or somebody. One of them was on Twitter and they were looking at FITUG. So that is interesting. It's interesting to see the executive using OSINT like that, because a lot of people write OSINT off. Like there was people in the chat a moment ago saying, you're joking, like they don't use like OSINT sources like you for news. They do, actually. In fact, they use it so much, we were written into a book by General David Petraeus, a former CIA director. They use it a lot. Like, people underestimate how much OSINT is actually a very important discipline. It's very important. We're more so on the side of reporting the OSINT. We do a little bit of OSINT work ourselves, but we're more on the sides of reporting it, more so than necessarily gathering it. But we do occasionally some source gathering from here and there a little bit, but not as heavy as like some dedicated channels like FITUG News. Not even close to it, actually. FITUG Network's on a whole nother level when it comes to that whole situation. But that is pretty cool, by the way. Also, I am not seeing any more breaking news right this second. We'll have to wait for some more information to come out. Right now, we're still waiting on more footage to be revealed from these recent attacks.
We are still waiting at the moment, and of course there's going to be further information to come out. By the way, if you're wondering about that book, this is actually the specific book that we're in right here. It's the book Conflict, written by General David Petraeus, also a former director of the CIA, and Dr. Andrew Roberts. It's actually a really interesting read about modern warfare from the end of the Second World War to the modern day. So if you wanted to read a book and you wanted to see our channel in it, you can easily get to our channel, which is actually in the Ukraine war chapter. But outside of that, we are still waiting for further news and information to come out at this moment, and I'm sure, also, by the way, we don't get any, like, royalties off of those book sales. It's just that we're in the book, which we're really honored to see that we were mentioned, so we're not, like, plugging it to make any money off of that. We don't have any sort of a fee arrangement or a deal for being mentioned in that book with Petraeus or Dr. Roberts. But moving on from that, we are still waiting for further information to be coming out of the Middle East at this moment, and we'll be waiting to see if we can get any information on that. While we are waiting right now for some larger information about all of the outbound missiles that are heading towards U.S. bases and U.S. missiles heading towards Iranian bases, I do want to make sure to give a little bit of a plug to the channel in form of subscribing. If you would like to, please do make sure to subscribe to our channel. We cover this news on the daily basis, largely 6 days a week on live streams, and during times like these, it's 7 days a week, largely 24/7 coverage, as much as we can physically do that with this entire show only being run by the two of us. If y'all are enjoying this right now, please do make sure to subscribe. It'll pay off dividends, because every time there is any major event or any sort of a major development within the region, we are live immediately and covering it on the spot. So please do make sure to subscribe. It does pay off significantly. And while we are waiting for further breaking news to come out at the moment, we are going to try and answer a couple of questions from all of y'all here. And also, I do have to say, folks, that we do get the live chat questions. This channel is not a pay-to-play channel to where you have to support us monetarily some way to be able to talk to us. It's just that we do have to address our super chatters first, because the super chatters are what make it financially possible for us to do this. We run all of our shows ad-free and sponsor-free. I'm sure many of y'all have noticed that, because we don't run any sponsor runs, and we don't have any ads in the middle of our show. So the only way that we're able to financially run this entire news operation is through our super chatters, which we are massively appreciative to. But while we are waiting for further news to come out, let's get a couple of questions, Matthew. What do we got?
Okay, so in the meantime, we're going to grab a couple of questions. Also, I'm going to put up another poll, by the way, because I haven't put up many polls this stream, because I've been super busy with trying to collect the news. So we'll put up a poll here in just a second and get y'all's opinion on something. But jumping into our first super chat while we wait for more breaking news, this one goes to Arar983, who puts in a $100 support. And thank you very much, Arar, for that $100 support, and we appreciate that very, very much. They said Enforcer Situation Room and Matt's Sneeze Button Fund and LSA.
Hey, and I gotta say, our Situation Room has been going incredibly well so far. We always are on a knife's edge when we run these sorts of shows. Keeping an endless flow of information going and analysis alive on the spot is always a challenge in itself, but doing it when it's actually happening in real time is a whole thing into itself. So I hope that our coverage has been good tonight. I thank all of y'all for spending a decent amount of time here enjoying the show and watching it. And I also got to say, humongous thanks to you so much once again for that incredible support and helping this channel to keep running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing rolling. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Damian McClay, who put in a 100 as well. And thank you very much, Damian. He said, so happy to be able to contribute, and thank you both for being the only news outlet that I trust, and I'll say forever.
And thank you so much for the kind words. And we are always proud to know that folks like you consider this channel to be a high priority source of news. And I hope that so far we have been able to cover the situation as it's been happening in real time to usual enforcer standards. We always try our best to make sure that the analysis is up to date, and it is as realistic, pragmatic, and generally to date as it can be. I hope that we have met that standard for everyone right now. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and we're always honored and hold everyone in high regard for spending their time watching the news here on this show. So huge thanks to you so much once again. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a $100 support from a Wealthy Demon. I know we hope we turn into a Wealthy Angel, by the way. He puts in that 100, though. But we appreciate that support very, very much. And he said, KHAMENEI unalived is, in his opinion, the best belated birthday present he could ask for. It was 2 days ago. And also, happy belated birthday to you. He said, I love the coverage you guys do. And even though I'm busy most days to catch it live, if this war continues, are there any countries that would come to Iran's aid? And I mean any kind of aid.
And I thank you so much for support. Happy belated birthday to you, by the way. And wait a minute, Matthew. Did you say Wealthy Demon was his name?
Yes.
KHAMENEI? Are you here?
No.
Oh, man, I'm just playing around with you, Wealthy Demon. I thank you for the incredible support, though. And I would have to say that, no, actually, no one's going to come to their help. And here's the reason why. They're actually, at least as far as strategically concerned, they're kind of cut off from help. Russia can't help them at all, because they would have to be able to try and ferry themselves down through the Caspian Sea. And strategically, Russia is already completely spent just fighting the war in Ukraine. And they're kind of focusing more so on directing their ire towards Europe in general here in a little bit. So Russia doesn't really have a lot to spare to help out Iran. And also, if they wanted to help out navally, which would probably be the more important way to help at the moment, the Russians are so far away navally, because the nearest bases that they can use are, say, Kronstadt Island near to St. Petersburg, or the Arctic Fleet up in Murmansk. They're thousands of miles away at the closest. So the Russians wouldn't be able to help out navally, ground-wise, or in the air. As far as China is concerned, they're in an incredibly similar situation. And while the Chinese do have a naval and military, well, actually a PLA SS, well, actually, I believe it's a People's Liberation Army Special. Yeah, it is the PLA SSF base that they have within Djibouti, which is a very fun country to say. But beyond that, they do have that support facility within Djibouti at the moment. But although they do have that facility, the People's Liberation Army's expeditionary capabilities outside of the People's Republic of China and the near coastal water areas of China is still fairly limited, meaning that China really wouldn't be able to provide any support. Russia has already made it clear they aren't providing any support, and Iran's on their own. They made that clear before strikes even began. And so far, the Chinese Foreign Ministry has not even made a comment condemning U.S. actions. And we also saw that while the Chinese did vow that they would join in the Iranian military exercises in the Strait of Hormuz before the strikes in a sign of solidarity, we actually saw that in reality, the Chinese didn't show up at all, and then the Russians sent one of the smallest vessels that they could have to join in and operate in the military exercises. So in reality, no one's going to help them. Like, the only people they would count on for help is Russia and China, and they've made it fairly clear that Iran is basically holding the basket, and they don't really have anyone to help them at any point in the future. So they're completely on their own right now. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a humongous thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than, so let me scroll back up to it. This one goes to Joppy, who puts in a 100. And thank you, Joppy, as well for that support. And he said, I just started watching a stream and it's still at the start. But but is the Russian ship maybe there on purpose to discourage attacks on that harbor? Well, they're effective or not, Russia's constantly clutching at straws these days either way.
That could have been the reason they sent the Stoichi, but it actually didn't stop attacks. We did hear that Bandar Abbas, its radomes, and also its port have been attacked within the past few hours. So while it was there to try and avoid strikes, it doesn't really appear that it helped. So that might have been their intention. Didn't pan out that way. We don't even, well, at the moment right now, folks, actually this is kind of a bit of an ongoing mystery. We don't really know if the Stoichi has ended up becoming collateral in a strike where it's been damaged at all, because we do know that it was moored very close to the rest of the Iranian Navy within the port. So if a U.S. bomb or a Tomahawk tried to hit a ship that was at its mooring, there could have been some shrapnel or blast damage that could have damaged the Stoichi at a minimum, or possibly wounded a couple of Russian service members or killed them. We don't know about that right now. The Russian government hasn't made any comments on that. So we're going to be waiting to see, but that didn't actually stop the U.S. from bombing Bandar Abbas. We just bombed Bandar Abbas with a Russian corvette there. I wish we had that same kind of resolve when we were facing down the Russians in supporting Ukraine. Not, bombing the Russians, say, but providing the Ukrainians with a significant amount of weaponry to see that another vital enemy, or a sworn enemy of the United States of America, is dealt with properly and rightly, so that way we can see that our allies in Europe prosper, much like our allies in the Middle East will prosper from the actions we're conducting today against an enemy of our interest in the region. And so a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And before we move on to the next one, Matthew, do we have any updates right now from the Middle East?
Let me see if I can go grab that real quick here. Let's see here. So I'm currently doing a scan for breaking news. Iran has fired apparently missiles before. We'd already heard about that though, so that's sort of old news right now. But currently doing a scan. I'll be honest, I've been trying to grab some of the super chats out of the live chat right now. I've been sort of behind, but we're not really seeing anything new happen right now. We are hearing a protest apparently picking up steam inside of Iran. Security forces are deploying and implementing crowd control measures, as we can hear. We did see the forces in the streets earlier in the video. Also, by the way, the State Department is being funny right now. Believe it or not, in the midst of this, the State Department is trying to exercise a sense of humor. They have announced that Marco Rubio will not arrive in Israel on Monday. Psych. So that's the announcement right now. Yeah, that's the announcement right now. Obviously, Marco is not going to show up there. We knew it was strange when they said the media wasn't going to be with him when he was going there. That was a huge red flag for that. So I guess they're trying to be funny there. Oh, we have some bad news. Protesters are being shot by security forces in Karaj Mashhad right now inside of Iran. Apparently, security forces in Tehran are firing warning shots at crowds, which is kind of unusual. Usually they fire right at them. But they are beginning to wipe the people out yet again right now that we're hearing about.
Hang on, man. I think I just had something mentally click. I need to check this really quickly. 1 second. Let me get the stat here. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, Matthew, I think we have an ongoing development right now. You know how we were talking about a second ago, the B-2 bombers that were going to be showing up inside of the Middle East for a nighttime attack on Iran? Well, it's 1:48 a.m. in the morning right now inside of Iran, meaning that it is the dead of night right now. It's actually the preferable time for a nighttime strike. And we have this conga line of KC-135 Stratotankers that have flown, mind you all, non-stop from what appears to be an airbase in near to Dover, Delaware, and they have flown non-stop right now all the way across the Atlantic, and there is a conga line of them. They're not landing anywhere in Europe right now, and they're heading straight to the Middle East. And I was looking at their indicated airspeed, their ground speed in knots, and while we know that they kind of did this last time where where it looked like they were striking from the west and then they hit from the east, and it might be the opposite way around this time, this may be a distraction action right here for B-2 bomber raids that are coming here within a very short amount of time. Because this conga line of KC-135s and the fact that they're flying non-stop almost gives an indication that this is actually a B-2 flight out of Whiteman that's being refueled on the way and is being towed basically by these 135s on into CENTCOM's AOR so they can start bombing operations against soft targets in Iran.
It could be possibly that would be. I think that would be different than the last time that we saw the B-2 show up. But of course, there is no like predefined route that they must fly to get the B-2s into the region. They can fly any route they want. Last time we saw them do a feint, so they sent some Stratotankers off one direction, and actually the B-2s were heading out a different direction. So it had us fooled for a while. It actually fooled us pretty good last time. We didn't catch that feint, so we thought it was coming in from a completely different vector. We were wrong. This could be a lot more straightforward. There's really not much of a need for a whole bunch of, I guess you could say, deception this time like that. There's really not a need. It's obvious that we're attacking Iran. There's no secret about that at this point. So the Iranians will never know that they're B-2s until after they get hit, because the B-2, of course, is stealth, and they won't be able to detect it. So it could be. You could be right.
Yeah, I mean, man, honestly, man, if it happens that they bomb them from the Pacific this time instead of the Atlantic, you're going to have to go whip out that Kekseth meme where it's like, instead of bombing from the west, we bomb from the east. Bro, you got to go find that if that happens, because that literally would be on the money at this point. They literally just changed the directions in which the bombers are coming in. But right now, it does look like this might be a diversion. And also, I see a lot of people saying seems too obvious. And I will also tell y'all that right now, over the whole of the Pacific, there is no U.S. air activity. And if y'all remember when Midnight Hammer happened, it was the opposite way around. There was huge air activity over the Pacific, and then there was no air activity over the Atlantic air corridor, which would show that the B-2s actually came from that direction. So this time around, it could have been that the B-2s just went and took this arduously long journey. It was a 36-hour round trip to make it from the Atlantic route. It's going to be even longer to do it over the Pacific, but they might have just made the arduously long journey all the way through the Pacific and the Indian Ocean to make it to Iran, and they're currently on the way right now. I think we can be pretty certain, though, that B-2 bombing runs are about to be happening inside of Iran here in the near future, because the fact that these KC-135s are not stopping generally gives me an idea that what they're about to be doing is they're probably about to be turning around down near Greece, which would probably indicate that they were refueling all of the B-2s, if they are coming from the Atlantic side, around the Balkans, and then once they're refueled, all of those KC-135s will divert back to airfield somewhere in Europe, and then some KC-135s will pick up after the B-2s are coming out of Iran, and then they'll refuel them back on their way back around to, say, for example, the United States of America. I see some people saying the B-2s are probably coming from Guam. Satellite photography has never showed us the B-2s at Guam, and I do not believe that Anderson Air Force Base does have the protected temperature and atmospherically controlled hangars that would be necessary to operate the B-2 Spirits. That's at least what I would know off of the top of my head. I might be wrong on that, and they may have even based them here, even with the salty, more humid air, which generally isn't good for the B-2's health. They actually have a health of their own, funnily enough. We generally, if we wanted to, we would generally base those out of Diego Garcia, because Diego Garcia actually has these special little hangars right here that are temperature and atmospherically controlled, so that way we can keep the B-2s in good shelf life condition. But considering that the British openly stated that they weren't going to allow the U.S. to operate strikes out of Diego Garcia, either quietly that whole thing was a feint to throw the Iranians off, or they legitimately meant that and we're not using Diego Garcia at the moment. It's one or the other, we're not sure, but there was probably B-2 bombers coming into Iran within the hours that were going to be on air at the moment, so we'll be waiting for that. But anyways, with that in mind, we are going to be moving on into a couple of more questions while we wait for more news to coalesce out of the region. So Matthew, what do we got?
So our next one is also a $100 support from Joppy yet again. And thank you very much, Joppy, for that support. He said, and what about the possibility of a body double if all they can do is visually check if the Ayatollah, if that's him or not? And also, I appreciate the work, and it's truly worthy of respect.
And I thank you for the support, and thank you so much for the kind words. We love to know that people really respect our work here, and I thank you so much for supporting it so we can keep it going, too. As far as body doubles go, body doubles... They kind of, like, the thing about body doubles is that they're body doubles from like 30 feet away on a moving vehicle. Body doubles really don't stand up to scrutiny whenever there's a major event or when someone's like right up on someone, you know, and they're like, you know, picking, you know, through your remains and being like, yep, that's him. So generally, actually, there's a very key thing that would tell that Khamenei is Khamenei. Khamenei actually was shot in his left arm. His left arm actually doesn't work, and it's a game arm. So because of that, if they wanted to confirm if Khamenei was Khamenei and the remains were Khamenei's, they generally will look for some sort of bullet damage or at least some sort of a bullet wound on his left arm. And if they find that, chances are wildly high that that is him, because they're not going to shoot body doubles in the arm. That's highly unlikely. And also, he always wears long sleeves in public, so nobody would know the difference. If the body double didn't move his left arm, it would look like it was just normally Khamenei from a distance, although that person's left arm would be perfectly fine. So I would say that also, some people are saying that it was actually his right arm. Let me check that. Let's see. Let me check that here. Khamenei. So let's see here. So it does appear that it actually is his right. Yeah. So it does appear that it is his right arm, the one that is generally damaged. So they would check the arm that's been affected by the bullet wound, which would be the right arm. And if they were able to find some sort of bullet damage to his skin, you know, that had been there for a while and it appeared to have scarred over, then that would clearly be him. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that answers that incredibly well, at least from what I know. And also the Mossad probably has a whole bunch of other ways to identify him as well. I mean, the Mossad is a pretty creative and nifty little group as far as how they work, so they probably had other ways or forms to identify him. I mean, if there was loads of holes in the guy, he might not even be recognizable, and they had to maybe conduct some quick DNA test of some sort to be able to confirm who he is. They may have a quick DNA test kit like that to where they can get a match possibly, but apparently they were able to confirm that he is in fact dead, and it does appear that the President of the United States has stated that he is dead at this moment. And even so at that, I mean, even the Iranian account for Khamenei has shown apparently this ghoulish picture, which is supposed to be referencing that he is dead and now is some sort of a ghost. I would assume a jinn of some sort, which is a big thing in Islamic and Middle Eastern lore. He is now going to be continuing to fight the crooked and wicked forces, as they call it, of the West, which would be us and primarily Israel, but apparently now everyone else in the Middle East as well. But a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that is as thorough an answer as I could give. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, by the way, forgive me for just a second here. I was trying to redo my spreadsheet. We have so many super chats, by the way. I just had to literally redesign my spreadsheet that I used to track all the super chats. So I just had to do that real quick there. I was to redesign my entire tracking system as you were talking just right then. So we are going to be moving into our next super chat here in just a second. Once I press sort from A to Z. That's how I do it. I do it old-fashioned, like an accountant. But let's jump right into our next super chat here, which is another $100 support from Dragon Golem. And thank you very much, Dragon, for that $100 support. And Dragon said, I would like to thank you both for the news work. And I've been watching you guys for over a year, and I'm very impressed with your work. And also, by the way, what has happened with those drone CV ships?
We don't know, actually, Golem. We have no clue. We think that they might be around there at Bandar Abbas still, or they might have been hit where they were anchored, because we never heard of them weighing anchor and setting sail anywhere. So we think that they might have been hit while they were moored outside of Bandar Abbas, maybe, or they might be intact at the moment, because they really don't pose a major strategic threat to the United States for now. And they're such a large target that if they ever started to move, we could obliterate them then, once they start to pose a possible threat to the U.S. Navy. But also, I gotta say, thank you so much for watching for over a year. I gotta thank you for being around for so long. Usually a lot of people, when they find our show, they usually stick around for an incredibly long amount of time. And so I got to thank you so much for being here for a year. A year is a long time to watch a YouTube channel, and we appreciate you greatly for your time and also enjoying our news as well. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again, and I hope that does answer your question incredibly well. And before we move on to the next one, folks, I do have to say, Matthew, that my throat is a little bit dry, a little bit parched. And so if you would like for a minute, if you would like to give everyone a little bit of a recap or a little bit of an ongoing update on the developing situations that we're still watching at the moment, please feel free to. I'm going to go get a glass of water.
Okay, so while the enforcer goes and hydrates because he did not bring water with him to the area, I actually went out and got a massive coffee, which I usually don't do. I usually make coffee at home, but I had to go get some this morning, and I brought a whole bunch of water to my workstation over here. So I've got everything I need right here. I can stay here all day long. I don't have food though, but you can survive days without food. You can't survive without some aqua. But let's get to some news though. We're not here to hear me ramble about aqua. We're here to hear about what's happening with Iran, because remember the power struggle I was mentioning earlier. The power struggle is still happening. We've gotten a new plot twist to the power struggle that's about to take place in Iran with the government. The Iranian first vice president, Aref, who's apparently still alive from what we can gather, has announced his intention to take full control of Iran under wartime conditions. So the stage is being set. It sounds like the Iranian first vice president is going to try to seize power. I think he might be the one who's actually entitled to take power, actually. And also the IRGC is trying to appoint somebody on top of that. So you see there are two big issues. The military has a leverage because obviously they have forces, so that's going to be a problem. Also, the Iranian first vice president really doesn't have much to back up his statement. So that is setting the stage for something. We will be seeing what happens with that situation, but right now that's very, very curious that that's going to start going down. Also, by the way, we have gotten some more updates about the situation in Dubai at the international airport. We are being told that 4 crew members were injured at the Dubai airport earlier today. They received immediate medical treatment. Thankfully, there have been no casualties at Dubai International Airport, even though it hit literally right in the middle of a populated airport. There's only minor damage and also minor injuries to some of the folks there at the airport. So yeah, that is a bit of a miracle right there. Also, I think I hear Enforcer back.
And yes, I am back. I do have a little glass of water. It is a wonderful glass of water, folks. And I have to say really quickly, folks, some people were in the chat like, man, inexperienced. Usually we never have to have I never have to have a glass of water, just to have a quick little aside. Because even though the shows are normally 3.5 hours long, and I'm usually the one talking nonstop through them, we usually didn't run like an 8-hour show before that the day before. So I was actually fairly dehydrated when we got off air last night. I hadn't drank anything for 8 hours, and so I'm kind of still dealing with that today. So my throat started getting insanely dry right there. So luckily we have water and we can keep the show running as it was. But if you would like to, Matthew, you can continue on with your summary here of all of the ongoing events and what we're watching at the moment right now.
So we are seeing that there are some air impacts taking place in Jordan, by the way. We have seen that. So Jordan is apparently taking some hits. Jordan's also been participating in active air defense of Israel, along with U.S. coalition aircraft over the skies and airspace of Jordan. So that's still an ongoing situation. We are seeing that right now at this very minute, the U.S. and Israeli Air Forces have started a brand new salvo on Tehran. My only question with that, though, is this. We are seeing that protesters are coming out in mass. So we're sort of creating a dangerous situation here. The Israeli and U.S. forces are airstriking, but how are we distinguishing between the protesters and the IRGC? Because we're telling people to go out in the streets and protest, which is obviously what we want them to do, but are we able to distinguish them from the Iranian Ayatollah forces? I'm not sure if we can, but we're hearing that Tehran is under air attack right now. I'm waiting on footage to come out of that, but Tehran is getting hammered right now by both Israel and the United States with fighter jet activity as of right now.
And we are going to be watching these developments once again as we are live on air at the moment. And generally at the moment, folks, while we are covering and we're generally watching all of these developing situations, right now it is more so like a ticker tape sort of a development, where we're getting the statements out and the reports out, but we're not really getting a humongous amount of video evidence out at the moment. So that's why we're generally kind of a bit like, we're not in a lull, but as far as video and picture evidence to be able to show all of y'all here on air, we're kind of a little bit in a lull in that regard. But in terms of developments, they're still going on. We're just waiting for the videos to come out. So in the meantime, we are going to be getting back to taking some more questions, because if I'm not mistaken, Matthew, we still have every single super chat that we were not able to address in the spreadsheet from last night, and it looks like from my count that puts us around 220 super chats right now. So,
Yeah, something like that.
yeah, quite a large amount. So we're going to make sure to try and get to more of these because the policy on this channel, folks, is also to explain this as well. And this doesn't mean that we're going to prioritize super chats over the news. We're just getting to some of them while we can and chipping away at them because the policy here on the channel is that whether it's $1 or $500, we read off every single super chat that anyone sends in. Because for some people, $1 is a lot, and for some people, $500 is nothing. And we greatly appreciate that people go out of their way at all to support the channel, whether it be $1 or $500, which is the maximum you could throw in a super chat, because all of those people combined make it financially possible for our channel to continue to run, for us to do this as a job, and for everyone to have a news channel to come to every day. And we're greatly appreciative for them, and we want to give all of them their time and thanks for supporting the channel and making this possible for everyone, whether it's us or y'all. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our next super chat here, this one is the largest one of the night. Woods Westminster is throwing in a $500 support, which is the YouTube maximum, by the way, for a super chat. So a huge shout to you, Woods Westminster. We appreciate it very much. That is massive right there. We do appreciate that. They said a Lithuanian American here, and thank you for what you do. And also just mention Lithuania and Slava Ukraine, and thank you very much.
And a humongous shout out to you, Wood Westminster, from Lithuania, a Lithuanian American. And I gotta say, Lithuania is a really cool little country. I actually absolutely love Lithuania and the Lithuanian Chronicles and the history of Lithuania. Very interesting country, very cool people, and a very rich history from such a little country. Well, it used to be far bigger, but nowadays it's a smaller country. Still a great one, though. And I really do like y'all's remilitarization programs that y'all have going on right now. They're truly impressive, and I think should be the model for most NATO nations that are trying to meet the NATO standard these days, especially on the Russian frontier. And I got to thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And of course, Slava Ukraine. And a huge thank you to you, Woods Westminster, for that unbelievably massive support, because you're helping us to keep this channel running and keep covering the news like we are right now on multiple different situations around the world. Like if you had told me, folks, that within 2 weeks we would cover El Mencho, who was one of the most prolific and famous cartel leaders in Mexico, getting killed, which then led to a cartel war with the Mexican government, and then after that, the war with Iran started within the same 2-week period, I would have told you that you were crazy, and that would have never happened in that proximity of time. And yet, we not only covered the breakout of a major cartel war in Mexico, we're now covering the breakout of the war of the Middle East for the larger part.
Yeah. You know what this means, though? Like, unfortunately, I don't mean to be like a fearmonger. I'm not trying to be a fearmonger. I'm just telling you what I really think. What this means is we're heading for global instability like we've never seen before, because this situation with Iran has just started. Russia and China are going to act on this situation. Like, rest assured, they will act on it. Not meaning they're going to go like directly to war with the United States. They're going to make actions in their respective regions. Taiwan is going to be at a higher risk. That's almost for certain. They're going to have a much higher risk at this point. And also Ukraine, unless there's some type of diplomatic breakthrough all of a sudden, that's also going to be a large risk as well. We'd already heard the Russians trying to ramp that up, by the way. They were talking about Britain and France allegedly giving a nuclear weapon to Ukraine, which is bogus. So expect this to probably inflame the situation, because if Iran truly falls, then China and Russia have just lost one of their major regional allies, which is going to cause a problem.
Yeah, I mean, the global instability is rising commonly, but I like to say, folks, like, that is true, Matt. What Matthew's saying is true, but I wouldn't worry about it, folks. At this point, we're all just kind of in for the ride, and whatever happens at this point. And it's the world we live in these days, so we best just, dig in, get used to it, and keep trucking on along, because it is what it is. That's how I say it these days. But a big thanks to you so much once again for that unbelievably massive support, and with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, a huge shout out to B Burns too. Just put in a 200, and we appreciate the support very much. By the way, it's just a straight up $200 support, no comment at all, but we appreciate that very, very much. That's also significantly massive support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you massively for that support and helping this channel to keep on rolling, B Burns. And I gotta say that folks like you help this channel to keep on running. You didn't throw in a comment, but we are wildly appreciative of your support, and we thank you for helping this thing to keep rolling. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a super chat here. Also stall for just a minute, so I got to get a few from the chat.
We are stalling at the moment because we are actually still getting a massive flood of super chats. I have to thank everyone who's enjoying the channel enough to be able to support. We do entirely rely on viewer support to be able to keep this show running, and we are entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many people want to throw in their financial support to be able to keep our show running. A humongous thanks to y'all. We cannot thank y'all enough, and we also can't thank everyone else who isn't supporting enough for spending your time here. Time is something that many people do not have a lot of, and yet many of y'all, at least right now, have spent about the whole of about 3.5 or maybe 4 hours at this point watching this show, which I also have to say we're wildly appreciative of and thankful of as well. We thank every one of y'all for being here, whether you're supporting or not. We're happy to have every single one of y'all here listening to our news.
You know, I wish I had like a soundboard button or something like that I could do, like, you know, like a little like ticker tape sound or something like that to let you know I'm like going to break some news or something. That might be something worth adding, actually. That'd be pretty cool. But we're currently seeing here that we have got confirmation that apparently an Iranian missile has hit a U.S. base in Jordan. I mentioned that earlier, but now I have confirmation and footage of that. So, Enforcer, if you want to show this, by the way, Jordan is currently under attack, and they are currently missing some of the Iranian missiles that are coming in here.
Is this the Muafak air base?
I think it might be, actually. This is one of the most important bases in Jordan.
Let's take a look at this clip, folks. We see the impact right there.
What kind of camera is this?
I don't know. I can't tell if it hit anything. There isn't really a fire coming off of the explosion afterwards, so it might have hit nothing. It might have just hit an empty tarmac. But we'll have to see. There might be, hopefully I would hope not, that there's no casualties on the ground there. I actually have a friend of my own who's over there at the moment right now. I can't say where and what unit he's in and what he's doing, but I know folks who are currently over there right now, and I'd hope that none of them are being wounded or killed at the moment in the Iranian attacks that are ongoing. I'm sure that the U.S. is well prepared and everyone's already in a ready shelter, so if anyone's going to have anything happen to them, at the worst, they'll be wounded, hopefully.
0 casualty. That's what the U.S. has taken. That's also what Israel's taken. 0 casualties. Meanwhile, Iran's lost thousands already. The RGC's taken huge losses. The Iranian military, everybody in Iran, the security forces, they've taken thousands of losses. 0 casualties on the U.S. side and the Israeli side. That does show you the difference there. Iran may be getting through some air defense, but they're not killing anybody, which is the most important thing. The equipment can be replaced, like these radar systems. Of course, it costs money. That sucks, but you know, it's people are not replaceable. So at least on that front, we're doing significantly better than Iran.
And I would say definitely so. Usually we always prioritize a loss of casualties, which is, I would say, the pride point of the United States of America is that we usually try and minimize casualties as much as we can. And even in wars like Vietnam, where we take 50,000 dead, usually that's at the cost of around 700 to 800,000 dead on the enemy side. Our goal is to always try and minimize casualties as much as physically possible. That's why our vehicles don't really emphasize, like, for example, the Abrams or the Bradley. It doesn't emphasize vehicle survivability. It actually emphasizes crew survivability instead. So the vehicle can be destroyed, but the number one purpose of the vehicle's design is to protect the crew and see that they can bail out of the vehicle and survive. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, check something out real quick here. Go to Flight Radar 24 and type in this code here, the flight code number.
Yes.
Type this in. It's OMA407. See what we get for a callback on that.
Currently, we are getting. Let me see here.
It's an Omani Air flight.
Let me see here. On the 28th of February, this aircraft was going from Muscat, Oman to Cairo, and it appears that it's been delayed to 3:40 a.m. So,
was it en route or was it already on the runway?
So, it was en route.
Okay, so I'm hearing that there could be something bad that's happened here. I don't want to say that for a fact yet, but I'm seeing from a viewer, they're saying something. I would say there is a strange pattern that I'm seeing with this one, little information with it. I don't want to say anything for a concrete fact, but I will keep an eye on this situation here. We're hearing of an interesting possible situation. Possibly we'll have to keep an eye on it, though. I can't say anything for concrete fact yet. But moving into our next one here, our next super chat. This one is going to go to none other than, I'm scrolling back up to it. This one goes to Based Soda, who puts in a 100. And thank you very much, Based Soda, for that support. It said the red super chat looks better than the red revenge flag.
And I would have to say a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I'd have to say that it does look way better than the lame red flag of revenge. I mean, what a lame flag of revenge. Their flag of revenge is just getting wiped out a little bit quicker. Like, that's no revenge in my book, I would say. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Also, folks, we do have to say that currently there is a possible, well, wait a minute. It appears that the transponder is back on.
What's its altitude?
Its altitude is currently 32,000 feet at a ground speed of 192 knots, which is fairly slow. So we do not know what's going on at the moment with this aircraft. But
is it squawking a code or anything?
No, it's not squawking anything at the moment. It does appear to be delayed, however.
Interesting. So there's something going on with this aircraft, by the way. We're not sure exactly what this is. We'll sort of fill you in a little bit with what we can say about it for a fact. Something strange is happening with this aircraft. It may be okay, but it's running a strange flight path, and also it's turning on and off its transponder for a brief minute. So we're not sure why that is, and also how the hell was it flying? Well, I mean, where was it supposed to be going? Where was its destination?
It's supposed to be flying to Cairo in Egypt.
Yeah, so it's definitely flying erratic. That's for damn sure. We're not sure what this thing's doing, so we'll have to keep an eye on it and see what's going on. Some people are saying it could be spoofing. That is possible, but it appears to be well off its flight path if that ADS-B information is correct, which is obviously a huge warning sign for anybody watching aviation. That's a massive warning sign that's off its flight path like that, if that is indeed the actual location.
And we were trying to see if we can get a little bit further information at this point right now. Now it appears that it's making a gradual right-hand turn near to the area of the UAE-Saudi border. We're not really sure what's going on with this aircraft right now. It did turn off its transponder, and then it reappeared, conducting a very tight circle around the area of the coast of the UAE, and now it's turned on its transponder once again, and it's now heading out at a fairly slow speed of 192 knots, which is very slow. That's well below cruising speed at 32,000 feet, and it appears to now be snaking its way on towards into the region of Saudi Arabia. So thankfully, it did not go down. Some people were saying that it actually had probably gone down in some sort of a crash, or that it had been shot down on accident, either by Allied forces or by the Iranians, or deliberately by the Iranians, most likely. But it does appear that the transponder is back on and active, and we're going to be watching this flight with particular interest to see exactly what's going to be going on with it. So with that, we are on to the next one.
It's very strange that it turned off its transponder for such a long time. If it's not spoofed, then something is amiss, because even if you have ongoing missile attacks in the region, you would not turn off your transponder. In fact, you would definitely leave it on, so that way hopefully you don't get hit. So that way you can broadcast your location. So I don't know really what's up, but we'll keep an eye on it. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to none other than, let me scroll up to it. This one goes to, this is a long spreadsheet. This one goes to Stuart Bailey, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Stuart Bailey, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And also, while we're at it, a big shout out to Bomar, who put in a 50 as well. And we appreciate the both of you. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank both of y'all for the support. Y'all didn't throw in comments, but we are always wildly appreciative of folks who support the channel and help this thing to keep on running. So big thanks to both of y'all once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Albert Krasuski. And I'm probably mispronouncing your last name, but that's a tough one. I think that's Polish. But thank you very much, Albert, for that $50 support. He said, "Men, I followed you for a stream yesterday, and you breaking news until 4 a.m. in Brazilian time, and you are now live again. I appreciate the work, and greetings from Brazil."
And a big hello to Brazil, and a big thanks to you for enjoying our dedication. We work as hard as we can to keep everyone informed on the news. And I'm glad to know that folks like you notice it and appreciate it a lot, because we love to know that people really do understand that we actually have a great passion for news, and we hope that it really does come across in our coverage and our professionalism and our up-to-date sorts of news that we're able to cover, usually faster than most everyone else in the world. I believe that we're actually the first YouTube channel live on air last night with the news that the war with Iran had begun. We literally went live within minutes of it happening. We actually had to end one stream to start this one. We were already doing a normal one, and we are like, oh, you know, strikes can be coming any minute now, like, or in a couple of weeks. And then it happened while we were live on air, which is pretty crazy. But a humongous thanks to you for that kind support and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Nick Hines. He put in a 100 Canadian, and thank you very much, Nick, for that support. He said 40,000 watching right now, and right on LSA and LSA.
And a big thanks to you for the support, and that is absolutely crazy to see that that many people have been watching. We actually had 60,000 people watching live for about an hour straight. Like, it literally, no fluctuations, just 60,000 people for a straight hour. And I gotta say that we're entirely honored to know that so many people have been watching the show. We have definitely been knocking out of the water, at least with last night's coverage and this day's coverage. And I gotta thank you so much for supporting the channel and helping us to keep this thing rolling still as it is right now. So humongous thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, check Flight Radar really quick and check that plane. Look at the altitude and look at the speed real quick. I'm just curious about something. Let's see what we're looking at here.
Oh, its transponder has actually been off the entire time. That was a predictive path that it thought it had picked up on ADS-B.
Interesting. So did it actually fly that circular spot there, or was that just a prediction as well? It looks like it was showing that the transponder was active.
It appears that that has remained unchanged, so we're assuming for now the transponder was truly active there.
Interesting. So it hasn't turned it back on since it did that circular motion. Is that aircraft even capable of doing a circle that tight like that? I mean, that's a very small spot for an aircraft to do a 360 like that.
Oh yeah, these the 737 like this can conduct a really, really tight maneuver. Like you should see what it could do at the Paris Air Show. Like, these things can actually pull some aerobatics.
Interesting. So I guess maybe it's possible they did that. I don't know why they would circle around right there. They're literally circling around right in front of an active war zone, basically. Seems like a bad spot to travel to circle like that. Seems like a terrible idea, but we'll have to see. But moving into our next one here. This one's going to be a super chat from none other than Tripod, who put in a 50. And thank you very much, Tripod, for that $50 support. They said, I really hope you shut this down, secure this engagement, and reopen the straits. And if this goes on for an extended period of time, this is really bad.
I would have to say, generally at this point, we have to see victory against Iran, so we'll have to continue this to whatever degree. I would say that this going on for a longer amount of time, actually, in my opinion, might be better, because if it goes on for a longer amount of time, we are only further assured that we will achieve our objectives against the Iranians. But as far as the other situations go, with this, there is definitely going to be some diplomatic fallout from this with the Russians and the Chinese, because this is a significant ally of theirs. Their only ally really left in the Middle East. But a big thanks to you so much once again for the support. I hope that it's addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Yenya Tolls, who puts in the 50. And thank you very much, Yenya, for that support. They said it's crazy to believe as a 40-year-old to see the regional war pop off that we've been told we're avoiding for 25 years. 2020 through 2026 has been insane. And it really is insane, by the way. It will be, I would say this is a regional war. I see some analysts out there saying, oh, this could turn into a regional war. It's like, well, it really already is a regional war. Unless they're defining a regional war as like the Gulf states firing back at Iran, which, you know, I mean, that's a choice. That's not necessary for it to be a regional war. I mean, Iran's waging war on the entire region right now. The entire region's under attack. So in my opinion, I would say it's already a regional war. That's what we're seeing right now. Basically, everybody's involved in the region right now, and it's expected to get worse before it gets better. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that it really does appear to me to be a regional war. I mean, that's for sure. Because right now the Iranians are attacking everybody in the region. Yeah, it's like I think that's really what we need for this to qualify to be. Honestly, it's a regional war just due to the fact that this is happening over multiple national borders, from Israel towards Iran, from the U.S. over every Middle Eastern country towards Iran, and from Iran towards everyone else in the region. I mean, it's clearly a regional war. I mean, this is a larger regional war just in the number of countries involved than the Russia-Ukraine war is, and that's a regional war. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I also saw someone say, let's see, go check out OMA Flight 103, and we can now see that it also appears to be, it is all over the place, as a matter of fact, this Oman Air flight.
Spoofing.
Yeah, it's spoofing.
It's spoofing. It's got to be.
And then this one must be spoofing as well, then.
Yeah, there must be a lot of GPS interference. I was trying to get a GPS map as you were about to cover that right now. Let me see if I can go ahead and get that GPS interference in the area. Let me see if I can get that information in just a second.
And we will be hopefully getting that information here incredibly soon, folks. We will hopefully see that nothing's going on with these aircraft and it's just GPS interference. That's giving everyone the scare.
Yeah, so we're definitely seeing a lot of GPS interference right now. So we're seeing not only is it GPS interference with the aircraft, also the ships. The AIS data from the ships in the Strait of Hormuz is also being misreported. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, this is wild. Whatever the hell this is that you're looking at, this is crazy. Flight Radar 24 is also pointing out that the jamming and spoofing are intense right now in the Middle East. So that's why we're probably seeing that. So hopefully it is just interference that we're seeing there with that. That's probably the case because it appears to be what they're talking about. So very heavy interference over the entire region.
And it does appear that we have found the Orb of Judgment here on the ADS-B transponder. It's currently just hanging out over the UAB, chilling. And then it flies warp speed towards some central point around Turkey. And then it flies here to apparently near to Phoenix, Arizona, or somewhere around there. And then it flies down to South America and Argentina. Could it be UFOs? Because it's going incredibly close to Roswell, Mexico, where a lot of Germans escaped after World War II. And most importantly, into the Middle East. I don't know. I mean, like, I'm trying to figure out what that is. It's a broken transponder. That's all it is. And it's showing up all over the place. And it's really interesting to watch, though. I will say that. I mean, this thing is really moving around. Anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
And our next super chat is going to be none other than a $50 support from... This spreadsheet is getting so long, by the way. It's becoming crazy. I have to add something new to all the way back up. This one goes to Walter P, who put in a 50. And thank you very much, Walter, for that $50 support. He said 2 more weeks has come to an end. Do you think we waited for the Olympics to end? Do you think they actually waited for the end of it?
I think they actually waited for the State of the Union to be over. I think that's what it was. Because everyone was saying, oh, well, you know, they're probably not going to take it before the State of the Union. I was one saying, that sounds not really the case to me, at least, you know. And then it turns out that they probably did wait until the end of the State of the Union. Because I think the Olympics ended before the end of before the State of the Union, and then they still waited for the end of the State of the Union, and then they conducted the attack. So that could have been the case, and it also could have been that we were still waiting for more forces to get into the region, and that's also why we were still stalling with them. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support, and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a big shout to Kazuman, as well as Cheryl Jones and Ronald Vredenberg for each putting in a 50, along with Texas, who also put in a 50 as well. We appreciate all 4 of you for that very generous support and helping to keep the channel running. And Enforcer, what say you?
And we've got to thank y'all for the support, because y'all do help this channel to keep running, and we are greatly appreciative of that. So big thanks to y'all once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Krolix, who puts in a 50 and said, Enforcers, thank you for the hard work and the dedication. I live in D.C. and I'm fairly worried about the potential for small-scale and lone wolf attacks in major cities. Should I be worried?
I think that it is a point of concern, and you should exercise increased caution, but I don't think that you should make it a significant focus or worry. Just make sure not to gather up in large crowds in public places. You know, make sure to report anyone who appears to be a suspicious individual involved in suspicious activities. You know, and just generally make sure to keep your head on the swivel a little bit more than normal. That's probably what I would recommend, because there is probably a likelihood, to be frank, that there are going to be domestic terror attacks on American soil as a result of these actions overseas right now with how the Iranians are reacting. So it generally just takes a significant amount of vigilance for us to be able to try and, you know, root that out and generally get rid of it before it's an issue. But, you know, outside of that, it's nothing to, you know, go into pandemonium about, in my honest opinion. And we can always make sure to, we'll look out for each other and make sure that we're safe as Americans together. And so big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a question from Avanhold, who put in a 50. And Avanhold said, Alcon 0 day event, Godspeed Nakamoto 3.
Thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Texas once again. Thank you very much, Texas, for that second support. He said, put this toward electricity or the internet.
And thank you so much for the electricity and internet fund, because you help us to keep the lights on and keep our internet running. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $31 support from Cameron Morosilo. And thank you very much, Cameron, for that 31. They said, appreciate you guys, and thank you. And also, a big shout out to DragonEye, who put in a 22. He said, okay, boys, let's get informed.
And thank you so much for the support to both of y'all, Cameron Morosilo and DragonEye. And hopefully we'll be staying informed, and thank you all for your appreciation and support of this channel. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 25 from Az with a Z. We put in a 25. It said, longtime UK lurker. This is my main source of news, and I really appreciate what you guys do for us. And you both deserve the Costco chicken after your efforts. And I miss that rodent and that fly.
Oh, I gotta tell you, I think sadly the Marmot and the Fly will have to take a break for tonight. Well, for today, actually, it's the middle of the day still. Oh, whoopsie daisy. But beyond that, I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel keep running. And thank you for enjoying our work and our effort. We try our hardest to be able to make sure to put out this news reliably, professionally, and also put in a little bit of humor there so that way it's not too much, and everyone can get kind of a little bit of a laugh in rough situations, because it's either you're laughing through it or you're crying through it. And if I had to pick, I'd rather be laughing through it. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that has addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from S-Static, and thank you very much, S-Static, for the 20. They said, I hope you both slept well, and thank you for providing the best coverage, and also the mainstream is about 12 hours behind you.
Static, they always are. They always are. We know that they are, because we'll cover something, and then they finally get to it. And it's really sad, honestly. If I'm just being completely frank, it is really a sad state of affairs with what modern news is. I feel like the thing is, though, is that the reason why they're that way is because they're actually catering to their viewers. If their viewers would get tired of it, they would change their ways, but their viewers are more so what keeps them that way. But they get so heavily embroiled and dug in on domestic political topics that they never focus on the wide world around us and what's going on out there every day. Unlike us, we do that every single day. And while we do criticize every administration that's in charge for what we believe are poor actions or actions that could have been done better, or generally aren't falling within a larger national strategy or a prerogative, one thing that I will say, though, is that we do keep politics out of this thing, at least partisan politics, and we just call it for what it is. And so a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Kilroy Was Here, who said, for the energy drinks needed for all this stuff in the chicken too, and also put a little stuff on that chicken, put a little stuff on it.
And thank you so much for the support, Kilroy. We'll have some Costco chicken. A big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, we are getting some more breaking news coming out that apparently anti-regime protesters in in the Fars province inside of Iran are apparently tearing down a statue of Khamenei and also burning the place up. And they're also going crazy out here in the streets. So let's take a look and see what these protesters are up to.
Let's take a look at it, folks. We hear the sound of a chainsaw in the background as they're setting fire around the area and now tearing down some sort of a statue of Khamenei. We can see it toppling right there, and people are now cheering. And going wild, actually. Going insane. Loco, even. Man, this is a lot of people.
Someone is redlining the hell out of a motorcycle in the background.
Someone certainly is.
Oh my God.
This guy has lost his composure.
That's the type of guy you need to do a revolution, by the way.
Yeah, just some guy going, ah! The whole clip. And really nice to see that they are having a good time about the whole death of Khamenei thing. But with that, we are going to be moving on and into the next one.
Our next one goes to Arar, who puts in a 20 as well and said, it's crazy. I was finishing watching the midnight stream over some breakfast and saw that you're live again and working very hard to bring the world the news. 2026 crazy, LSA.
Thank you so much for the support of RAR 983, and it is crazy. Some people were sitting down, finishing their breakfast, eating their meals, and then we went live again. I feel like it was basically no time at all between when we got off the last stream and when we got on this one. Matthew, how many hours do you sleep? Because I slept 5, after I finally got to bed.
I got 6, almost exactly.
Oh man, so he got one more hour than me, but Matthew's quicker to get to sleep. I'm not. Like my mind was still running 100 miles an hour in this thing, and I tried to repost as much as I could. Much to my dismay, I have a little bit of a headache right now, probably because I didn't get a lot of sleep. But outside of that, though, we are always honored and appreciative to know that so many people are enjoying our show, and a huge thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from none other than Right Guy SR. And he said 50,000 people. Y'all are killing this. And take one from the chat.
And it appears that we definitely are at the moment. I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling. And we will make sure to take one from the live chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Cube, who said, imagine sabotaging any last shred of sympathy you could get from your neighbors. And they had a chance to garner sympathy, but Iran blew it hard and they're done.
I think so as well. I mean, even if these countries really don't try to respond at this point, it's not like they can really, try and run middleman for the Iranians and try and be like, oh, well, let's treat them okay and kind of understand them. I mean, they've killed people in a lot of these countries, innocent civilians now, that is. So I would say that generally I definitely agree with you. And so a big thanks to you for sponsoring a live chat and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Ya Mavanda, and thank you very much for that support. They said, go all the way, President. This is the last chance for the Iranian people. The regime is showing its true face to the rest of the world, especially to the region that was supporting them in the past.
And I would say that's definitely the case, and I think that we should continue to keep the pressure on the Iranians until we see absolute victory. So big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does just that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a super chat coming in, which is a $20 support from none other than Mansour Gaston once again. And Mansour said, excellent coverage as usual.
And I thank you so much for the support and enjoying our coverage. We are always honored. And so a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Yasmin Vonda once again, who put in a 20. It said, God bless the American soldiers, God bless Israeli soldiers, and the other ones helping to put their lives at risk to help the Iranians.
And I'd have to say, I second that. And a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Two Vikings. And Two Vikings said, I feel like this will push China over the edge and spark an invasion of Taiwan.
It might, but generally they're already going to invade Taiwan. It's just a matter of time. And I would say that's probably going to happen in 2027 because they're still not ready to do that right now. They're not in the position where they can just, flip a switch and do that today. They still have to build some certain support vessels and such things like that. So they'll still have to wait until next year probably to do that. But I'm pretty sure that was probably going to happen nonetheless, whether we did this or not. But a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Tag Very, who put in a 20. And thank you very much, Tag Very, for that support. They didn't leave a comment, but we appreciate that. We also have a 20 from Stan American, who said, do we have any reports on American casualties? And God bless them and their families.
So far, the United States has reported that we have taken 0 casualties, which is the number that we're going to be going with until they announce casualties have been sustained by the United States Armed Forces. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Locke, who put in a 20 as well, and said, I think the strikes took a long time to start because the CIA needed to ensure that there was someone to fill the void, or we would end up with another Syria, and whoever takes over has a water crisis to fight on day one.
Yeah, that's going to be rough for them, really. But that might have been the reason why. I think really the reason why, though, is because we were still waiting for the proper amount of military forces to get into the region, in my opinion. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from the Polish Drunk, and thank you very much, Mr. Polish, for that support. He said, a particular somebody out there who is generally considered completely not credible at all appears to be supporting Iran based on social posts and LSA.
And I thank you for the support. That guy's a clown, though. I mean, I wouldn't even take anything he does seriously. That guy is literally a raving idiot. So, whatever the hell he's doing, he's living in La La Land. He's probably coked out of his mind at the moment. So, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Sadata Hosoda, and thank you very much, Sadato, as well, for that support. He said, thank you for the diligence and the dedication.
And thank you so much for your support to help us to be able to keep our diligence and dedication going day after day. So humongous thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to be a $20 support from Grim, who said, great work, guys. I've been following your news for a long time, and this is a day to remember for sure, and the Don is doing great. Full support from Norway.
And thank you so much for the support, Grim. And I'd have to say, this is the day to remember for sure, and the United States of America is certainly taking a proper action here in dealing with the Iranians, which are a sworn enemy and a significant threat to the United States of America and our interest within the Middle East. And also really generally a threat to the entirety of the Western world at large, if we really think about it. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, by the way, Andrew, I think I'm going to have you start reading them off a little bit on your own because I'm scrolling up and down to add more. It's becoming a nightmare to do that. So if you want to, just take it away, and I'll keep scanning for breaking news.
Take it away. You will still be adding them to the spreadsheet, though, yes?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to catch up on right now.
Okay, good. I was just making sure. ChatGPT. But anyway, so that we are now moving on into the next one, which is a 20 from Arar 983, who stated, speaking of chickens being roasted over an open fire, if you ever at Lake Tahoe, check out T's Mesquite Rotisserie in Incline Village. Tasty rotisserie chicken and a local favorite for lunch like today. And I gotta thank you for the support. We will have to look into having some of that chicken from T's Mesquite Rotisserie, and a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep running. We also have a 20 from Rad Doctor, who stated, what are we doing to prevent the mining of the Strait of Hormuz? I would hope that we're bombing the Iranian Navy, and it sounds like we are, but that would really be the big thing to stop the mining of the Strait. They really have no other way to mine it rather than with their Navy, so as long as their Navy has been destroyed, they won't be able to mine the Strait of Hormuz. So I hope that does address that well, and we also have a 20 from Mr. Nightman, and Mr. Nightman said, Iran definitely has ire for the UAE due to the large contingent of European and Americans that live and work there. That was the immediate connection I saw. I know some people there, and I hope that they're all right and safe. And I would also say that might be a reason why, is that they're viewing them as a sellout, because they've heavily westernized in a lot of ways to make themselves more appealing to Western wallets, I suppose is the best way to put it. And so that's maybe why they're attacking them, is because they view them as sellouts, maybe. But a big thanks to you for the support, and I hope that does address that well. And we also got a 20 from Jay Bagwell, a great friend and old guard and channel legend of the LSA. And Jay Bagwell said, today we settled all the family's business. A Godfather reference. And great job, guys. And today we did settle the family's business. Look how they massacred my boy. But beyond that, a big thanks to you for the incredible support, and thank you for the kind words, Jay. We try our hardest here. I know you know that, because you have heard a little bit about what we have going on behind the scenes to keep this thing even running, and we greatly appreciate you for being around with us and enjoying the show, even in the midst of major moments like these. So a massive thanks to you so much once again. And we also have a 20 from 0007 Dub, who said, thank you, squad, and thank you, fam, on Godji, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. We also have a 20 from Greg Thornton.
And we also have a 50 that came in from Base Soda. And thank you very much, Base Soda, for that 50 as well. He said, I'm pretty sure I could record this morning's BM, and it'd be considered verified footage of Iran's parliament because they got pooed on.
Oh, that's a pretty good one. I thank you for the support. That was a pretty funny one. And I thank you for helping this channel to keep running. That was a great one-liner right there. I actually got to say, that was a good one. A really good one. And so a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And we also saw Nedimaj 2786 throwing a 150, who stated, Iranians are celebrating all over the world, and we thank you guys for doing what you're doing. Down with the Islamic Republic of Iran. And I definitely agree with you. Down with the Islamic Republic of Iran. This terrorist regime and its reign of tyranny throughout the region will see its end here soon at the hands of the United States. And I hope that it will bring about a era of peace and prosperity, of which the Iranian people have been deprived of for decades now due to this Islamic regime. And so a big thanks to you for the incredible, humongous support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I truly do hope that the Iranian people will be able to see brighter futures ahead for the citizenry and the ilk of the Persian people. And so a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And we also have a $22 super chat from Urek Novi, who said, why doesn't the U.S. drop crates with supplies for the protesters? Maybe in coordination with Mossad agents on the ground. Well, it's kind of a little questionable because the wind could carry it away from where we're really wanting it to go. So we would have to do it in some deserty area, and then we'd have to do a whole coordination. It's actually easier to just drive it in and just drop it off to them that way, from what we know. And we think that's what they've been doing. So I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And we also have a 20 from Greg Thornton. And Greg said, this could possibly change the course of history. We have to see it to completion. God bless America, and God bless the Iranian people. And I would have to say that hopefully this will change the course of history in a positive way. And I, of course, have to say, long live the Republic, and I wish success to the Iranian people in this I guess you could say hour of change would be the best way to put it. So I thank you so much once again. And we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment. What do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so we do have some breaking news coming out. We are hearing that apparently there have been interceptors fired from Patriot air defense batteries protecting the Al Udeid air base, but it looks like there's been some malfunctions and also some misses, according to the video that we're seeing here. So let's take a look and see what's happening in Qatar at the Al Udeid air base.
We see here the Patriot air defense systems firing and intercepting some of the Iranian missiles. Was that an American?
He did sound like an American. It sounded like possibly a soldier.
Fuck yeah.
You know, that sounds like God bless the Super Bowl. I mean, that's an American. Get him. But anyways, you see them continuing to fire off more Patriot interceptors to take down the incoming Iranian ballistics.
I think this is filmed by U.S. forces, actually.
I believe so. I think this is the U.S. Army's Ground Air Defense Forces. It also appears that we had
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, that's definitely our ground force.
Oh yeah, you can tell a real true-blooded American by the way we cuss like sailors. We would probably be doing that if we weren't on air. But beyond that, it appears that unfortunately there was an errant Patriot air defense missile, but it already appears that they fired off a secondary one because it had already become clear that that missile had a technical issue and had gone errant. Generally, that's what's called a dud. But beyond that one dud, I mean, this Patriot is operating far more proficiently than an S-400 down at, I say, Novorossiysk or so.
Yeah, I would say so. Can I get a listen to the end phrase just one more time? Like, I'm trying to do a audio analysis here to make sure I have this right.
What the fuck?
100% American. 100%.
That
also,
is,
by the way, I'm shocked they were able to upload this, by the way, because that's usually not permitted to do this. But, you know, we're grateful for the footage.
that is 100% USDA grade A American. Like these are the Americans. Like, I gotta say, it's great to see the Army out there in Qatar doing its work. These guys are probably either with the Air Force, because there is a limited part of the of Air Force elements that are down at Al Udeid at the moment. But the actual Patriot air defense systems are operated by none other than the amazing folks who operate the air defense artillery in the United States Army. So they're all doing valiant work right now in Al Udeid. We can see them at work right here in this clip, and it appears that the Patriot is doing hard work. One missile did go awry, but the rest of them were able to make their marks up there over Doha in Qatar. We also have a little clip right here of the Israeli Air Force obliterating some more Iranian missile launchers. These are the transport erector launchers that the Iranians have to use to be able to fire off their missiles. And we see the Israelis here dropping what I would assume is probably a 2,000-pounder on it. Actually, that appears to have been a smaller munition. We can also see another one here getting obliterated. And we see them double tapping that one to ensure its destruction. And we now see them targeting several more launchers within western Iran. That's the end of that clip, but still showing us at least the Israeli Air Force activities, which are greatly decreasing Iran's transport erector launcher launch capabilities, and also their sustained rate of fire as a result of those losses. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And moving us on back out of that news at the moment of the air defenses going off in Qatar. Big shout out to the U.S. Army and the U.S. Air Force currently still there at the moment in limited numbers. We were able to see that Phil Greeley threw in a 20 and said LSA. And long live the LSA indeed, and long live the Republic. And a big thanks to you for the support. We also have a 20 from Audrey and also a 20 from Lawyer You Don't Know. Well, we know you now. And both of y'all threw in a super chat without a comment. And I got to thank both of y'all for the support and helping this thing to keep on rolling. We also have a 20 from Beta Lixt, who stated, with love from the middle of explosions in Dubai. Love the unbiased coverage. And I thank you so much for the support, Beta Lixt. And I hope that you're staying safe out there in Dubai right now. Make sure to seek shelter somewhere near to a room, preferably without any windows and well away from any open spaces. And I hope that all of y'all stay safe out there, because we have heard of unfortunate fatalities have already happened on the ground there, and we hope that y'all remain safe. I thank you so much for enjoying our coverage in the meantime, and our thoughts with all of our allies right now inside the Middle East as we continue this fight, hopefully the final one, against the Islamic Republic of Iran and its reign of terror. And a big thanks to you once again. And moving on from that, and I can see that Matthew is sorting right now. Like, I just saw that he's in the process of sorting on the spreadsheet. And so let me try and recalibrate my spreadsheet here really quickly so I can get to these. We have a 20 from Old Buzzer. He said coffee money, and a big thanks to you for the coffee money. We also have a 20 from Brandon Second, who said, what are the chances of Iran using chemical warfare? I would assess that the chances of that are somewhat low, but considering how wild the Iranians are acting right now, those chances are rising to a possible moderate chance, and nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare protection elements are most likely a necessity at this point for U.S. forces operating in the region right now. I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you for the support. And we also have a 20 from Tanner Bev, who said, thank you from Augusta, Georgia. Still kicking with y'all since the beginning, and thanks again for your effort. And a big thank you for enjoying our efforts all the way down there in Augusta, Georgia. And we thank you massively for watching since the beginning and still being here with us today. So a huge thanks to you for the support. And we also have a 20 from Kilroy, and Kilroy stated, I just wanted to spray paint my name here. Kilroy was here. Draw your own face and carry on. USA, USA, and LSA. The key against guys for your work. Have enjoyed your channel for a good while. Keep it up. And thank you so much for the kind words, Kilroy. And Kilroy was here. Before we move on to the next one, though, I do want to make sure that we get to a little poll at the moment about how this war is going to end. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this war right now? And what are people thinking the ultimate end of it will be, given everything that's happened so far?
Okay, so I believe it will end. That's the assumption in the poll, is it's going to end at some point, so we'll have to see. But how will the U.S.-Israel war in Iran end? 40% said an internal struggle and a government coup. 24% said U.S.-Israel destroy all Iranian forces, and 19% said the Khamenei regime flees completely. So I have a feeling that it'll probably be most likely a governmental collapse. I am with the 40%. We are about to see a showdown between the vice president, some vice president candidate or something like that, and the Iranian government going head-to-head with the IRGC, apparently. We will see how that turns out. We're not really sure yet how deep that's going to be, but I think it will be something of that nature. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I think that it's probably going to be that the regime either flees or they're going to suffer a government coup and then get overthrown that way. It's going to be one or the other, because it sounds like the internal government turmoil is already beginning to rise to a fever pitch basically within day one of the war. So I would believe that that's most likely going to be the case. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that in mind, we're about to move on to the next one. But I just saw someone in the chat say something I got to address here, because this is actually a point that I think is a little bit important to note. A bot came in and said, pretty biased AF. And, you know, they're actually right. Like, I'm going to be honest with y'all. We don't have a political bias on the channel. If you've been around for the years, we bash everyone who's in politics equally. I mean, if we don't like something that they're doing, we just say it. We don't care who it is. But we are very biased when it comes to our standing as far as being Americans. This isn't like, other shows like the Tucky G show, where some days he thinks that America's good and other days America's bad and evil and, Iran actually has a point. We're Americans, and at the end of the day, we're always going to be an American. So this channel is always going to be heavily biased into a pro-American, pro-Western perspective, because this ain't the movie Avatar. I can't turn into a blue man and run around the woods and be friends with the Navi people. That's not how real life works. I don't just wake up one day and say Mashad in Iran and become an Iranian tomorrow. I'm an American until the day I die. So I'm always going to, Matthew and me, as a matter of fact, are always going to assess things on this channel from an American perspective, because if anything, us being an American citizen and us covering news as the United States of America, we'll never use our pedestal that we're basically given to talk to everyone and generally give them opinions and ideas to think on and support, unless if it is something that is well within America's interest and is obviously within our interest of the citizenry at large. So, biased AF? Hell yeah, we are. Long live the Republic and long live the Lee Spring Army. And if you agree with us, you make sure to put a USA and an LSA in the chat, because we're never going to step down from those sorts of ideals as long as this channel continues to exist on YouTube. So with that, we are on to the next ones, which is a 20 from Blaine, Washington. And Blaine said, I'm in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. Cool name town, by the way. I love that name. And there's a huge line of Stratotankers flying the King of Prussia Mall. And we don't, King of Prussia Mall, you say? Really? Let's take a look. Well, we don't see him there right now. I guess they flew on. Maybe they're out here somewhere in the Atlantic. The conga line's still heading towards the Middle East at the moment right now, and I thank you for the support and sharing that with us. And so a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a 20 from Plant Lord. And said, great job on non-stop reporting despite fatigue. Was listening while in the hospital. Question, are we hitting the Houthis? Not yet. We're probably going to be hitting them here in a little bit. I'm pretty sure, but we're not hitting them at the moment right now, from what we've heard. But once they become an issue spot, we'll start bombing them, I'm sure. And so a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And we also have a 20 from Jason Greenwood, who said, "Thank you for your coverage, and thank you for enjoying our coverage, and thank you for supporting it so we can keep this thing on air and keep it rolling every day." We also have a 20 from Rick C, without a comment. A big thanks to you. We also have a 15 from Richard Greger, who said, "Thanks, guys, as always. Keep it up." And a big thanks to you. We'll always keep it up, and we thank you greatly for the support and helping this thing to keep on rolling. We also have a 50 from David Ferrilio, 580, who said, "LSA has been a nightly routine for my wife, and I was watching from Johnstown, New York." And a big hello up there to the folks in the state of New York, the great state of New York, a deep and rich history within the United States of America. And I've got to say a big thanks to all of y'all up there who are watching in the New England area and up in New York State. We're always happy to know that from Maine to California and from Florida to Alaska, and all the way from our overseas territories of Puerto Rico and all the way as far out as Guam, people are watching this channel inside the United States and around the entirety of the world for their news, and we're greatly appreciative and highly honored to know that the great folks in New York watch this show. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we also have a 100 from Paladin Cards 4444, who threw in 100 and said, "Navy vet here, hey." And I gotta say, I wouldn't want to be on a ship, but I love the Navy. And thank you all for the info. You guys are awesome. And a big thanks for you for taking up the service of the sea in the U.S. Navy. And I got to thank you so much massively, Paladin Cards, for the support, being a veteran of the Navy, and thanking us for the info and enjoying the show. We try our best to put on a good news show every day, and I'm glad to know that we've met the usual enforcer standard once again today. So humongous thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And we are moving on and into the next one, which is a 20 from Baker9514, who threw in a 20 and said, "Any updates on Ahmadinejad?" I believe I'm pronouncing that. Love your channel, guys. We don't have any updates on that at the moment, but we are trying our best to find them. And so a big thanks to you for the support. We also have a 20 from Keep Looking Up 1. A big thanks to you for the support. Didn't throw in a comment. We also have a 10 from Urbex Festers that have they closed the Strait of Hormuz. They have announced that they're completely blockading the strait. We haven't seen them lay a minefield yet, but at the moment, from what we're seeing on Marine Tracker, it appears that most ships are avoiding the Strait of Hormuz at the moment. Very few are attempting to pass. So largely it is a complete blockade that has been effected on the strait at this moment. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are going to be moving on and into the next one, which is a 14 from Double Tap Ranger Outdoors. And he stated, "I hope you boys got a little sleep. I got 5 hours. It's good enough. As a former regimental sergeant major, you dudes are more zeroed in on our own intelligence than our own intelligence collectors. Thanks for your work." And thank you so much. A former regimental sergeant major there. That's quite a high rank to hold in a regiment right there. And I got to thank you so much for the support and the high praise right there. We always try our best to provide good information and news, and I hope that it has been a good day of news once again today. So a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And we have a 12 from Michael, who said, "My family suffered because of this bastard. I was waiting for this for 15 years. Rest in piss." And I would have to generally agree, the guy can rest in piss. I don't really think anyone's shedding a tear for KHAMENEI. I mean, he's literally, like I said it earlier on the air, it's basically the Hitler of the Middle East. I mean, who in the world would ever cry a tear for a man like that? But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we also have... Also, by the way, I just want to announce this real quick. We are currently seeing a complete lull in the news. We're hearing that the U.S. is conducting a counterattack on Iran, but it looks like the news is dying down, actually, at least right now. So let me check the time in Iran right now. So right now it's 3 a.m. in the morning in Iran. So I'm not sure if we're going to see the B-2s tonight. Like, I'm starting to wonder if that's going to be the case. They might just be maybe moving the B-2s into theater. I'm not sure if they would do that and leave them there, but they might be doing it that way possibly. But it's starting to get 3 a.m. and we're not seeing anything like that happening. So I will have to wait and see. Well, I have to wait and see. Because it is starting to get close to folks towards the break of dawn over there in Iran, and they won't conduct a daylight B-2 bombing run. That will never happen. So it's either happening really soon or it's not happening. So we'll be waiting to see on that. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And I got to say, folks, y'all are throwing in super chats so quickly. I'm addressing them in the chat and then moving on. I'm not even getting to the spreadsheet hardly. We're literally treading water. I thank y'all for the support, though, massively. We thank y'all tremendously for it. We also have a 50 from Levi Jan 96, who said USA, and of course, long live the Republic. Y'all are doing the best job out of everyone by far when it comes to breaking news and informing the viewers with accurate information. My boy boys out here on the fort are holding it down. And a huge thanks to you for the support, Levi, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I have to say that we are always thinking of the folks out there on our carriers, the Ford and the Lincoln, especially those on the Ford, considering that it is probably going to be setting a record-breaking deployment as far as carriers have gone after the Second World War has ended. Y'all are going to be out there for nearly a year, and we hope that y'all see a great deal of success in this campaign, and we hope that the Gerald R. Ford returns a victorious carrier strike group, and that we are able to receive y'all all in open arms as great heroes and patriots of our nation who acted heroically and diligently in the field of battle against the Islamic Republic of Iran. So a humongous thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well, and once again, a massive amount of respect and honor given to our armed forces and the U.S. Army's Ground Air Defense Forces, the United States Air Force, and the United States Navy, and some small elements of the United States Marines, which are currently operating on board the carriers as well in their air operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran and the defense of our common allies and interests throughout the Middle East and for the United States of America. So a big thanks to you all once again who are out there currently serving our nation. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a 20 from Holy Smokes, who didn't throw in a comment. A big thanks to you. We also got a 20 from I'm Watching My Stories. And I thank you for watching them. I mean, I hope we're one of them. And we also hear, really good man Tehran is in tears. He's so happy he's opened some wine and LSA. And I've heard that many people are in tears, absolutely enthralled of the news that Khamenei's been killed. And a lot of the Iranian government appears to be apparently pushing up the lilies as well right now. And we hope that that continues to stay the case. And we hope to see that the Iranian people are finally able to liberate themselves from the shackles of this extremist government suppression and see that they finally bring forward a government that truly is theirs and theirs alone. So big thanks to you for the support. And moving on from that, we have a 20...
Also, we have a $50 support from Levi J. And thank you very much, Levi J, for that 50. And he said USA, and oh, we already did. I didn't get marked red.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we covered that already. I guess it was put in the spreadsheet after I covered it, but I had already covered that one. But a big thanks to Levi once again for that support. We also have a 20 from Matt Schlagler. And he said, USA and LSA, and long live the Republic and long live the LSA. And thank you guys for outstanding cover of these events from a current U.S. airman. I hope the F-22 gets an intercept. If you watch Habitual Line Crosser, you know what I'm talking about. And I've watched Habitual Line Crosser from time to time, and I hope that the F-22 does get an intercept. Right now, the F-22 has one kill on the books, folks. It is a balloon, and it's that Chinese balloon that flew over the United States a long time ago in the prior administration. It was a couple of years back. That's the only kill the F-22 has on the books. I hope that it gets a couple of more out here in the Middle East right now. It would be nice to see it get a couple under its belt, considering that the airframes are planned to be retired sometime in the early 2030s. And it's such a beautiful plane. It's a shame that it won't get an amazing track record. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we also have a 10 from Travis Murray, who said, thanks for your hard work. And thank you for enjoying it, Travis. And we also have a 10 from I Will Eat Your Hot Dogs, who said, get those coffees ready, guys, and LSA. Oh, and we got the coffees ready. We were brewing them at the crack of dawn this morning, basically, to get this show running again. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, also, by the way, I actually just did get a text from Matthew there, and I'd have to say that that is quite an appropriate one at the moment. We are going to have to instill a super chat cutoff. We have not done this in an incredibly long amount of time, but we will be having to do one of those today. So I want to make it incredibly clear, and also, Matthew, if you can make sure to put this and permeate it through the chat from this point on so that way people can hopefully see this and know. Any super chats that are thrown in beyond this point that we're speaking on air right now, we sadly will not be able to address. We currently have had about 300 super chats over the course of this show alone, and we also have about another 100 that we had from last night that we were not able to address. And while we thank everyone massively for y'all's support, we always want to make sure that we do have the time and the ability to speak to each of y'all, whether it's $1 or $500 that y'all threw in, and thank you personally for your support. It is each and every one of y'all and your financial support that makes this channel possible, and we always want to make sure to give y'all the time. However, we cannot get to every super chat that will be thrown in if we keep answering them, because they're coming in quicker than we can answer them at this point. So from this point on, if you throw in a super chat, be warned, you are throwing in a super chat from this point on that we sadly will not be able to address and thank you personally for on air. If you do enjoy the show massively, however, and you would like to support us, you could watch us tomorrow. We will be going live again tomorrow to cover all of the major developments and news that are going on in the Middle East once more. And if you would like to support us, please do it then. We actually will have time to address it, hopefully. Hopefully we won't have to do another cutoff. But A huge thanks to everyone for their enjoyment and support of this channel. We thank you all tremendously, but we also want to make sure that we have enough time to get to everyone's super chats that have been thrown in so far. So effective immediately, we are in a super chat cutoff and will not be able to address any further super chats than the ones we already have in the spreadsheet right now. Huge thanks to y'all once again. Moving us on back into our super chats, we have a 10 from Slinger who said, "Thank you for the breaking news, LSA, and a big thanks to you for enjoying it, and long live the Lee Spring Army." We also have a 10 from Dustin Maita who said, "Thank you for staying up all night getting this news." And thank you so much for staying up all night with us and enjoying this news. It's a mixed bag, it's some great moments, some bittersweet moments, the death of KHAMENEI and the loss of unfortunate civilians within the Gulf state allies, but nevertheless, the United States Armed Forces continues to carry on their work, and so does our allies, and hopefully we'll be able to see that this war comes to a conclusion here within a reasonable fast amount of time, which I'll tell y'all folks, reasonable amount of time here will be weeks. So do not expect that this will be ending in days. This is going to be going on for some weeks. But a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that addressed that well. We also got a 10 from Penguins and a 10 from Obsessed without comments. Thank you to y'all both, and also a 10 from Leafsto, who threw in a 10 without a comment. We also got a 10 from Cojodes and also Sadashian without comments as well. A big thanks to all of y'all for y'all's support. Y'all didn't throw in comments, but we are massively appreciative of it nonetheless, and it makes this show a reality. We also have a 10 from Really Somebody, and I'm not down you, and Really Somebody said, "Thank you, Enforcers, for the up to the second coverage," and we thank you for enjoying it and supporting it, so that way we can keep this thing rolling. And so a big thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well, and with that, we're on to the next one, which is a 10. Where did that
we have a couple more that just came in, by the way. Like, there's one other one at the top as well. Like, I went ahead and grabbed a few after the cutoff just to make sure that everybody heard what we were saying.
Got you. So I was confused. The spreadsheet moved around and I lost my place. I'm like, huh? But Miss Cat Scale said, "Thank you for keeping us up to date, and thank you for enjoying us keeping everyone up to date. As I've been saying all night, we are incredibly honored for everyone who's been enjoying our show. 800,000 people have watched the stream so far, and we cannot say enough how entirely honored we are for all of y'all's time and y'all's support to keep the show running. So big thanks to y'all once again. And we also were able to hear of a 100 from SMM18, who stated, "You guys are unbelievably excellent. No thanks needed, Scott M from New York of the United States." We have a lot of New Yorkers here tonight, and a big shout out to all the New Yorkers. Really cool state, really interesting history, and of course home to the biggest city in the United States of America, New York City, the land of dreams. For some. But beyond that, I gotta thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to set the precedent for American news coverage, and hopefully try and make our country and the world proud of the United States of America through the incredible top-notch coverage that we were able to provide not only to citizens of the United States, but our allies around the world in Europe, East Asia, Canada, Central and South America, and the rest of the world at large, including our Gulf state allies who are watching right now. So a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one, which is a 20 from Doug Phelps. Doug said, "Sent over by the Crucible. Thanks for the updates." Thank you so much for the support. And the Crucible, is that a channel or something? Unfortunately, I don't think I've heard of that one. But I do thank them so much for the kind words. We'll send that back their way if that is a channel. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and keep it running. We also have a 20 from the Riataman, who said, "NSB, thanks for the coverage." Thank you so much for enjoying it. And we also have a 10 from Mike Leslie. Mike said, "Biggest fear is that the Iranian people don't capitalize on these strikes. This all leads to nothing. Can the uprising restart?" The answer is yes, it's starting right now. I mean, they're out there in the streets at the moment, and it looks like they're really trying to give it all they've got. So I think that they're going to definitely give it a chance. And so with that, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that this addressed that well. We also have a 10 from Gary Bott, who also said, let's see, "Do you think Russia is going to respond like they said they would?" Actually, Russia, funnily enough, said they're not doing anything. They said that in the 12-Day War, and they said that now. So Russia is not going to be getting involved at all at the moment to try and help out in any way. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to DWRB, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, DWRB, for that support. He said, "For the Costco Chicken Fund, and it'll be a long week ahead, and the time is finally here. LSA."
And it certainly will be a long week, and thank you for the chicken. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Live Animal, who said, "This probably means that some U.S. troops might be already injured."
Maybe. We're hoping not. Right now, the government's saying that no one's been injured, and we're hoping that that remains the case. But usually, it takes 3 days for them to notify the public of any casualties or fatalities, because they want to notify the families first of such incidents if they happen. So I thank you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well, and we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we have a $10 super chat from none other than Sadada Hosoda, who said, "Onward through the fog."
And a big thanks to you for the support, and onwards and upwards, I hope. Excelsior, as they say, or some people said. I think that was Tony Stank who said that. But a big thanks to you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Clinto, and he said, Phase 2, the USA has to defend commercial air traffic, a deep defense to many commercial traffic in the area, and hopefully they defend it well.
And I had hoped that they do. And a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Veritas Morix, who said, right now would be a perfect time for a Fly Emirates ad.
Oh, I don't think so. I think they'll probably want to cut off on the ad budget for a little bit while this whole thing happens. Let it, kind of smooth over. You know what's interesting, Matthew, is that the Dubai International Airport actually has most of its flights as connecting flights. So Dubai is kind of like a hub, not only for Emirates, but for a lot of airlines in the region, to drop off people there and then get them on another flight heading out of Dubai somewhere else further on in Asia. So this might be affecting a lot of people in their ability to travel from Europe to Asia right now.
Yeah, that's a huge problem, by the way. Also, a lot of redirected flights, a lot of weird spoofing going on too. So it's a lot of chaos.
Yeah, it certainly is. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Kohod, who said 51,000 viewers at the moment.
And it was a lot of folks. Right now we have about 30. But it still is an absolute honor to see so many people who have been here and watching the show. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from DF, who said, great coverage, boys. Much appreciated. Also, we have a 10 from Sartes de Desert, who said, a long-time listener and first-time donating. We also had a 10 from Sadata Hosoda, who said, thank you for the excellent work, and a 10 from Blog Galleries, who did not leave a comment. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank all 4 of y'all for the support, and thank y'all for y'all's appreciation of our work and our coverage. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Damian Ballou, who said, I told you that this war was going to happen after the closing of the stock markets, but I'm glad that they let the F1 winter test finish for the strike. I was a bit scared.
And, I suppose that is one thing to be grateful for, I guess. And also, we never disagree with you, Damian. We knew it was going to happen when the stock markets closed. I was saying they ain't going to let the Dow drop below 50,000 points. I mean, if that happens, then everyone's got to be held accountable for their crimes in this country. And right now, the legal defense is, but Your Honor, the Dow's up 50,000 points. So a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Pizza Friday Dawn, who said aloha from the big island of Hawaii and prayers for the brave service members and their families involved in this operation. We want them safe.
And I hope so as well. I hope that they all are safe, and I hope that the U.S. Armed Forces return victorious. And so a big thanks to you for the support and helping the show to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Craig Humphreys. And thank you very much, Craig, for that 10, and we appreciate that. He said just a small contribution for the work.
And thank you so much for enjoying the show and contributing to keep it running. And with that, a big thanks to you once again for the support. And we are on to the next one.
And a big shout out to JC Madrid, Spain. And he said, doing a great job.
And thank you so much for enjoying the work. We are proud of it. And a big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Korai's Comic, who said, thank you for the updates. I'm a new sub here. I've been enjoying the coverage. We also have a 10 from Jay Chris, who said, incredible work, guys, and keep it up. And a 10 from Ripple Effect, who did not leave a comment. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank each and every one of y'all for the incredible support, and we thank y'all for helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Greenscan, who said, good morning, Enforcers. And with all the super chats, the show is funded out of 2026, LOL, and any planned upgrades to the home front.
And not at the moment, but I do thank you for the support, and I got to say the support has been tremendous. We cannot thank people enough for the support, and it's even crazier because I think Matthew has had to clear out the super chat of about, what is it, Matthew, like 100 and something already addressed super chats, and we still have like 200 something in the spreadsheet. It's been an unreal time right now, and we're trying to get to all of them. But I'll be honest with y'all, this is a little bit overloading because I don't really know how, we're trying to get to these as fast as we can right now and address everyone and thank them, but it is a logistically infeasible number that we're seeing right now. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Vesper, who said, much love from Tennessee and long live the Republic and LSA, and for the incredible coverage of Midnight Hammer, the Maduro Raid, and Raging Fury.
And long live the Lady Spring Army, and a big shout out to the folks in Tennessee. Big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We have a 10 as well from Chris A. Checker Taxi. He said, I'm in a commercial transportation entity, and my insurance has a clause that we are not covered in the case of war.
Huh, that's interesting to hear, and I thank you for sharing that, Chris. And a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Light, who said 60,000 people. I never would have thought finding you all a year ago. Welcome to the channel, everyone, and keep up the good work, and long live democracy and USA.
And long live democracy as well. And we've gotten about, I think it's like, let me see here really quickly. How many people? We've gotten about 14,000 new subscribers today, so it's been a crazy day. And I gotta thank you so much for support, and a big welcome to everyone who's joined us here on the channel. Y'all are all now a part of the LSA, and so a big thanks to you all once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, we're moving on to our next one, which goes to who said money. Also, DC put in a 10 as well. And thank you both for that support. We also have a 10 from Paul Weekly, who said thank you as well. And we have a 10 from Valentine Thome, who put in that 10 and said thank you for the dedication.
And thank you to all of y'all for the support and helping this channel to keep it running and enjoying the show. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Wabba, who said $10 for the Weekend at Bernie's poll.
And I'm glad that you really liked that one. I thought it was going to be a pretty fun one, and apparently it hit the mark for a lot of people. Big thanks to you. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we have one from Octavian, who put in a 10, who said, if Iran becomes friendly, that means no more strike on Israel, no more Hezbollah, no more Houthis, and we will finally have peace in the Middle East, and Iran can stabilize the whole region.
All right, that's what I'm saying as well, Octavian, and I hope that that would be the case, and I hope that things are managed properly through the whole process so that we could see that happen. And a big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Eric Brown, who said Israel just got hit with what looks like 2 missiles in Tel Aviv.
And we did see that, and we were covering that. So big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, let's do a quick breaking news scan real quick. Let's see here. So we do have a little bit of news, I think, coming out. Let me see if I can grab this. Haifa is currently under a massive red alert right now, by the way. Like, Haifa is absolutely having a massive red alert right this second. Also, we're seeing a lot of interception activity over Dubai. It looks like Dubai's air defense has decided to actually work. We've also seen as well that it looks like in Tel Aviv, the missiles are coming in so bad that it looks like one of the reporters from one of the mainstream networks took off in a panic and started running off from one of the newscasts out there. Let's see. So that appears to be the breaking news for now. Just seeing a pretty large missile attack still ongoing as we speak. A major tit-for-tat still underway.
We are, of course, seeing that right now the action and the battles are generally still ongoing over the skies of all countries, and we are going to be waiting to get further information at the moment. It does appear that there are explosions possibly hitting the Abu Dhabi airport this time, which we'll be putting down on the map for everyone. That would be the Zayed International Airport. So let me make sure to put that down. Explosions at Abu Dhabi Airport. There we go. All right, and with that, I hope that we have been able to cover that update somewhat well, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one is a 10 from Eric Brown, and thank you very much, Eric, for that support. We also had a 10 from Rar Dakota, who said, just got back from the range, and I hope I hadn't missed too much.
Oh, you missed a whole war. This whole thing happened and everything. It was crazy. But a big thanks to you for the support, and long live the Lady Spring Army, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ken Perkins, who said, caffeine fun support. Thank you guys very much. And we appreciate you, Ken, for that support. We also had a 10 from Neil, who said, great coverage, coffee and H2O money, and LOSA, and a big shout out to Neil. And we also had a 10 from Hunter Rome, who said, how long before a formal declaration of war?
There will not be a formal declaration of war. Due to the War Powers Resolution Act, the President of the United States does not have to get an official declaration of war from the Congress of the United States of America to begin military actions against a country. According to the War Powers Resolution Act, the President of the United States has 60 days to conduct military actions that are deemed necessary for the defense of the United States, and that can then be extended an additional 30 days, making the total 90 days, if the President of the United States sends a written letter to the Congress explaining why an additional 30 days of military action was deemed necessary for the success of the United States Armed Forces and national security interest abroad. So generally, the president will not need a declaration of war according to the War Powers Resolution, and we have seen that that has been the standing legal precedent since the end of World War II in 1945. So I hope that does address that incredibly well. A big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Fallen Angel, Hipparius, as well as Phil Vads, and also a shout out to Flavius Asinius and Osborne for each putting in a 10. We appreciate you all very much for that support. We also have a 10 from Jamie Chambers, who said, could the Russian and Chinese military transport planes landing before the attacks have delivered equipment that could be affecting air defenses?
They could have, but it doesn't really seem to work too much right now. It seems as though the U.S. is really giving them a hammering. So at the moment, it doesn't really seem like anything they dropped off is helping the Iranians at the moment. Big thanks to you for the support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Root PC Sales, who said, I hope we're keeping an eye on our 6. With Russia and China being so quiet about their partner state being attacked, be safe and keep your heads on a swivel.
Oh yeah, we are, and hopefully nothing bad will happen in the meantime. But generally, those sorts of situations are locked in place in their own time frames, so we ought to have the time to deal with this and then move on to bigger things that'll be happening elsewhere. So, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that it's addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Polestar, who said, insane coverage. I generally cannot believe I'm witnessing such a sophisticated live analysis. And also, what's LSA?
The LSA is our community, the Lee Spring Army, and I thank you so much for the kind words and also enjoying our coverage. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ryan Heyman, who said, October 7th will go down in history as the single greatest F around and find out event of the century. And keep us updated, guys.
And thank you so much for the support, and I suppose so. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Base Soda, who said, did the Russians escape, or is there still no word on them?
There's still no word on the Russians. Big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also had 10 from Quattro, who said, the last time we really hit Iran, the Russians showed up and said, we are here to take pictures for history.
Yeah, that's actually true. I guess this time around they'll be really taking a lot of pictures. They need to go find that presidential palace here soon. Big thanks to you for the support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Siri, who said, thanks for the excellent coverage, Enforcer Bros, and 4 years of doing this every night has left you uniquely prepared for covering the world going sideways in real time, and you're doing great. And EXO from Oslo.
And a huge thanks to you all the way up there in Oslo, Norway. And I got to thank you massively for enjoying the show and supporting it so that way we can keep this thing running and make it a reality every day. And so big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we will have to break for a second for some breaking news right now. We are seeing that it looks like Israel is under attack. Jerusalem is currently under attack specifically right now. We're also seeing Bahrain is getting hit yet again. Bahrain is once again getting struck. And we're also seeing in Dubai a massive fire breaking out as well after another drone apparently struck Dubai yet again. So that's a hell of a lot right there. We're also hearing that apparently the Israelis launched an attack into the Qom area of central Iran where they stored ballistic missiles in the country. So that's another big story happening right now as well. So it appears to be heavy, and I mean heavy, attacks right now. Iran is launching another round of ballistic missiles toward Israel. We have not heard that they're using any type of fancy missile yet. So I guess that was maybe propaganda they were putting out, because it appears they're using ballistic missiles, the normal ones, at least for right now. So pretty big sirens going off, and also explosions being reported in Qatar. So it sounds like Iran's launched a whole new salvo on everybody again.
It certainly does. And we can see here, the air defense is over Bahrain at the moment, attempting to intercept and shoot down Iranian missiles, and it appears that they missed that one right there. I think this guy's kind of missing the point. They're getting bombed. They're not, I think he's getting the wrong chant. But anyways, when you see further actions over the skies of Bahrain. But that's the end of the clips right there, generally showing us the ongoing air attacks that the Iranians are conducting, and it does appear that they did not use Fada 2s. Oh man, what a shame. And also the Karam Shahar forest, nowhere to be seen. Whoops, guess they lied about that one. Anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Fallen Angel, who said, as someone else would say, another El Presidente that they're adding to the collection. We need at least one of those a month for the United States, and that they count regime change as part of it. Make Persia great again.
You know, honestly, at this point, I think on our show, whenever we get a merch store running again, we might just make bobbleheads of all the leaders that have ended up getting theirs at the hands of Allied forces. This guy, the Houthi guy, he'll eventually get it. It'll probably be coming around here soon. But generally make bobbleheads. Well, maybe we'll see about it. But a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Blaze Gamer. He said, the start of this war will nicely mark the day I moved house. It's a lot of work. But anyway, good luck with the sleeping these days, and Hero Slava.
And Ram Slava. And a big thanks to you for the support, and we will try. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We have a 10 from Presto, who said, I've been subbed since the start of the Ukraine-Russia war. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Thank you so much for enjoying it. And we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, folks, I am going to abridge responses a little bit, like for the ones that say thank you. Just understand that we're doing that for time's sake because we still have 150 super chats left, which is absolutely insane. We're trying to still cover breaking news as well. So if we keep this pace up, we might be here until midnight, which is insane. So I will abridge it a little bit. But this one goes to Robert Krogan, who puts in a 10. He said, good evening and thanks for the work. And thank you very much, Robert, as well. We also have a 10 from RWS, who said, great job, guys. And we appreciate you, RWS, for that support. We also have a 10 from Texan in Colorado, and also a 10 from Morphic, and we appreciate you both as well. We also have a 10 from Eric Brown, who said Ops 2 is a ground vehicle, and it's in the middle of the ocean right now. That's where the flight was.
And that's interesting to hear, Eric, and we'll try and keep an eye on it. And a huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Edsel, who puts in a 10. He said, a big win is no more Shahed drones for Russia anymore, and big wins for the people of Iran and Ukraine here, and found y'all last night in great reporting.
And thank you so much for enjoying the reporting, and I hate to say it, Edsel, that actually wouldn't be the case because the Russians actually license produce most of the drones they use now. So they are Shahed 136s, but they're actually built in Russia or China. They kind of like shadow built in China, but technically they're still made in Russia according to the Russians. But they call them Garan 2s, and those are the ones that the Russians use primarily against Ukraine. So sadly, even if Iran falls, it's not going to have much of an impact on Russia's ability to conduct drone attacks on Ukraine. But hopefully one day we'll be able to see the Russians just run out of money to even license build them, and that ought to happen here within the year, maybe. And so a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that it's addressed that well, and we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we're seeing absolute hell breaking out in Abdanan. You might remember Abdanan as a city in Iran that has generally been the site of massacres by the Iranian regime on the citizens. We're seeing right now, apparently, it looks like we got a riot in the street. This is more than a protest. This is a straight up riot going on here. It's really breaking out really strong in that city.
And let's take a look at this. This is also where the industrial center about 2 days ago burned to the ground. Damn. This is absolute, I mean, this is a revolt. Well, I think they're in the midst of an ongoing revolt in Abdanan. I think that city has fallen, like the caption said, to the Iranian counter-revolution at this point. Also, I just saw someone throw in a 50. It was Poco Loco. Poco Loco. He threw in a 50, and he said, did the Iranian leader die, or is that false information? Just to address that one really quickly, yes, Khamenei is confirmed dead by the President of the United States of America, the Israelis, and multiple other sources. So we can confirm that Ali Khamenei has been killed in U.S. airstrikes in Tehran. So I hope that does address that question, just in case if anyone else was wondering about that. Khamenei is, in fact, dead. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And also, sorry that we haven't answered anyone else's super chats that have come in after the cutoff. But I saw enough people asking that question in the live chat, and then Poco Loco threw in a super chat on that I had to address it. Khamenei is, in fact, dead. That's why we put in our title at the very front. Ali Khamenei has been confirmed dead by every verifiable source that we can find so far. We're just waiting for proof of the corpse. But at this point, official government statements work on our channel for verified news, and we're going off of the official statements from the president and other people inside of Israel and other governments. So with that, we are on to the next one. Hello? Hello? Is Discord having an issue? Is Discord having... Oh, no. Oh, no. This is terrible. Why is it doing this, folks? Let me see if I can do this here really quickly. And... hang on, folks. Let me pop it up. And then I gotta shut it down. Hang on. It takes a little bit of a process here. So let me pop that back up. 1 second, folks. I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry. All right. We should be back up and running.
Okay, good deal. We are back.
I don't know what keeps making that happen. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kevin, who said, I'm amazed at the quality of the channel and the personality as well. And thank you very much, Kevin, for that support. Well, we appreciate you very much. We also have a 10 from Big Dog, who said, with the regime change being the goal, do we have units in the area to help a new government form, or are we going to let them be in the hopes that the new government is U.S. aligned and y'all rock in LSA?
We generally assume that by default, the new U.S. government will be, the new Iranian government will be U.S. aligned because Russia and Iran generally support the current regime, meaning that any counter-revolution would be generally anti-regime and anti-Russian and Chinese influence. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Wayno, who put in a 10. He said, great work, guys. And we appreciate you very much, Wayno, for the support. We also have a 10 from Point of Guinness, who said, snack time, guys. Go buy a donut and keep the change. And we shall. But thank you very much, Point of Guinness, for that support. And we appreciate that. We also have a 10 from Naomi Mod, who said, I love that I can support through Patreon as well and YouTube. We appreciate both of those supports, by the way. And thank you very much for supporting the channel yet again. We also have a 10 from Bad Boys, who said, the Orb of Judgment, aka the electromagnetic attacker. There are indications of a long-running secret uncrewed electromagnetic attack aircraft in the U.S. inventory. Could it be a radar jammer?
The Orb of Judgment, I'd say, Matthew, we need to call the Inquisitors, this man is speaking heresy. The Orb of Judgment is unknowing, and it's supposed to be. Like, that is the fun behind the orb. I mean, honestly, you might be right. I mean, all jokes aside, you might actually be right on that. But I actually think, I actually like the intrigue and mystery behind just saying, it is an existent force in being, and we have no clue what that thing actually is. It's more cool sounding that way. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, we do have some stuff here. We do have one from Mike D. And Mike said, does Iran have a line of succession? If so, do you know who should be taking over at this point?
Generally, they don't really have a line of succession, at least for the Supreme Leader. The Supreme Leader is supposed to be picked by all the mullahs, so the mullahs gather together and then they pick a grand mullah to become the Supreme Leader, basically. But right now, the Iranian military wants to appoint the Supreme Leader, which completely throws the whole theological system of Iran's government on its head. Technically, they really don't have a line of succession for the Supreme Leader. They have a line of succession for everyone leading up to the president, but the Supreme Leader is basically on a level of his own, so there is no line of succession for him specifically. So I hope that does address it the best I can. Big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Hunter Rome, who said, will this end up resulting in boots on the ground?
Highly unlikely that it will. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Mechtild, who said for the piggy bank and take one from the chat. Sadly, tonight we will not be taking one from the chat, sadly, as we don't have any live chats. And also, we have 150 super chats to go. But we do appreciate the support very, very much. And thank you very much, Mechtild, for being a longtime channel legend. We also have a 10 from Zeke, who said 2 Costco chickens for the boys, LOTLSA, and love from Colorado.
Hey, and a big shout out to Colorado, and a big thanks for the chickens. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Expert, who said, thanks for the coverage, and I get my news from you, not the mainstream media, and those in the VA. The Second Amendment is how you prevent, bad situation like what you're seeing in Iran, basically, and the right shall not be infringed.
Thank you for the support, and help this channel to keep on running. And also, Matthew, I was just thinking, Matthew, we have to take a pause here for a minute, because we have to come up with some way of efficiency. I mean, we're not Germans, but we can come up with something efficient. And I was just thinking, Matthew, what if we alternate addressing the super chats? Like, I'll knock out a block of 20 on my own, and then you do 20 on your own, and we just keep doing that until we get through this, so that way we can kind of both get a little bit of a breather for a minute and then get back to it, because I think that's probably going to be the most efficient way to get through the super chats is via the shift system.
I think that might be the best way to do it, actually. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, so we're actually going to have to completely reinvent our super chat segment right now, folks, because we have 150 of them, and it's never ending. It feels like that we're working at the post office now, folks. I mean, there's an endless amount of these, and it doesn't seem like no matter how many we knock out, we're getting anywhere right now. So I'll take over here.
We have some breaking news. We are seeing that right now, those stratotankers that we were talking about earlier are currently crossing Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean bound for the Middle East right now. So they're making their way down there. Some are saying that's for the fuel, but they're making their way into the region right now. Also, by the way, we are hearing that Qatar is working to shoot down more Iranian missiles. You heard that right. More missiles being shot down right now. We're also being told that the blast in Shiraz, Iran are extremely strong. Also, the blast over Behabahan Kazun province is also very heavy as well right this second also. So basically the moral of the story is Iran's under massive attack. They're also trying to attack our partners in the region yet again. So you can expect this to be endless. This is going to be endless until someone runs out of missiles or somebody gets so crazy that they do something stupid. One or the other. We'll have to wait and see here. But crazy stuff happening. Crazy attacks.
This is what we call in the channel, folks, unlimited soup and salad. That's what we called it in the last 12-day war. So I guess we're back to the menu of unlimited soup and salad within the Middle East at the moment. We'll see how much soup and salad everyone's got, but right now it appears to be unlimited. Also, the first KC-135 is actually making landfall within Tel Aviv and is currently landing on the runway. So I'm not gonna lie, man. I mean, that flight path was pretty damn straight at a consistent speed, and a lot of other ones are doing the same thing. I mean, I'm not trying to say anything here, but that seems like something. That seems like something. Well, anyways, if it's something, we'll have to find out. It might be nothing. It might just be, extra fuel and gasoline. But we'll have to see. Anyways, moving on from that, it's time for me to knock out the next block of 20. So here we go, Matthew. I'm going to be going to number 21, and then I'll hand it back over to you, and then you'll go to 41 and so on, and we'll just keep doing that. So we have a 10 from Holy Smokes, who said, let's try again. Any word on the reports of the F-35 shooting down a flight MiG-29s at the onset of action? Sadly, we have not been able to confirm that. We also have an 8 from Henry, who said, thanks for the coverage, LSA. So awesome to get a live update on what's going on. And we thank you so much for enjoying the live updates, and we are very thankful for your support. We also got a 6 from Raikovi, who said, can the U.S. drop supply crates with guns to aid the protesters, maybe in coordination with Mossad agents? I feel like that's a duplicate. And what I answered back then is it'd be easier to truck them in. And a big thanks to you for the support. And we also have a 5 from Ripple Effect, who said, wouldn't it be a good idea to arm the regular Iranian citizens and let them do the groundwork? Generally, that's what we would want to happen. And yes, that would generally be a fairly good idea, as long as it's not a bad group. We also have a 5 from Matty Matt, who said, my bet there is little to no nuclear material at the site. If they have material they can't risk storing in one location, it's a ruse for the USA to focus on. I doubt that, because it would be really hard for the US to get into that facility or bomb it, because it's fairly well protected due to its depth underground. So big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And we have a 5 from D-Hop, who said, LSA, can you explain how the Iron Dome works? Is it manned or computer ran? It is actually manned, but generally some of the targeting is autonomous, but it just requires human oversight for the missile to then be fired at whatever target was autonomously selected. So I hope that does address that well, and a big thanks to you for the support. And we also have a 5 from 9 Rascon, who said, next LSA flag should have a Costco chicken and a leaf spring in the coat of arms shield. LSA. And there is a leaf spring in the Eagle, like the Eagle's wingspan is actually the leaf spring if you look at it. So we actually have a leaf spring in it already. And a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And we have a 5 from Jack. And Jack said, if this sets us closest ever to World War III, what would the final straw to set it all off in your opinion? Would it require a broader Axis war goals? This isn't going to be a world war, because the Russians and the Chinese cannot help out to really do anything about it. What would end up becoming a world war would be, say, the war in Europe. That would definitely become a world war. But the war with China over Taiwan could also become a world war as well. This is going to remain a regional war. It always has, and it probably always will, even in this conflict. I would be wildly shocked if this ever evolved into something that could create a world war. So I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you for support. We also have a 5 from Hoodoo, Texas, who said, ironically, the stand-in of so many countries' names is derived from the lands once dominated by the Persian empires. And that's actually really interesting. And you're right. You're right. And I thank you for the support, and know this channel to keep rolling. And we got a 5 from Scott Tweemet, who said, has the SmackDown begun? Hell yeah. It's a big thanks to you for the support. And we also have a 5 from Knox Dave, who said, LSA, love y'all. In your guys' opinion, how long do you guys think the conflict between Iran and the U.S. will be, and will a draft be needed? A draft will not be needed, and this conflict will probably last a couple of weeks or several months. A big thanks to you for the support. We also got a 5 from WD40, who said, I don't know if you talked about it yet, but massive amounts of C-17s evacuating right now out of the middle. We actually have been talking about the U.S. air flights at the moment, and it does appear that another Qatari C-17 is flown out of Doha, and it also appears that we have a Royal Air Force A400 that actually took off from somewhere within Qatar and is flying out of the area at the moment. So the British have arrived. The British are coming. But anyways, thanks you once again.
Oh, we have big news. We have big news right now. Something has blown up in Iran that has caused a shockwave that has been felt kilometers away from the explosion site. Apparently, it's in Amdimeshk, inside of Iran, in the Khuzestan province. So I'm not sure where this is, but apparently the blast was so large, the shockwave hit houses over kilometers away. So, like I said, it could be a missile site, it could be anything, but something major has exploded as of right now. We're also hearing nonstop explosions in Dezful in western Iran, and we're also hearing that these attacks are apparently particularly brutal and particularly intense. So some very large attacks happening right now inside of Iran. We're also hearing intense explosions around Shiraz. So something is going down in Iran. It sounds like they're escalating the attacks on Iran right now. So that's a big news right there.
Would it be the B-2 bombers?
I don't know.
It could be. I mean, we'll have to see, folks. Do we have any footage of that coming out right now?
So I'm trying to see if I can get some footage here of it. I'm not really seeing anything right off the bat. Let's see here. I am seeing that in Dubai, it looks like tourists are sleeping in basements. I can't show the video. I can't repost it, but I see people sleeping in basements. So no footage right now, but I'll keep an eye out.
We're going to keep an eye out, folks. And it sounds like something's going down in the next U.S. strikes in Iran. Tough on them. I wish KHAMENEI was here to see. He would be crying. But, he's now a ghoul. Anyways, moving on from that, we also have a 5 from... actually, we did address the one from WD before you. Big thanks to you. We also have a 5 from D-Hop. D-Hop said, is Iron Dome manned or computer ran? Can y'all explain? It is manned, and a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we also have a 5 from Anna Banana, who said, Marmots Worldwide want to know, Anthropic's military area restrictions. Who's right in the debate? I think that's probably going to be a little bit too deep to get into at the moment right now, but I do thank you massively for the support. Double this channel to keep on running. And with that, we also have a 5 from Rune, who said, the U.S. needs to strike Iran's Navy now. And I agree with you. They need to hit them now. And so big thanks to you for support. And we also have a 5 from Travis Murray, who said, again, thanks for your hard work, and thank you so much for enjoying our channel, and thank you so much for enjoying our hard work. We also have a 5 from Octavian. Octavian said, good morning, I'll say. It's 7 a.m. here. If y'all are going live that early, something big is definitely brewing. And you're absolutely right. Something big is brewing, and it happened. And so a big thanks to you for the support. And we also have a 5 from Humabar Baresh, who said, Shabbat Shalom from Israel. And a big hello to all the folks in Israel. And a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep them running. We also have a 5 from Venom Guy, who said, they attacked during the day because it's Ramadan, and everyone in Iran should be fasting. It's not surprising, and was expected, actually. And, that's actually an interesting point, Venom Guy. And I thank you for the support and help this channel to keep them running. We also have a 5 from Eric Owens, who said, amazing coverage. And a big thanks to you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying the amazing coverage. And now it's time to hand it over to Matthew to knock out the next 20.
All right, so jumping into our next 20 super chats here. Also, by the way, folks, I see people saying, wait a minute, stop reading those super chats, it's breaking news. I'm scanning breaking news. Like, while we're saying these super chats, I'm keeping a sharp eye on everything. I've got live cams up, flight radar, marine tracker, all my sources, Twitter, Telegram, we got everything. So it's being monitored. We're monitoring this situation like a good OSINT person would. But jumping into our next super chat here, this one goes to Matthew, puts in a 5. Thank you very much, Matthew, for that support. Let's have a 5 from Live Animal. He said, how are the negotiations going on? And they're not going on good. I think they've come to a halt. But we also have a 5 from Chickadee, who said, I'm on the job in LSA. And thank you, Bruce Chickadee, for that support. We also have a 5 from Penguins. He said, breaking, Iran's raised a flag of seething revenge. Yeah, they have. They've raised the flag of cope, too. Whatever that flag looks like, they've raised it, too. We also have a 5 from Laser, who said, coffee fun, this will be a long night. And it's supposed to be a long day, actually. We actually don't plan on running this into the night. If we did that, I think we could be toast. We could be as ghostly looking as KHAMENEI at this point. But we also have a 5 from Jeremy Vahill. He said, I just calling out from work so I can stay up and listen to this breaking news. Now that's dedication. That's what you call monitoring the events at all costs, and I appreciate that. We also have a 5 from Mamba Mentality, who said, remember when I said if Iran were close to making nuclear weapons, we would be there. Well, they are close, by the way. Apparently, they have 800 plus kilograms of 60% highly enriched uranium at Isfahan. So we're waiting to see the B-2s go in there and hit that spot. I'm not sure if they're going to do a raid or if they're going to do a B-2 strike. Either one, they're going to try to deal with it. We also have a 5 from... I have
to break us really quickly for some live coverage of some of the events that are going on. We have been able to hear that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has actually appointed a brand new commander for the Islamic Republic of Iran as the supreme leader of the armed forces and also the government. We have been able to hear that Yevgeny Prigozhin has now become the new supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yeah, this guy looks like Prigozhin.
Yeah, that's the joke. That's the joke.
Oh, man, I'm not gonna lie. My brain's tired. I was taking it serious for a minute. I was about to say, no, this is not possible. This guy is dead.
Man, you were like, it's not possible. I'm just kidding, by the way. This guy hasn't been appointed. He's been dead for years. He's been dead for like 3 years. But I do have some serious stuff to actually get y'all to. I had to kind of have a little bit of comedic relief there to kind of segue us into it. Sadly, Bahrain's tallest tower is currently on fire and in flames after an Iranian Shahed 136 drone did run into apparently the upper side of the building. We can see flames generally eating the entire side of the building and the larger fire, which we can see here. And I'll be showing y'all that unfortunate clip at this moment right now. We can see the fire is clearly engulfing the building. We cannot see that any heavy firefighting efforts are going on. This person appears to be in shock and now laughing.
Man, I think they're having a mental breakdown. They were like losing it in panic, and then they started laughing.
Yeah, I think this guy doesn't really know how to process that. We also were able to see this wild footage that was actually recorded from a commercial airliner that was near to Iran, actually showing one of the Iranian ballistic missile launches from an aircraft. I won't show the full clip. I'll only show a few seconds of it right there, but that is an absolutely insane view of a missile firing from an Iran from a commercial airliner. We also were able to see some more footage as well, showing Israeli missile defenses that were active around Kiryat, but generally we all know what Israeli air defenses look like, so I won't bore you all with all of those clips. And there was also a little bit of additional air defense footage that came out of Bahrain, but it's from the same Patriot missile defense actions that were happening prior. If you want to see those clips, make sure to go and click on the link in the description below and go take a little look at them if you would want to. I'm not going to post these on our map for now because our map has like 100 bulletins on it from just today, and it's getting overloaded. But I do have to say, man, it was funny. I got you good. I yanked your pizzle with this one, man. You thought this was legitimate.
It looks like he could be like legit, possibly. But also, by the way, we are seeing a photo coming out of some of the explosions in Iran. This is from the Khuzestan province, where we heard about that major explosion happening. We are seeing a picture apparently showing some smoke on the horizon. That does not seem to match up, though, with the level of explosion that we heard about. So I think this might be something separate. We're also hearing that airstrikes are rocking Kabul as Pakistan is apparently hitting Kabul. So in the midst of Iran getting destroyed and also wrecked, and they're also wrecking the region, Pakistan and Pakistan and Afghanistan, I'm trying to think about it, are also fighting and killing each other right now. So the entire region is it's in a pure chaos. So the entire region is screwed at this point when it comes to all these escalations. So quite a doozy of a situation.
It certainly does appear to be so, and hopefully we'll see that these strikes are hitting Iranian military and governmental forces hard at the moment. And also, man, I'll let you get back to covering those super chats.
So our next one goes to Jack, who puts in a 5, and thank you very much, Jack, as well. He said all of this distraction from somebody having a little problem out there, and we appreciate the support. We also have a 5 from Winston Smith, and Winston said, "The Leaf Spring Army shall stand up tall in LSA, and it shall, and it has for a long time." And we appreciate the LSA very much. We also have a 5 from Jay Anthony, who said, "Thank you for this site. All prayers and strength in armed forces and president." And in this case, all politics aside, I hope the U.S. prevails. I hope the president makes decent decisions in this situation, and I hope it goes well. But we also have a 5 from Neil Conway, who said, "Best coverage in LSA." And we appreciate those kind words, Neil, and we hope we are delivering on the good coverage, because it is a lot of coverage. I tell you what, this is a lot of breaking news. These streams are exhausting. They're exciting, but they're exhausting at the same time. It's a lot of stuff to keep up with all at once. We also have a 5 from Folisak, who did not leave a comment. We also have a 5 from Stay in Pursuit, and thank you both for that support. We have a 5 from Squall, who said coffee fund for the news feed, and kudos. And we shall be cashing in on that coffee fund. I cashed in on it a little bit this morning because I had to get some good strong coffee. We also have a 5 from Thranum, who said Israel and Iran both being wiped off. Massive W. I would call that stupid. That's a stupid statement. We also have a 5 from Caps Lock, who said, "Keep up the great work," and we appreciate that very much. We also have a 5 from Robbie, who said LSA and USA, and I would agree, USA. We also have a 5 from JLW, and he said, "Better news coverage than I'll ever get off the entire network of Fox." And I don't have to agree with that. I don't mean to toot my own whistle, but Fox is pretty bad. Fox is rough. We also have a 5 from Clinto, who said, "Let's go Falcons, Air Force, and Navy. You got this." And thank you very much, Clinton. For a second there, I thought I was going to give Andrew a response, but I got confused. We also have a 5 from Student, who said, "No hit in Tel Aviv. The black smoke from buses in Halan got fired 2 hours ago." And thankfully, there have been no casualties there, by the way. The Iranians have missed everything. Thankfully, they can't fire worth a damn. But Enforcer, it's now time to let you take it back over. But in the meantime, though, let me do a scan for breaking news before we do that real quick.
Also, before you get to the breaking news, I do want to say a huge thanks to everyone who is throwing in super chats. Also, Matthew, please make sure to put in the chat, on basically copy and paste, that there is a super chat cutoff, because I think you massively mark Zion for the support from New Zealand, but sadly we've had a super chat cutoff in effect for a while because we have so many super chats in the spreadsheet, we can't even physically get to answering all of those within a reasonable amount of time. We do thank you incredibly for the support, however, and help with this channel to keep on running.
Indeed. And also, is it time for the breaking news?
Yes, it is time. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Just making sure. There's a pause there for a minute. I need prompts. I have to be prompted. I'm
See,
becoming
folks,
AI
this
to
is
try to write
this
that.
is
Oh,
why everyone bitches about me saying, and we're on to the next one. That's why, because like Matthew's doing his own thing, and we're all incredibly busy here, and there's no real segue unless if I say something that's easily acknowledged, like as a key signal. That's why I have to do it. Like if we could get away with not doing that, we wouldn't. But if we didn't do that, there would be like these weird, awkward, quiet moments all the time because Matthew's busy, I'm busy, and we have to kind of like key each other in that we're ready to move on at that point. But go ahead, Matthew. What do you have for the breaking news?
so for the breaking news, we are hearing that Tehran is still refusing to acknowledge that Khamenei has been killed. They're saying that this is a matter of a psyop. It's a psychological warfare tactic to say that Khamenei is gone. So they're refusing to accept that he's dead. We're also seeing a missile impact being reported in Jerusalem right now. So there's more missiles getting through the air defense system right this second. So that is quite a situation as well. Looks like the Iron Dome's having a bit of an issue again. We're also seeing apparently that, let's see here, the Italian defense minister is stuck in Dubai with their family. The Italian defense minister cannot get out of the country due to the ongoing attacks. So right now, Italy is trying to get their guy out, their defense minister, but they really can't. So it appears to be he's bunkered down inside of Dubai right now, right this second. So that is the breaking news right now. Also, whoa, we got a video showing the jet activity over Shiraz. This is a glimpse I've been wanting to get right here. This is apparently the U.S. and Israeli forces that are going in and hitting Shiraz. Very heavy right now, by the way. Very large explosions happening right now in Shiraz. Let's take a look.
And we hear the jets overhead. Well, that confirms we definitely have air superiority. I mean, if we're flying over Iran, I mean, there's really no air defense threat at this point at all.
Yeah, it seems like it. Also, we're also getting separate reports that Iranian drones have now hit the Bahrain International Airport in the past few minutes. We have footage of that, and it looks like the airport has been struck, according to what we have here. It looks like there's some failed interceptions, possibly, that maybe have some debris falling down the situation. So let's take a look at that in Bahrain.
And we see here the smoke. We see them inspecting the damage. It appears to be near to some sort of an entrance to the airport. And we also have a clip here showing the incoming missiles that apparently hit the airport at that time. And that's the end of those clips. I also saw a Heroes Workshop say total air superiority. I want that to be the case. Actually, what we're looking for right now, folks, is air supremacy. It's a step above air superiority. It means that there is literally no threats, and we can do whatever we want. It's basically like flying over U.S. airspace at that point. And generally, we want to hold back from saying that there is absolute air supremacy yet. I really want to give it about 48 to 72 hours because it looks like we may already have affected air supremacy over Iran as of right now. But we're going to give it 48 to 72 hours before we say that definitively that the United States has been able to achieve air supremacy over Iran. And then once that happens, it's over. If you can't control your skies, you cannot win a war. That's just how it works in the modern day these days. That's how the Ukrainians have been able to survive the whole war in Ukraine for 4 years, is that they were able to contest their skies with Russia in the first opening months, and they have contested their airspace for 4 straight years. And that's the only way that a country can survive a modern war. If Iran loses its airspace completely and we get supremacy of their skies, they've lost the war effectively at that point. They're just biding their time until they completely collapse then. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, Matthew, are we ready for me to start belting through the next 20?
Yes.
All right. And so we have a 5 from Alan, said no hits in Israel. And actually, sadly, there are a couple. We also got a 5 from Robert Krogan, who stated, popping off, I see. Popping off indeed. Big thanks to you for the support. We also have a 5 from Versus, who said they targeted 5th Fleet Service Center. Maybe the fleet is targeted next. Nah, they don't have no way to hit the 5th Fleet. Big thanks to you for the support, though. And we also got a 5 from Neil Conway for coffee and stuff, LSA, and a big thanks to you for that. And we also have a 5 from the Nathanius, who said, love from the UK, God bless America, and God bless Israel, free Iran. And long live the United Kingdom, long live the Republic, and best of luck to the Israelis out there. And a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And a 5 to Robbie, who said, I appreciate both of y'all. Kilroy was here, LSA USA, and Kilroy was here. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic. And a big thanks to you once again. We have a 5 from Club Footy.
Breaking news. We have wild footage right now. We have wild footage. We are seeing apparently some possible U.S. military troops have captured footage of the moment that the U.S. Launched an interceptor to hit an incoming Iranian missile, but it missed, and it let the Iranian missile continue before detonating close to the U.S. troops' position. And this is a close call right here. This is probably the closest call we've heard of so far. So take a look at this video. I just reposted it, by the way. This is absolutely insane footage.
And let us take a look at this, folks. So we hear the air defense sirens going off, and the Patriots are about to launch their first missile, and we can see that they immediately follow that up with a follow-up missile, launched just seconds later. We see the Patriot missiles tracking their target. We see
that's got through.
And at this point, apparently the missile had made it through. Actually, we can see the Iranian missile right there. And we see one of them did explode, and the second one appears to have exploded as well. But at this point, the Iranian missile has made it through, and is making it incredibly close towards the ground. We can now see them following up with a third chaser. And this one missed. The missile now comes straight into the base, slamming nearby.
Gee.
Oh, they're in a ready shelter. Thank God, man. Okay, these guys were in a bomb shelter. Hopefully everyone was already in a bomb shelter over on the other side of the base. We hope that there were no casualties from this. But this missile came roaring in. This one was actually able to make it through 3 Patriots. That's actually kind of rare. And was able to actually hit the facility right there.
Jeez, that was close.
At least it sounds like all the guys in the Army down there are having a little bit of fun with it. It sounds like they're not, too freaked out. It doesn't sound like they're in over their heads, but that's still quite dangerous. Hopefully everyone's safe out there on that base right now. Man, that's bro's always son of a P. Bro. Ah, man. I need a head count. And now they're doing a head count to make sure everyone's fine. Like, that's a procedure thing. I mean, of course, everyone's fine in this one, but what if the other guys in the next one aren't fine and they need a total head count for all of them now? So, anyways, hopefully we'll see that there are no casualties from that base, but wild footage nonetheless. Also, it appears that we were able to see some of the damage in Bahrain following an Iranian strike. And once again, it does appear that the Iranians are generally targeting and just hitting indiscriminately civilian areas inside of all countries throughout the region. They're not going for military targets. They're attempting to kill anyone and everyone they can find and get their hands on, much like we were saying that they would do, because they're a terrorist state. And that's what terrorist states do. But with that, that's the end of that clip, or more so news right there, and we are now going to be moving on back into our super chats. I also have to say, folks, once again, I cannot stress this enough, we are in a super chat cutoff. I thank everyone massively for throwing in the support that y'all have been throwing in, but for a while now, we sadly have not been able to address any new super chats that have been coming in, because we have had so many over the past 2 days. We are just trying to address and take care of all of those. We thank you for the support, and you can support the channel with the super chat if you would like. Just be warned that we will not be able to read that off on air. We do thank y'all personally, though, for your support nonetheless. Moving on from that and into the rest of our super chats, we have a 5 from Neil Conway, who said, money for you to get a Mac. And thank you for the Mac and LSA. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a 5 from Bank, who said, sleeper cell alarms, clocks are going off. Keep your head on the swivel. And I definitely agree. And a big thanks to you for the support. And we have a 5 from Rune Renderer, who said, here's for the caffeine. Thanks for covering all this madness. And we thank you for enjoying our coverage of the madness. And we thank you for the support. And we also have a 5 from a Magic, who said, God bless NATO, and Alexander the Great must be happy in heaven today. Maybe. And a big thanks to you for the support. And I have to say, always respect NATO forces, an incredible group and an alliance to be sure. We also have a 5 from Michael that said, keep up the good works, guys. And a big thanks to you so much for enjoying our work and the support. And also, we have a 5 from 1974 Gray, a 5 from Dark Deception, and also a 5 from Here Leclerc, who all threw in 5s without comments. We do thank you all massively for the support, though, and help this channel to keep on running. We also have a 5 from Dutha, and do they cry? And I don't know. But beyond that, Dutha said, could we be saving interceptors and accepting the destruction, also calculating this would potentially pull in other countries into the fight? Kind of, we could be, but the chances of that are a little low because then there's also the chance that those governments and countries could blame the United States for not defending them well enough. If the U.S. had already told them in advance, we would be helping them out heavily in their defense. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does rest that well. We also have a 5 from Stranger in the Alps, who said, fellow Navy and USMC, they hit the almighty sandpit, famous port of call, known for drinking. They shall pay. LOL. And they are. Like, they've paid quite dearly. Their great little leader, whoever the hell is, Ali Khamenei is his name, he is what, how shall we call it? Pushing up lilies, food for the worms. He's ventilating. Room temperature challenge. He's not around anymore. They're paying quite dearly. That I can assure you. And so a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we also have a 5 from Grinsa Music, who stated, show proof that Ayatollah is gone. Need receipts. Statement from the president, the Israeli ambassador, the Israeli government, basically every mainstream news organization out there. The fact that Wikipedia updated with his death date on it, which they, like, Wikipedia is very religious about doing that perfectly. So he's dead. Like, that's all the proof we need at this point. We'll get pictures probably tomorrow or the next day. We also have a 5 from Amachik, who said, we sent him back to the lobby. Tonight, we drink for a better tomorrow. Good work with the breaking news. And thank you so much for the support. And hopefully, here's to a better tomorrow with our hard work, labors, and efforts. And of course, the great work of the armed forces. And so, a big thanks to you once again. And before we hand this back over to Matthew for the super chats, we have a 5 from Ronald, who stated, Operation Epic Fury is what I used to call trying to play the third movement, Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. That is a tough one. That is a tough one. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, it is time to hand it back over to Matthew to knock out the next 20.
All right. And in the meantime, I'm going to call off a lot of our super chats that don't have comments on them all in one go here to give their credit. A big shout out to Modelo, who put in a 5. We appreciate you very much, Modelo. Also, by the way, a big shout out to Chickadee, who put in a 5, along with Monster, who also put in a $5 support. We also have a 5 from Moonstomper, as well as a 4 from Jason Curling, a 3 from 2 Days Gone, a 3 from Smarzik, as well as Jerome Street. Then we have a 2 from Michael Jedediah, as well as Plazath and Marc-Andre Brunette. And thank you all very much for that support. Without comments, though, so nothing to address. But we do appreciate you helping to keep the channel running. And back to the original ones here, we have a 5 from Seed, who said, American power inevitable. And at this point, I think it will be. We have not seen any American casualties yet, and they're saying that there probably will be some American casualties, but we haven't seen them yet, at least. So unless things get dramatically worse, then we should be largely okay for the most part. So also, we have a 5 from Phillips Funhouse. He said, amazing working for us. Just off-topic time. I just watched Chernobyl, and why did the blades fall off the helicopter that flew over the open reactor and Slava LSA? And I think they might have hit something. I never really understood that in the Chernobyl movie either, to be honest. So I'm not really totally sure. That's a good question. I thought the exact same thing when I watched it, actually. We also have a 5 from Carlinator, who said, better than TV. And thank you for that, by the way. I hope we are better than TV, because these days TV focuses on political commentary and pretty much no news. We also have a 5 from Jimmy James. He said, waiting on the King of Kings. And indeed, and thank you very much, Jimmy, for that support. We also have a 5 from Mate, who said, ironic that after decades of telling the extremists that their faith was worth more than their lives, the rat spent his final moments hiding like a coward. And he did. He did. That seems to be a theme with these extremist terrorists. They usually like to run their mouth like crazy, but when the moment comes to actually talk that talk and walk it, they don't really walk it. They end up just cowering in the corner and going out kind of lame, which he did. Also, we have a 5 from none other than Smarzik. And Smarzik said, is it me or is the IRGC taking the same playbook as Russia and attacking the civilian centers? The interesting part about that is it seems to be the UAE is the brunt of the civilian attacks. Everywhere else is largely military targets for the most part, but the UAE is getting hit in the center of their population areas, which is very disturbing to see. We also have a 5 from Philly. Also, excuse me, I'm about to cough here, trying to stifle it. Philly put in a 5. He said, "Oh yeah." And I would say yes. Oh yeah, indeed. That is the truth. We also have a 5 from Comfort Zone, who said, "Love you guys, LSA forever," and I finally got a dime to give you. And we do appreciate it, by the way. Every bit of support helps the channel to keep it running. We also have a 5 from Martin, and Martin said, "Keep it going," and LSA, and we shall keep it going, coffee willing. Also, we have a 5 from Not That Kraken, and Not That Kraken said, "Do the Gulf states have offensive offensive missile capabilities or just air defenses? And they have both, to my knowledge, but they're not using their offensive missile capabilities. They're largely letting Iran pummel them, and they're not really responding to it, which is really strange, in my opinion. So very weak. Also, we do have a 5 from Mr. Smoshbot. He said, I was thinking earlier today if those bunker busters don't work, it sure would be nice to have some kinetic rods from space available. And we don't know about that. You're talking about that Odin thing from Call of Duty. I know what you're talking about. I don't think we have that. That might be science fiction still, but you never can tell. Now, we do have an orb of judgment flying around, so maybe we have a rod of judgment possibly too. We also have a 5 from I Will Eat Your Hot Dogs, who said, that's crazy. They took out Santa Claus, and oh man, and honestly, that's crazy. Santa Claus. I tell you what, I thought he lived in the North Pole. Turned out he lived in Tehran. Evil bastard, that guy. We also have a 5 from Fallen Angel. He said, "I wonder what other countries in the Middle East have retaliated to Iran's missile attacks, and if there are any British forces made to honor the treaty." No countries have retaliated. That's the truth right now. We also have a 5 from Duds, who said, "Good day from Australia. And so, with the third Gulf War on the way, do you think we will see boots on the ground?" And I don't think we will. No boots on the ground are going to be happening. Right now, the strategy is to let the Iranian people to rise up. The airstrikes are supposed to give them the leverage they need to actually rise up and retake their government, and that's the theory behind the whole thing right there. So we'll have to see if they're actually going to be able to do that. We're seeing riots breaking out already, so that's promising, but we'll have to see if it actually holds up. We also have a 5 from Grr, who said, the UAE are simply jamming the signals, and other flights look like this today over there. I'm not sure if it's the UAE jamming the signals. It might be the Air Force, possibly. I'm not totally sure about that. The U.S. Air Force, that is, but we'll have to wait and see. We also have a 5 from Edsel, who said, I wanted to point something out. Modern air defense systems have priority protection nets, so if a missile is not in danger to its assets, they get through. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? And Forcer, is that true?
Kind of like not really. I mean, like it's still up to the battery commander and the battery control unit what missiles are hit and not. Like the missile, like it does have an auto sorting sort of an algorithm to where if something's coming directly for the air defense system, it will prioritize that to be shot at first. But that doesn't mean that it allows missiles to go slamming or careening into a residential area and nobody can shoot it down. Like the battery commander could give the order for that to be shot down.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think most of them get shot down unless it's like a rare exception or something like that. But anyways, though, it's time to hand it back over to you. We have about 40 super chats left, by the way. So before we get to those 40 right there, let's go check our breaking news and see what's happening right now. We are seeing that apparently a missile depot has been exploded in Bushehr, Iran, which is where the nuclear sites are located, by the way. So we're seeing that on camera. We're also seeing as well that the Israeli and American airstrikes apparently targeted the Khuzestan air base in southwestern Iran. That's apparently what that picture was from earlier. And we also see here that apparently, the Supreme National Security Council has confirmed the death of Khamenei's daughter, son-in-law, daughter-in-law, and grandchild that were killed in these strikes that took out Khamenei. So they have not mentioned Khamenei dying, but they've mentioned his family getting wiped out in a large degree. But let's take a look, though, and see what's happening inside of Bushehr with this major missile explosion.
Let's take a look. Uh-oh. That sounds like solid propellant going up to me.
It kind of does. It looks like they did hit a missile site.
That looks like missile-based air defense, which we've never even seen operate. They just blow those up for fun, you know? Like the truth is, like, they have to blow them up. It's a priority target, but we've never even seen them fire at anybody. Like, literally ever. So the Iranians don't know how to use them. We're still going to destroy them. So it's a good thing all around. So with that, now that we've covered that news and these developments that we've gotten at this moment, and that Khuzestan airbase explosion, it is time for us to get back to our super chats. And I'm going to help us out, Matthew, by addressing the next round of Super Chats with no comments. I have to say a big thanks to Bruce Lee, who threw in a 2 without a comment. I also have to give a huge shout out to 2 Days Gone, who threw in a 2 without a comment, along with Jeremy Vahil, Stan American, who both threw in 2s without comments, Winston Smith, who threw in a 2 without a comment, also Jane Theory, who threw in a 2 without a comment, along with Seabass, Travis Murray, Full Metal, Chaos Gaming, who all threw in 2s without comments as well. We thank each and every single one of y'all so much once again for y'all's support and throwing in support to help this channel to keep on running every single day and to cover this news. And finally, a 1 from Plazoth, a big thanks to each and every single one of y'all so much once again for enjoying the news and helping us to be able to keep this news running every day with y'all's support. I also have to keep in mind, once again, folks, to announce this before I get into answering the next round of questions, we are unable to address any new super chats that are being thrown into this moment. We are on a super chat cutoff because we are trying to eventually get the super chats down to a manageable number, or at least knock them all out, and also start working on rounding out the stream, because I believe that at this point we have been on air for about 5 hours and 40 minutes. And by the time we get done with these super chats, we're going to have been on air for 6. And we have to be able to, one, possibly even make a short war video after the stream. It's my day to do that. I'm going to have to figure out if I want to do that. And then also we have to get ready to do this again tomorrow. So, you know, the prep time takes a lot into this. Like, we're working like 10-hour days, 12-hour days at this point. So we kind of have to be able to pace ourselves a little bit. Otherwise, our fuse is going to start burning short and the candle's going to run out of fuel. So with that in mind, it's time for us to get on into the next 20. Moving us on to the next 20, we have a 5 from I Will Eat Your Hot Dogs, who said, "Aw, man, just imagine what we can do with the Russian man, Putin running. Oh, man, we can only wish." Big thanks to you for the support. We also got a 5 from Chubakia, who says, "Is there any footage of Iran killing protesters? Do you think the 36,000 protesters killer is legit?" Well, yeah, I mean, we watched them get killed. I mean, you know, if you remember, I'm sure many people remember this. This was all over the place and it was viral when it happened. If y'all remember that incident that happened in Orem, Utah, where someone got shot, we watched that happen to 100 people each. That one thing. And then thousands of others getting killed in many different ways. If you don't know what I mean, the snipers in Iran would particularly target the necks of some of the protesters, and they just hit them with a 7.62 by 5.4R, and they were down instantly, just like we saw in Utah, unfortunately, many months ago. And so, yes, I can tell you that the number that they put out is accurate, and we've seen enough body bags afterwards, in the thousands, quite truly, that we would have to assume that 36,000 or 30 to 40,000 number in killed is absolutely correct. And so, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. We also have a 5 from Grant, who said, "What do y'all make of the reports that an Israeli-U.S. strike hit a school?" I've seen a little bit about that before we went on air, and I don't know where exactly that school was and who was trying to hit it, but I'll be entirely honest with you, if it was in between us or the Israelis, I mean, I don't mean to, you know, like throw the Israelis under a bus here, but the Israelis have kind of got a little bit of a tendency of not really corralling their fire and mitigating collateral. And so if anyone would do that, it was probably them. I mean, I'm not trying to throw an ally under the bus or anything like that, but I mean, if you look at their track record in places like Gaza, sure, going after Hamas is an important thing for us to do, along with Hezbollah, but they end up taking out a ton of civilians in the process. The collateral is unreal, and borders along the line of almost deliberately trying to induce collateral to some degree. So that's how I would address it. I would hope that we did not do that. That's incredibly unfortunate and a tragedy if it did happen. And I would hope that would be because the missile either went errant or its trajectory information or GPS input was incorrect, and that was not a deliberate target. But I would generally assume, based off of the track record that the U.S. has in trying to reduce collateral in recent decades versus the Israelis, who largely don't reduce collateral at all, it would most likely been the Israelis who did that. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. And we also have a 5 from Robert Bone and said, "Will boots on the ground be necessary?" I don't necessarily think so, especially if the Iranian protesters rise up and take over the country rapidly, like it looks like they might be. We'll have to see. But a big thanks to you once again. And we also have a 5 from Sean, who said, "An Emirates A380 is still in the air after 15 hours being diverted back to Auckland. Set the land back in Auckland in around 1 hour." I would have hated to have been on that flight. You start off in Australia, you end back in Australia. That's tough. But still, a big thanks to you once again. I hope that addressed that well. And we also have a 5 from Mouse In, who said, "Hello from across the pond. Much love to the Enforcer team." And a big hello to you across the pond in the UK. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. We also have a 5 from Alt Protestant, who said, "Keep it up, supporting from Miami." And a big shout out to Miami. And a big thanks to you for the support. We are keeping it up. And also, Alt Protestant threw in a 5 and said, "Are the Pakistanis and Taliban still going at it?" Oh, yeah. I mean, we haven't been able to cover that at all today, but the Taliban is getting their ass beat. Like, they are straight up getting slammed. The Pakistanis are pushing even deeper into Afghanistan right now, and I wish that we could really give that the news that it does deserve, but sadly we just have so much to cover with what's going on with the U.S. directly in the Middle East. It's kind of falling to the wayside. But just to let you know, there's this whole war going on between Pakistan and the Taliban, and the Taliban is losing badly right now. It's crazy. But anyways, I hope that does address that well. And we also have a 5 from Bob Smith, who threw in an LSA, and long live the LSA. We also have a 5 from Tom Bombadil, who said, thanks for the great coverage, Crucible Crew. And a big thanks to you, Tom, for enjoying our coverage, and Crucible Crew. And we also have a 5 from Thomas Deal, who said, Andrew Wilson from the Crucible asked us to send over some money since he's snipping your stream, so here's a few bucks. Great work, fellas. Well, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and thank you for the kind words as well. And we also have a 2 from Pat Powell, who said, I'm shut out, but I'm a subscriber. What the hell? I'm sorry about that, Pat. I don't know why the YouTube system's doing that. Sadly, that's out of our control. That's something on YouTube's end as far as the system works, and I'm sorry to hear that that happened to you. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And we also have a 2 from SCR357 who said, God forbid LSA, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And we also have a 2 from 535 Medic who said, how about calling it the Trashcanistan War? Oh, that's actually a pretty smart one. I like that one. That was pretty genius. Pretty original. And a big thanks to you for the support. We also have a 2 from Jack who said, enrich thyself before enriching uranium. Well, we did turn KHAMENEI into enriched fertilizer this morning, so I guess he is enriching himself before the uranium. And so a big thanks to you for support, Jack, and helping this channel to keep it running. And we also have a 2 from A Grain of Salt Official, and he said, screen snip live chats, maybe to circle back, and LSA. And a big thanks to you for the support, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. We also have a 2 from Hoodoo, Texas, who said, Turkey likes to gobble territory. And you know Turkey does. Turkey does turkey things, and they love a little Thanksgiving dinner when it comes to getting a little sanitary zone. And we also have a 2 from Jack, who said, earthquakes each time Bibi touches his nuclear shit. And you know, honestly, that is true. Also, we have breaking news coming out at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we're getting some new footage coming out, which appears to show some of the events taking place on the ground right now. It seems to be that Tehran is getting hammered as we speak. So we're seeing that Western Tehran is getting hammered. We can see a photo here, thanks to Shin on Twitter for posting that, by the way. Also, we are seeing some footage as well of some of the Iranian ballistic missile engagements over Israel that's being filmed from Jordan. We're seeing some exo-atmospheric ballistic missile interceptions, if I can speak, right here on this video. So let's see what we can spot here from this.
These are ballistic missile exo-atmospheric interceptions. We're getting tired, so it's really hard to say in complex words. Like, even for me, I had to slow down to do it. But here's the clip. Oh, hey, no music. But we can see the interceptions here on film, and also some of the impacts as well. We can see some of the air defense interceptors being fired off, some of the missiles coming in. What?
Jeez. I was laughing at that music playing right there.
I don't know why everything needs music these days. I don't know. But we can see them slamming them on down. It's impressive work right here. The Israeli air defense, that is. And this is filmed from Amman, Jordan. This is the capital of Jordan, not too far away from the rest of the state of Israel at the moment. So, very interesting.
Indeed. Also, by the way, we are hearing of several more explosions in Tehran, by the way, apparently right this minute. And we're getting word that Israel's launched another round of hits, apparently, from the sounds of it. So it's still heating up. Also, we hear from an IDF spokesperson that the IDF's begun a new wave of attacks against the enemy, with also striking their air defense system specifically and the ballistic missiles inside of their country. So that's what they're saying. They're doing big hits right now in Iran.
Big ones, fairly big. Apparently, we're now hearing that the president was pushed by Israel and Saudi Arabia to strike Iran, with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman making numerous phone calls to the president advocating for an attack. Oh no, now the Israel haters are going to have no ammo because now the Saudis are calling for it. Oh man, everyone who's been going, the side is it. You know, they're about to run out of ammo here. That's gonna deflate. They'll just keep, like some goofs, it will keep running with that story no matter what. Like, we've already heard that there's some absolutely lame brains that are out there acting like the Iranians getting bombed is a bad thing. You know, I remember, folks, like, just speaking honestly here, I remember when everyone was criticizing, because this is how stupid modern politics are, and it's like this for everyone on every side. I remember when everyone was criticizing the president, the current president, in January because he wasn't doing anything when all of those Iranian citizens were being massacred by their government. Now that we're doing something, now they're saying that that's wrong and Middle East Hitler should have lived. It's like, I gotta say, it's ridiculous. It's that same kind of stupidity that you get surrounding the Ukraine war. It's really a sad state of affairs with that sort of stuff. I mean, this is well within national interest to conduct this action right here. We openly stated on air, Venezuela is kind of questionable, and we could deal with that in years. It's not really an issue to deal with right now. It's not even really that big of a problem. But with Iran, we've been saying for years, this is an imminent threat to the United States of America, and it needs to be dealt with. We're finally dealing with it. It's a legitimately good thing. And then you have people going out there, no, Iran should have killed Americans, and why did Middle East Hitler die? This is unreal. It's like, come on. It's like, get a brain. You know, it's like really, it's pitiful. But anyways, with that, we are going to be moving on into the rest of our questions here. As we have been able to see, actually, Matthew, I've lost count, but we only have 14 left, so I guess I'll just knock out the last 14. It's a victory lap. So we have a 2.
Let's do it the way that we used to do it, the old traditional way, the way that it used to be done back in the day.
The good old days?
Jumping back into this one. This one goes to Robert Planting, who puts in a 2. He said, support your local sandwich maker and the bros.
Hey, and we love sandwiches. Me personally, I love sandwiches. Sandwiches are so good. And so many thanks to you for your support. I hope this channel to keep it running. I hope that it's addressed that well. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to the prepared Adventist, who said, is the U.S. attacking tonight or not?
What do you think? What do you think? We've been on air for 6 hours covering the U.S. bombing Iran. What do you think? What do you think right now? Matthew, you want to tell him? You want to tell him the big news?
Well, they're really not attacking. They're slamming.
Either way, I mean, they're getting smacked. Man, there's no question about that. I mean, I thank you for the support, but we have literally been here for 6 hours. The U.S. has been attacking them for 20 now, I believe. Actually, no, it wouldn't be 20. It would be 18, actually, sorry. But I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, we do have a little bit more breaking news coming out right this minute. We're seeing that in Bushehr, it looks like the Bushehr missile silo was struck, along with nearby air defense systems. So Bushehr is in deep trouble right now. It looks like one of these major explosions that people were talking about was one of their ballistic missile silos, and that's why this was felt for kilometers away, according to reporters, because it was apparently one of their major missile storage locations in Bushehr. So that explains that. We also have a video of it, by the way, as well. We're also hearing sonic booms over Chitgar in western Tehran. So apparently we see some very fast-moving fighter jets over that area. And in fact, we see the explosion from one of those jets in a picture that just came in from Shin on Twitter. So we have a couple of those to take a look at right now on Twitter. Go to that, Enforcer.
Let's go to that. Let's take a gander at these, Let's take a look at them. So first off, we have this explosion in Chitgar within western Tehran, in the Tehran province in Iran. Man, if Khamenei could watch the destruction of his Islamic regime, what would he think? We can also see the unfortunate drone impacts on the Bahrain International Airport here as well. Unfortunate to see. Hopefully there's no injuries or casualties and fatalities on the ground. And so we can also see the explosion of the solid propellant near to the silo that was apparently holding a ballistic missile in Bushehr, but we generally already showed that clip before, so we won't show it a second time. So with that, I hope we have addressed those breaking news developments well at this moment, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to some person you hate who puts in a 2, and they said, what's the chance of Iran using a dirty bomb?
Highly unlikely, because they would actually have to dig out the Isfahan nuclear complex and access the uranium, so they're probably not going to be doing that right now. They're probably too busy fighting for their lives at the moment. So I hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Michael, who said, what is Russia about to do?
Nothing, and they're gonna like it. That's the truth of it. The Russians know they can't do anything. The only thing they can do is threaten nuclear war against the Europeans, but that's because that's literally on their border. Anything beyond their border, they can basically do nothing. So with Iran, nothing's going to happen. I would be highly expecting that will be the case. And so with that, I hope that has addressed that well, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Par Baked Potato, who said, it's going to be a long week for you two. I have a feeling.
It certainly will be, but we will be here, and we will be heroic. Oh, well, not heroically. That's too bold of a statement for this. That's a statement for the armed forces. We're just doing our job. We are going to be diligently covering this news, not heroically. Heroism is something that you get when you're in the line of fire. We're not in the line of fire. We're just covering the news. But a big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, so we've also gotten some news here that apparently an Iranian drone has targeted the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. It looks like it's been impacted on the side of it. I'm not sure if we can show this whole video, by the way. You might be able to show pictures of showing the drone exploding on the side of it. So one of the world's, I think this might still be the world's largest building possibly, has been hit by a drone from Iran. So they're targeting the biggest building.
And there's the impact right there, fairly high on up. It's about halfway up the building. This is actually still the tallest standing building within the entirety of the world. I think the Saudis are trying to build a taller one, but it hasn't been completed. So this is a fairly major hit on the tallest building in the world. Once again, showing the Iranians are going to any length that they can at this point to try and cause damage to the UAE, which is very unfortunate to see. And we hope that there are not a large amount of casualties out of that incident. But moving on from that unfortunate news right there, we also got to see that within northeastern Tehran, above the Babay Highway, it appears there was another explosion on an Iranian facility. How unfortunate. I bet you they're weeping. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Kuel, who puts in a 2. He said, every sequel deserves a title, LOL.
You're right. I big thanks for your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Terry, who said, any news on that Iran submarine?
We haven't gotten any news on any Iranian submarines. They basically only have midget submarines, and we haven't really seen them using a lot of them at all. And we think they probably are not even leaving port, probably, because that would be a death sentence. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Texas Chris, who said, what's up with the Supreme Leader?
Oh, he did.
What's down with him? What's down with him?
Let's see. I think the best way to describe it is that he has had an unfortunate disassembly event. He is currently ventilating. He has moved on beyond our plane of existence. He has exited his corporeal form. He has transcended into another reality. He is currently meeting the devil in the pits of hell, and any other statements that you would like to make. He is resting in piss. Even fermenting in it, perhaps. So that's what's happened to the Supreme Leader. So I thank you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And Bibby messed with his nuclear shit, and he got away like it. But anyways, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Uncovered Q. We said, what about Syria? And will they be the new Iran now?
Nah. The rise of ISIS thing is a concerning thing in Syria, but I have a feeling we'll probably be able to deal with that. That'll probably be the last big comeuppance out of the Middle East for a while, I'd hope, and then once we deal with that or put that down enough and the Syrian government becomes stabilized enough, hopefully we'll see that the region will enter another period of stability. So with that, I hope that has addressed that the best I can, and with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from George Schwartz. He said, what a crazy day on my birthday. And also, happy birthday to you, by the way. It's a hell of a time to have a birthday right now, I'll tell you. It's crazy stuff happening in the world to have a birthday, but it happens anyway. You can't control the day the birthday falls on, you know what I mean? But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta say, happy birthday to you, and I guess that this was one crazy birthday for you, that's for sure, one to remember. And so big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 2 from Monster. He said, what's up with the U.S. Navy ships? Any attacks on them?
We haven't heard of any attacks on any U.S. naval vessels at the moment. All of our vessels in 5th Fleet are out on the high seas in the Arabian Sea around the Lincoln Strike Group, so they're generally out of range and safe. We haven't really heard of much of anything threatening the U.S. warships that we have in the area. So with that, I hope that's what happens, folks, when you operate a conventional surface fleet in an area that's not the size of a bathtub like the Black Sea Fleet in the Black Sea. That's the difference, is that those sorts of coastal defense actions that the Ukrainians do, that the Iranians could try to do, they don't really work because there's just too much open ocean to work with out there. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
And this one goes to Irfan, who puts in a 2. He said, I'm an Iranian in Italy, and we are celebrating as well.
And I'm happy to hear that. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And Matthew, I do have to say that we will have to get 3 live chats because it is channel tradition and we cannot go without doing it. But we do have our last super chat here, and then we're going to gather 3 questions out of the chat, probably on the spot right here. So if you have any questions that you just want to throw in and have answered, start throwing them in now. We'll probably grab 3 of them and answer them. And so with that, we're on to the last super chat out of the 300 or so that we've had tonight, and also from last night that we weren't able to address then. And Matthew, what do we have?
And this one goes to John, who said, any news on the Stoichi Corvette?
Not really. We think it's still in Bandar Abbas, but we haven't gotten any specific details about its whereabouts and its condition at the moment. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, it is time for us, folks, to get 3 live chat questions. The Morse code message in this intro today was the same as all other days. I do have to congratulate the Leaf Springer Signal Corps for getting that correct again. However, y'all did actually get that dead on the nail at the very beginning of the show. And so with that in mind, it is time for us to get 3 live chat questions. Matthew, what is our first live chat question of these 3?
We actually don't have any live chat questions in the spreadsheet, but we do have one from the live chat that just came in. This one goes to Grippin Lover, who said, any big news out of Ukraine today?
There was some big news. The Ukrainians have continued larger attacks on the Russian Federation and its internal facilities. And, of course, the Ukrainians are still doing somewhat well on the front lines. But those were generally the prevailing themes of the war in Ukraine today. Nothing incredibly large, but still good news to hear. So I hope that does address that well. And our second to last question of the night is from Sweet Papa Stovepipe, who said, do you think the U.S. would use its Kurdistan proxies to smuggle weapons into Iran? Oh, for sure. You think that's a question? That's what we've been doing, actually. We already know about that because the little Kurdish groups in Iran, they actually have weapons that look to have been provided to them by Kurds across the border in Iraq. So I hope that does address that well. And the answer to that is yes. And let's see here, Matthew. I think we have one final question of the night. And I see it, Matthew. I see it. It's from Andrew Walkton. Do you see it?
No, I don't.
All right, and so I'm gonna have to do the whole thing then. I'll do it naturally though. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the day, or more so the night at this point? And it was Andrew Walkton, or Andrew Acton, who's threw in a 93. Actually, he didn't throw in anything. It was a live chat. He said, "Have they mined the Strait of Hormuz?" And not yet, not that we know of. They did state that they were going to blockade it, and right now we're seeing that there's basically no shipping traffic through the area right now. It's basically filtered out completely. So it appears that they are going to be trying to mine the strait, but they have not done that yet. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And folks, I got to tell you, after a 6-hour-long stream today, and a 7.5-hour or 8-hour-long stream yesterday, basically back-to-back, I am tired, but I am proud of what we've been able to do for everyone once again today. We do have to thank you all on behalf of Enforcer Matt and myself for all of y'all watching here tonight. We have had 60,000 people here watching at the peak, and 930,000 people have watched this show before it ended. This means that this is the second largest show that we have ever run, live show that is, on the Enforcer channel. We are entirely honored and greatly proud to know that so many people find this channel to be a primary source of news, and I hope for all the people who have found us fresh today for the first time ever that we have been able to meet the high standard of news and the rapid reporting that many people know the Enforcer channel for. We thank you all so much once again for watching this absolutely marathon linked stream of the major news and developments going on inside the Middle East, and we will be seeing you all very soon, tomorrow, to cover the next major developments that have been going on in the war. I will also be trying to see, folks, after we go off air here, I will be trying to see if I can make a short war video on future ongoing developments that are going to be happening after this show, but I got to tell y'all that that's kind of 50-50 right now. I'm pretty tired, and I kind of want to get a little bit of a breather and relax a little bit, so that way we can get to making sure that we can cover this thing tomorrow, but we will see. But a humongous thanks to all of y'all so much once again, and a humongous thanks for everyone's support and helping this channel to keep it running. I do have to apologize immensely to everyone who did throw in super chats after the cutoff. I wish that we could have addressed all of y'all super chats individually and thanked y'all personally for y'all support, but I hope that many of y'all do understand that this stream would have been going on literally until 9 o'clock at night if that was the case, and it would have been more super chats than news. We had 300 super chats to address, and I think we got through all of them. And so a humongous thanks to everyone so much once again, and we will see you all either in a few hours when I make a short war video or tomorrow for the next breaking news stream. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Heram Slava, long live the Leaf Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow. The news is going to be happening all throughout the night as well, so we're going to have a ton of stuff to keep up with in the meantime. If you want to follow that, by the way, you can go to our Twitter page, @It'sTheEnforcer, and follow us over there as well, where we do cover stuff in real time. And that's usually where we gather most of our information that we then report on the stream as well. So, also, by the way, a huge shout out to the almost 1 million viewers that we had tonight. Almost 1 million viewers on the stream as a total. That's insane. We appreciate all of you very much for joining us and choosing us as your news source. And we will be seeing you once again tomorrow to cover all the rest of the stuff on day 2, day 3, kind of in between. That's going to be the day of the war tomorrow for Iran. So we'll be keeping up with that. And thank you all once again massively for all the support tonight and also for being here with us as well. But with that, we'll see you all tomorrow. And with that, good night to you all.